You think your stupid little podcast is going to change the world like hell it is.
But I believe
Your stupid little podcast
can save the world.
Hello, I'm Professor McCoy. Welcome back to my stupid little podcast. This time I'm going to be compiling for everybody a collection of older lectures about St. Anselm of Canterbury's 3 philosophical dialogues. There is a lot of these going back years, but I've never put them all together in one place aside from a YouTube playlist, certainly not in the same format like this. So in celebration of St. Anselm's feast day, which was this past week, I thought I would put all of this together for you because I think this is one of my favorite works of prose philosophy ever written. So I hope you learned something, I hope you enjoy, and let's get into the first one on truth. Now, this is usually found in a volume. This includes all 3 of the philosophical dialogues on truth, on freedom of choice, and on the fall of the devil. And you will find in the rest of this playlist going through class discussions of the other 2 as well. So in this one, I want to introduce the dialogues as a whole, and then go through briefly some of the things that Anselm talks about here in this first dialogue. So first of all, the dialogue format here is not exactly the ancient Socratic format that we might find in Plato and in others, where we have the sort of teacher figure, being Socrates, asking probing questions for the student or the learner to answer, and then gradually come to knowledge by answering questions. This is more of a back and forth dialogue between teacher and student, where the teacher is asking these kinds of Socratic probing questions, but the student is also asking clarifying questions that the teacher is then going to be answering. And the teacher in this dialogue is assumed to be Anselm. It is reporting Anselm's views, at least. The 3 dialogues taken as a whole represent a discussion primarily of freedom, so freedom of choice, hence the name of the second dialogue, as well as moral psychology, and the interplay between divine providence and human free will. How is it that we and God both act and both interact? And what does this have to do with our moral decision-making, our salvation, and all sorts of other things? Angel is here, by the way. She wants to leave, but she might. Bye, Angel. Anyway. So this first dialogue serves as a kind of introduction to these topics. And it is an introduction both to these topics and then also more broadly to the concept of truth in general and what is meant in Anselm's particular context by truth. But this goes into far more detail and has a much broader sense and a much broader way of understanding what truth means than simply what we might think of as correspondence to reality, which is the ordinary colloquial and general philosophical understanding of truth. Anselm wants to examine it more closely, examine the concept of truth, and see where else it might apply, in addition simply to propositional statements. So, to begin with, he goes into a series of questions throughout this dialogue as to what truth is among certain kinds of things. The most obvious being the truths of significations, statements, opinions, things like this. What is it to say that a statement or an opinion or a signification is true? And he ultimately winds up concluding that to say something is true in this sense, in the very simplest sense, is to say that truth is a kind of rectitude perceivable only to the mind. All right, so what does this mean? Rectitude is a complex term, and it's used here in a very broad context. Rectitude means correctness, but it can also mean something like straightness, like the straightness of a pen or of a ruler or that sort of thing. To say that something has rectitude is to say that it is correct, to say that it corresponds correctly, but also to say that it is straight, like an edge. And the reason why he wants to differentiate rectitude more broadly and rectitude perceivable only to the mind is because he wants to differentiate rectitude qua correctness from rectitude in terms of something being physically straight. Right? Because we don't want to say that that truth includes things like something not being bent or not being curvy. Right? We want to say that truth is rectitude, but the correctness of something, the proper alignment, let's say, of something. And this is why we say that it is perceivable only to the mind, so not to the senses. So not perceivable by sight, like straightness of the ordinary sort would be. So, okay, if rectitude of a statement, if truth of a statement is rectitude perceivable only to the mind, what else can we apply this to? So this clearly applies to an opinion. An opinion is true if it is correct in a way that is perceivable to the mind. Correct in a conceptual way, that the concepts do what they are meant to do. The opinion or the statement does what it's meant to do, which is to connect one's mind in proper alignment with reality. So this is the closest we have here to the sort of classical, traditional definition of truth as correspondence to reality. But we also wind up looking at several other things that he says can be true in certain senses. He also says that things like the senses can themselves be true if they're functioning properly. He says that actions can be true if things are acted or enacted properly. If things are done correctly, then those actions, and therefore the will that enacts them, is correct, is true. And this is where we get a connection between the concept of truth on the one hand and the concept of justice on the other. Because you'll ultimately wind up concluding that justice as a concept is a form of truth. But is a form of truth that resides in the will. So a kind of true willing. So ultimately his definition of justice will be rectitude of the will, so having a correct will, preserved for its own sake. We'll come back to this definition near the end, because this is ultimately his conclusion that's going to lead directly into the next dialogue on freedom of choice. Before this, I want to make one distinction that he makes very early on and then applies to each of these instances of rectitude or instances of truth. And this is the distinction between ways that something can be true. So he begins by looking at a statement or an opinion. A statement can truly signify in two ways. In the full ordinary sense, in the way we usually mean to say that a statement is true, is that it signifies that what is. This is his terminology here. But we can say this, again, more simply, that it signifies reality. It signifies that what is really real. That what is true is really true. Now that winds up being a bit of a circular definition. We're using our term in the statement, but hopefully it winds up clarifying a little bit as to what we mean. However, there is a sort of shallower sense that we can say that a statement is true, or that it signifies truly. We say that something signifies when it correctly stands for something. We say that I signify a microphone when I point to it. This is the sort of early scholastic or early medieval concept of what signification is, what words do. Words are signifiers. This goes back to Augustine. And these signifiers, these words, indicate what they are indicating by pointing, like a signpost. So when I say microphone, or when I do this, I'm doing roughly the same thing. I am signifying a particular kind of thing, and in both cases I am successful at doing so. By either saying microphone or by doing that, I am indicating that there is this thing here. I'm indicating what this is. I'm indicating it to you, the viewer. Similarly, a word. For example, if I were to just open the book and refer to a word that will appear on screen, chapter. This word indicates a certain thing. This signifies a certain thing, namely, the words that follow are signified as chapter 1. It labels it. It places a label upon something such that we can refer to it. Anselm points out that a statement can succeed at signifying even if it does not signify something correct or true about reality. For example, I can state the proposition that it is 11:30 a.m. as of this recording. This is false. In fact, it is approximately 10:30 p.m. when I'm recording this. This indicates a difference between what is being signified successfully and the state of being in reality. So if I signify something which is false, my statement still succeeds insofar as it signifies what I'm trying to signify, what I'm trying to say. Right? If I say if it's 11:30 a.m. as of this recording, you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying, and you know what it would be like for that to be true. And so, Anselm says that this type of signification has to it a degree of truth. That to signify is the most proximate end, or the first end, the first goal, the first purpose of signification. It is to signify. And so the statement, it is 11:30 a.m., is comprehensible. You know, hearing that statement, what it means, what it would be if that were true. However, if I say it's after 10:30 p.m., now I am not only signifying something that you can comprehend, I'm signifying something, but I'm going further than this, I'm going beyond it. I am not only signifying something, I am signifying something true about reality. And because I'm signifying something true about reality, the statement is now not only filling its proximate end, but fulfilling its ultimate end. Because the ultimate end of a statement, for Anselm, is not only to signify, but to signify what is true. To report that what is, and what is not, is not. Now, an aside. We can use statements to signify things that are false, and we can do so successfully. Whether that is simply a lie, as is my statement of, it is 11:30 a.m. right now, or if this is something more sophisticated than that, you can signify something which is strictly false in a way which tells something else. For example, if I were to speak in metaphor, if I were to say, it's nearly midnight, well, that isn't quite true, but it is an indication that midnight is approaching, that the night is going on, now being past 10:30 p.m. I might say, again, by analogy, that I am dead on my feet if I were tired. Now, of course, that's false, right? That signifies something, my death, my non-livingness. But it succeeds in signifying that, but then it fails to signify what is true, the fact that I am alive when I say it. But we can go further than this, and this goes into things like the various ways of interpreting texts. That me saying that I am, quote, dead on my feet, signifies something analogical. It signifies that I am tired as if I were dead. Now, the simple statement that I'm dead on my feet, for example, does not, in our context, in our social context of knowing that turn of phrase, we know in our communication what that is attempting to signify, and then what it correctly signifies. If I am actually very tired and fatigued, and my legs are not holding me up properly, and all of that, then that we would say that on one level, it signifies that I am in fact not living, and therefore that it signifies something successfully. It has a kind of rectitude, but not the complete kind, because it signifies something false. However, if we have some more social context to this, and we know the turn of phrase, we know that this, further than that, signifies that I am tired. That's what it means. And this it signifies correctly under these circumstances. We can also apply this to things like fiction. We can signify something like Frodo Baggins is the ring bearer in The Lord of the Rings. Right? So we're talking here about a person, Frodo Baggins. And we can signify Frodo Baggins, a fictional character. Our words can succeed at signifying a particular character and a particular narrative element in the story, being a ring bearer, bearing the one ring, etc., taking it to Mount Doom, and all of that. But what that signifies is, strictly speaking, false. And so it only signifies, in a very literalistic level, correctly in this first shallow sense, that it succeeds at signifying, but not signifying that what is. However, it does signify what is within the context of a story, and then things within a fictional story can in fact signify and therefore indicate and tell true things about our reality as well. We can learn lessons from a story. We can learn things about, say, heroic courage from the story of a heroic character. We can learn a moral lesson from a morality tale, or from a fable, that sort of thing. We can learn something about ourselves and our society from the analogies and the allegories presented in a story. And so, by creating these stories, which are, on the face of them, false, strictly speaking, what we are doing is we are communicating something beyond that. We are communicating something true. And so what we are doing is we are not saying that Frodo Baggins is a real person of approximately 3 foot 2 inches. Right? What we are saying is that this is a character in a story which tells us certain things about our world beyond it. And so we can apply Anselm's principles here. That words can succeed at signifying, even if they do not signify something true. We can indicate that we can talk about things which are fictional. So things that are on the face of them in a very strict, literalistic sense, not true. But we can say that they signify something beyond the mere obvious meaning of the terms. What Anselm would call signifying improperly, so not what is strictly meant in a perfectly clear philosophical sense, but can signify what is true due to convention. Understanding the way that things are said, it can the stories of Frodo and the Ring, for example, can signify things beyond the upfront truth of what the words are saying. And if we understand what those words are attempting to signify, we can then further understand that they are not only succeeding at signifying what they're trying to signify, but they are succeeding at signifying something true, but only if we understand that first shallow part. And this is, again, applicable to what Anselm has to say here directly, where he points out that if a word, or if a phrase, or if a statement fails to signify anything at all, it cannot possibly signify something fully, something true. It cannot signify that what is if it can't signify that something is. So you need both of these aspects. You need this initial aspect of succeeding at signifying at all in the way that it's meant to, and in the way that it's meant to both contextually and of itself, in order to signify something fully true. Okay. Now, part of the reason he brings all this up, and part of the reason he spends so much time talking about truth and signification, the truth of signification, and these different degrees of rectitude or truth, is so that we can apply this to action and the will. So he brings up a similar distinction with respect to action and the will, that an action can be true, in other words, it can have rectitude, it can do something correctly, in two ways. it can, in the shallowest sense, it can succeed at what you are attempting to do. But further than that, it can succeed at the kind of thing that it ought to be directed towards. So, for example, I can succeed at taking my book that I have in my hand, right, and dropping it on the ground. As you can hear, thud, it falls. Right? I have succeeded in my attempt to drop the book on the ground, however, that is not, clearly, what the book is meant to do. So my action here of dropping the book on the ground has succeeded in one sense. It is the correct action, insofar as it has aligned correctly with what I was attempting to do. However, we have the further question of what should I have been attempting to do with this book. Now, if I pick it back up, what I ought to do with a book, what a book is for, its natural end, is to convey information. Is to be understood. It's to be read and to be understood, and to convey what information it holds. And so instead, if I open the book and read from it, or use an example from the book, as I have been doing, that is not only is that action successful, if I'm successful in conveying its information to you, and successful at reading the information myself, but it is fully successful. It is fully correct. It has rectitude in this fuller sense. It is doing what it ought to be doing successfully. Now we can take this into a more moral action as well. There's a significant difference between attempting to murder someone, for example, and succeeding, and then further attempting to, and succeeding at helping someone. So if you attempt to murder someone, you can succeed at doing so. In which case, your action will have succeeded. It will have accomplished what you set out to accomplish, of an innocent person's death. And therefore, what you have done is something that is wrong. You will have acted untruly. But you will have acted truly in the sense of you will have accomplished what you set out to accomplish. However, by contrast, if you were to help someone who needed help, or someone you had an obligation to help even further, what you will have done is you will have accomplished what you set out to accomplish, and you would have set out to accomplish the correct thing. In the same sense that if I say a statement which is true in the full sense, it has, on the one hand, first, accomplished the task of conveying the information to you that I intend to convey, and I have intended to convey information which is actually true of the real world, which is correct in the full sense. It has rectitude, fully, in the same way that an action can. An action can succeed at what it's trying to do. It can be true in this shallow sense, but it can also, further than that, be true, can be just, we can have rectitude of the will, in this fuller sense that it is not only succeeding at what it's trying to accomplish, but trying to accomplish something which corresponds to the way that reality is and ought to be. Right, so there's one more element here. So we've got rectitude of action, and therefore rectitude of the will. But we can take this a step further and look to his definition of justice, because he adds something here. Because it's not merely that something is just, that justice is rectitude of the will, but it is rectitude of the will, he says, preserved for its own sake. Now, why we add this is that rectitude of the will just means that you are doing the right thing. You're doing something that is correct, the thing that you ought to do. Now, rectitude of the will, we say it is preserved for complex reasons that will become more apparent when we get to the second dialogue, when we get to on freedom of choice. So hold off on that, or just continue immediately after and go to the next set of lectures. That'll become clear as we go, why he points out that it needs to be preserved. But the reason we say that it's for its own sake is explained here, because he points out that there is a significant difference between doing the right thing and doing the right thing because it's the right thing. It is not correct to help someone to gain advantage from it. Because what you're doing is not properly characterized as helping someone. What you are doing is properly characterized as helping yourself. And these are different actions. We might analogize this once more to language and to statements. You might say something true purely by accident. I might make up a story or even make up a lie that happens to be true. Just sheerly by accident. I did not intend to say something true, but it turned out to be. It is not correct, therefore, to say that what I said was that I told the truth. I was attempting to lie, and I failed. Similarly, with correct action, just action. If I act selfishly, and it turns out to help someone else, we can at best say that what I have done is acted in a morally neutral way. I haven't hurt anyone. I haven't set out to hurt anyone. However, if I set out to hurt someone, and through my own incompetence, wind up helping them instead, what I have done is not morally right. It is not just, because my actions failed. And this is because this sort of two-tier setup of truth, of rectitude. If the action I was attempting and my will was not to help someone to do the good, to do something that I ought to do, then this initial stage of rectitude isn't fulfilled. So if I try to hurt someone and I wind up helping them, suppose I try to poison somebody, but I mix up the poison with a delicious flavoring agent. And due to my incompetence, they get a delicious meal. I have attempted to murder someone, and I have failed to do so. It's not that in my will I have aimed to give them a good meal and succeeded. These are radically different. Because there are these two steps. The first step is that your will and that your action succeeds at what it is attempting to do. That is the bare minimum form of rectitude. And the further form of rectitude, that it corresponds to what is and ought to be, can only follow from that. Because that first step is what defines the action. Just like for statements, the rectitude in this first shallow sense, this successful signification, is what defines and determines what the statement is saying. So, this rules out the possibility of doing something good for the wrong reasons. You're not doing something good. You're just doing something for the wrong reasons. And it just so happens to have good consequences, unknown or unbeknownst to you. So what this ultimately winds up meaning is that to do the good, to do justice, to will justice, is to preserve rectitude of the will, so to do something correct, not just correctly, not just this first stage, not just to do something and succeed at doing it, but to do the right thing, and to mean it in the right way as an instantiation of justice.
All right, great. Okay, so let's get started. I want to go into, before we actually get into on freedom of choice, I want to explain what we're going to be going over, and then why I have this open to one of the appendices. First of all, we're not going to go through the glossary term by term. That's up there if you need to look at it, and that's mostly for reference. All of the terms that are defined in the glossary, in the actual text will have an asterisk next to them, so you'll know that it's defined in the glossary and you can look it up. You can see what Anselm means and what he's talking about. That will be useful, and we will be kind of looking at that as we read through, but not, in one big chunk. In addition, unlike a lot of the readings from this class, I'm not expecting all of you to have read and understood it already, in part because I didn't tell you to, in part because it's very complicated. To that end, we're going to be looking through this basically paragraph by paragraph, reading it together in class to try and get a handle on what's going on. If you want to have it open, feel free to. If you want to have it printed out, feel free to. whatever you need to. It'll also be up here. So if you'd rather just follow along that way, that's great. All right, so like I said, first I want to start with this. This is an excerpt from De Concordia, which is the full title translated is On the Harmony of Divine Foreknowledge, Predestination, and Grace with Free Choice, which relates really closely to the topic of this module of the class, which is this apparent dichotomy or tension between free will on the one hand and predestination or providence on the other. A short way of saying this is the tension between our will or our actions and God's will and God's actions. Because if God exists, then God is omnipotent. God controls everything. If God controls everything, how can we control anything? We can see the tension here pretty apparently, I think. Now, the reason I assigned this text is not because it's easy, like I mentioned. It's because this is possibly the only case where anyone makes more distinctions about something than Thomas Aquinas does. Anselm, throughout this text, is distinguishing between meanings. He's closely defining something. He's pulling terms apart, seeing what they mean to try and get at how we can put this tension together, how we can solve this problem. And which is why we're starting here in Appendix B and looking at De Concordia, because this is the first distinction he makes, and he makes use of this throughout On Freedom of Choice, throughout the dialogue we're going to be reading. So, okay, let's start. So he begins by saying, to will is equivocal in the same way that to see is. So what does equivocal mean?
Equal to?
Kind of. In philosophy, so when we say that something commits the fallacy of equivocation, what would that be? It has to do with equivocal.
It has the same fallacy in it?
So it's not that it has the same fallacies, right? There's a fallacy in particular called equivocation. And it relies on a term. Right? A term, well, to go off of what you said, so being equal or being the same thing. It's where the same term, yeah?
Is equivocal like definitely true? Like, because unequivocal means, not debatable.
You're close, you're onto something, and that's why we say that. Right? We say something is unequivocal or unequivocally true. But to say that a term is equivocal means that it has multiple meanings. It means that it's ambiguous. So the fallacy of equivocation is where you use different meanings for the same term, and you shift between them in the midst of your argument. So you use the same term, but it means different things. So what Anselm is saying here is that to will means different things, just like to see means different things. It means different things in different contexts. It means different things depending on who is doing it and how they're doing it, and what particularly we're talking about. Right? So the will or vision is different from the will or vision in a different context. So we will something. Saying that I will something is different from saying that I have the capacity for willing, or to say that I choose something. But all these are roughly the same word, they have the same connotation, but they differ in meaning. The same thing with seeing. All right, so continuing on. After all, both one who is making use of vision and one who is not, but has an aptitude for seeing, are said to see. What does that mean? It's talking about two ways that we can understand to see, or seeing. So this is the second sentence, quote, after all, both one who is making use of vision and one who is not, but has an aptitude for seeing. Yeah, so they can see. But what does that mean? Both can see, but we mean different things, yeah?
We all have the ability to will, but we might not necessarily act on it.
Yeah, there's something to that, right? So, I can see you, right? I can see you. My eyes are closed. But I can still see you in some sense. What's the difference between those two senses?
You're inherently able to see, you're just choosing not to.
Right. Right now, I could open my eyes and look at you, right? I could see you while my eyes were closed. Yes?
Are they trying to like say to see is not really the actual sight, but it's more of a gift that some people choose not to use?
It's both.
It's not the action, it's the ability.
It's both. It's the action and it's the ability, and it's something else as well, which we'll get to in the next paragraph.
The ability, but it's just someone put it there.
Yeah. Or we probably all do, but only sometimes. And we don't all have the ability. Right? A blind person can't see in either sense. Now, a blind person can see in another sense. Right? They can see your point. Right? You might use it by analogy. So seeing something in that way. But that's not what he's talking about here. He's talking about using terms properly in terms of the definition he gives in the glossary. Does anyone remember what he means by the distinction between properly and improperly? What does that mean? Philosophically speaking. So to use a term properly versus to use a term improperly.
Like not using it for its true context.
Something like that. Right? So it's not like when he says using a word improperly, he doesn't mean you're just using it wrong. Right? What he means is you're using it imprecisely. Right? It doesn't have the particular literal meaning that to use it properly would. So, quote, here's the definition he gives for properly. A word is used properly when it is strictly and literally used, not loosely or in a way that is apt to be misleading or violates precise philosophical usage. So we say things, when I say, it's...
So it means one definition.
Yeah. And so to say that I see your point is to use the word see improperly. That's not to say that it doesn't make sense or that it's wrong in the context. It's just that it's not philosophically precise. Right? If I were to say I see something and I'm using the term properly, it means I'm using my eyes. Right? So it's talking about precision in terminology here, not so much just using the correct word in the correct context, that kind of thing. Okay, so far we have this distinction between the exercise and the aptitude. The ability to see and then actually seeing, which we refer to both of these as sight. Right? To say that you can see means both that I can see you and I close my eyes, but I can see you. Right? I'm capable of opening my eyes and looking. Right? In both of these cases, we would use I can see. And there's nothing incoherent about that. All right, so next paragraph, he suddenly makes another distinction. So we go from apparently just an equivocal term that could mean any number of things. Then we distinguish, we come up with two meanings for it, right? The aptitude and the exercise. And then the next paragraph, we come up with another distinction. We come up with now three meanings for the same kind of term. So, quote, this is continuing on the first paragraph, or the second paragraph there. One can thereby recognize that there's a distinction between the will, that is the instrument for willing, in other words, the capacity, right, our ability to will things, or our ability to choose things. The will that is the affection for that instrument, right, so wanting something. This is the new one. This is the one he hasn't addressed yet. And the will that is the actual exercise of that instrument. Okay. Let me draw this out. I'm not going to use his example because we're going to probably address it later. I'm going to use a new example. So raise your hand if you are capable of standing up right now. You're capable of standing up, right? You could choose to stand up. Now, whether you could successfully stand up or not, I don't care. Raise your hand if you're capable of choosing to stand, or at least choosing to try and stand. Right? Everybody. Right, keep your hand up if you want to stand up. Okay, keep your hand up if you are standing. Okay, so you too. Good timing. All right, so great. I've just demonstrated these three different meanings for standing, right? Or capable of standing.
It's the ones you just said an example for exercise of the affection of that instrument?
Yeah, so I'm exercising my ability to stand. I'm exercising that will. Right? My will to stand is being exercised. Your will to stand, or at least yours, you said that you do want to stand up right now, great. You have that will as what Anselm calls an affection. You want it, right? It's a desire. You want to stand up, but you're not exercising it. The rest of you are capable of willing to stand, right? You have the will in that case, right, in that sense. But you're not exercising it, you're not even wanting it. Right? The will isn't active, it's not a current, it's not right now. So let me scroll up slightly. Because he draws this distinction really discreetly, and he puts the names for them here. So these three kinds of will are the instrument for willing. And now I'll also note, as good as this translation is, this is the best I've found. Instrument is kind of broad. By instrument, this is in a footnote in On Freedom of Choice as well, if you see it. When he talks about an instrument, he's talking about not just something that we use. It's an instrument, a power, some capacity, right? Our ability to choose. So the instrument of will, the affection, which is something like the desiring, the wanting, right? You have the will to stand. You want to stand. And the exercise, which is self-explanatory, right? That's exercising that ability or exercising that will, or acting on that desire or acting on that affection. A good way of laying this out in really simple terms: I can, I want to, and I do. Okay. You can have any of these or you can have none of these with respect to any given will or any given action. Right? You can be capable of willing something, that's the instrument. You could, regardless of if you do or not, you could choose to get up and leave the classroom. You also could want to, right? You could really want to just go home right now. And, in fact, you could. Right? And by doing so, you're exercising that affection. Another question that we're going to wind up addressing, probably not going to get to it today, but we're going to wind up addressing this other question of whether you can have the exercise of a will without having the affection.
Yes.
How? How do you think? Anselm agrees with you, but how do you think?
Like your job.
Oh, okay.
Say you don't want to do something that's part of your job description.
Yeah, so probably most of you didn't will to finish the paper by Monday night in this way, right? In the same way that you might want to have lunch right now. Right? I didn't have lunch today. I totally want to, but I'm not going to go and leave and have lunch. So I can have the affection but not the exercise. Now, you might say that you had the exercise but not the affection. Now, we're going to get to this. This he talks about this in like chapters, I think chapter 5, if I remember right, of On Freedom of Choice. That you can only kind of have the exercise but not the affection. And he starts making more distinctions there. But it seems like we totally can, right? You can not really want to do something, but you can choose to do it anyway because you ought to, or you need to, or even if you're sort of forced into it. So if you're threatened or whatever like that kind of thing. So there's plenty of there are at least plenty of apparent examples of this that we'll get into. Again, probably a lot will wind up being Friday rather than today. I don't expect to get to chapter 5 today. Okay, so that's all I really wanted to draw out of this chapter here. Are there any questions about this threefold distinction? This is going to keep coming up. Pretty clear? Great. If ever this is unclear, or if ever it's not clear how this applies, feel free to bring it up and ask if this applies here, how it applies here, that kind of thing. All right, so now we're jumping back to chapter 1 on freedom of choice. This is, first thing to note is that it's in dialogue format. So this is in the format of a conversation between a student and a teacher. All of it was written by Anselm. This is more like a hypothetical dialogue or a hypothetical discussion to bring out a point. But that said, it's worth noting that this might actually be useful, this kind of format, reading this, might be useful for kind of organizing your interview. Because the student here does a lot of bringing the teacher back onto topic, which is something that you could perfectly well do in your interview, you may need to do in your interview, and maybe I wish you'd do more in the classroom, because I have the same problem. But that kind of thing, this is a pretty good model discussion between student and teacher, or, if you will, interviewer and interviewee. So the student is asking these complex questions about what the teacher's talking about.
I didn't realize it was part of the...
Yeah, that's part of the format. This is a back and forth kind of discussion, and if you read this without knowing that, it can get confusing. I'll also note that for some bizarre reason, some of the translations of this I've encountered don't include who is talking. So it is more or less impossible to tell who is actually speaking in this, because it is, a back and forth. And if you're trying to read it as simply a straightforward someone saying something, it's not going to make a lot of sense. So, all right, so let's dive into it. So to begin, the student begins by asking, or by putting forward this potential objection. Since free choice seems to be incompatible with the grace, predestination, and foreknowledge of God, I want to know what this freedom of choice is, and whether we always have it. For if freedom of choice is the ability to sin and not to sin, as some are accustomed to say, and we always have that ability, then how is it we ever need grace? On the other hand, if we do not always have it, why is sin imputed to us when we sin without free choice? So the student is asking a bunch of questions packed into one paragraph here. First of all, what is the overall context of his question? Why is he asking this? What is the topic of conversation here?
Why do we have the freedom to sin if we're going to be punished for it, basically?
So that's part of it. That's what he's talking about here, right? That's those last two questions. But he starts off broader than that. He starts off with a broader discussion. So we'll get to that. And that is really the meat of his question. But yeah, something else?
We just start off with how can free will and providence coexist?
Yeah, right. So he starts off with a really broad-based discussion, which is why I assigned this bit. Right? He starts asking, okay, well, how can we be free and God be all-powerful? Okay, God's infinite. That seems to make the problem worse. Right? So if God is causally responsible for everything, how can we be causally responsible for anything?
Because anything that we decide, he can fix, I guess is the word. If he wants you to go left and you decide right, he can just make the right path curve over to make you go left.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Maybe, but that seems like a weirdly mechanistic way of God acting. It doesn't seem like God is actually in control of the world. It seems like God is altering the world in response to what you're doing to it, which seems kind of petty. And that's kind of where the student comes in later. He's like, where does he say? Oh no, the teacher brings it up that talking about God in that way is impious. Like that's talking about God like God is kind of like this petty little. Like he's playing with a model train set, and the train accidentally jumps the track, so he puts some extra tracks to fix it or something. Right? That doesn't seem quite right. So this is a big problem, that if God is causing everything, right? God is all-powerful, cause of everything. Another problem, if God knows everything, then how can you genuinely choose it, right? How can you be causally responsible for something if God is already causally responsible for it? And then further, how can you freely choose one of several alternatives if God already knows which alternative you're going to choose? These are big problems in the philosophy of religion. And there's still big problems in the philosophy of religion. This was 1,000 years ago, and we're still discussing these. And we were discussing these long before. This goes back to at least the earliest times of the monotheistic traditions. And there are versions of this problem in various polytheistic traditions as well as pantheism. Right? So the world is God. If the world is God, how can we contribute to that? If God is responsible still, if the universe operates in a certain way, how can we change it, etc. So depending on the tradition, this is still a problem. So, sorry, what was that question?
It just sounds like a prophecy, basically.
Yeah, prophecy is a great example of this. So suppose there is a prophecy suppose there's a prophecy that you're going to save the world. Can you not? Suppose you know, right? There's a prophecy that has been passed down. You know it's about you, and you know you're destined to save the world. Can you choose not to? Are you sure?
Yes, because
Then the prophecy would be wrong. And then, yeah, right?
Wouldn't it always, because prophecies can always be altered some way?
Maybe. But not if they're already right, though. And there's the tension. No, you're right. You're presumably right. If you chose not to, then the prophecy wouldn't have come true. And if you chose not to, and the prophecy wouldn't come true, then, well, maybe it wasn't a prophecy after all, or maybe it was misinterpreted, or maybe it would have never been made in the first place, or who knows? There's a lot of fantasy writing and a lot of science fiction writing that goes into this. Right? Anything involving any science fiction story involving time travel will inevitably get into this.
This goes back to people say Mary say no to birth of Jesus.
Yeah, great example. When the angel Gabriel showed up to announce that Mary would carry the child of God, could she have said, "Oh, no thanks, I'd rather not"? Well, maybe. The problem, though, is if she couldn't have, then it's not a choice. And if it's not a choice, it's not morally significant.
So like basically almost what happened in Oedipus, but it pretty much
Yeah. So is it that we genuinely have a choice, or is it like the story of Oedipus? So Oedipus Rex, the ancient Greek poem about the man who it's prophesied that he would. It was prophesied. He was warned in a prophecy that he would. Was it kill his father and sleep with his mother? Right. Yeah. So he didn't. So in trying to avoid it, he wound up fulfilling it because he slept with a woman not knowing that it was his mother, and killed his father. What was it? In retribution for trying to stop him or something. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while. But in trying not to fulfill the prophecy, he wound up fulfilling it. So we have this problem then. Was Oedipus free to choose? Well, he was going to do it anyway. So there's that problem. And if he was going to do it anyway, well, did he choose it? Could he have chosen otherwise, etc.? Yeah.
What do you mean if it's not a choice, it's not morally significant?
Well, if you can't, well, apparently it would seem that, well, let me put it in terms we're using here. If we do not have this capacity for choice, why is sin imputed to us when we sin without free choice? So what does imputed to us mean? What does that mean? That's one of the vocab definitions.
I'm saying Mary's example again, like if she couldn't say no, then she's not holy.
Something like that, or at least that seems to be the case, right? So if she couldn't have said no, then it wasn't something she's morally responsible for. So, for example, you're not morally praiseworthy for not falling onto the ceiling right now. None of you are falling onto the ceiling. It would be quite annoying to the rest of the class if you suddenly fell onto the ceiling. But you're not morally responsible for not falling onto the ceiling because you're not capable of it. You can't. Right? That's not how gravity works. You are morally responsible for not shouting right now. Right? It's all very praiseworthy of you all for not just shouting in the middle of class. why you're praiseworthy of that, right, why I can say that's good of you for not shouting, it is because, well, you could. Right? The question the student brings up here is, okay, why does God hold us morally responsible if we're puppets and God is the puppeteer and he moves the puppet around and bumps it into somebody else and then says, bad puppet, that was terrible of you, and then lights it on fire? That seems unfair, because if that's what's actually happening, then it is unfair.
Is it possible that God has like a predestination for us as a whole, and that each individual can act within its own circle, but it doesn't affect the whole outcome?
If he wants you
Maybe.
to go from A to B, and he doesn't care if you go left or right.
Okay.
But that's like saying that, like, oh, if you're famous, but you have to kill somebody, like I want to be famous, but if you kill somebody, I don't care because, you know, you're a big famous.
It's the John Hinckley problem, right? John Hinckley wanted to be, well, not necessarily he wanted to be famous, but he wanted to be recognized and admired by Jane Fonda, so he decided the best way of doing that was to shoot the president. So maybe his destiny was to be recognized and known by Jane Fonda. But how he did it's still important, right? It still matters. Yeah.
I've always had this idea of like everything is already predestined. Like there's already like something written for me. But like I asked this same question to my mom, dad, and stuff, but they couldn't answer. But there's this one guy, and then he made me like go to the Bible and kind of give me an answer. And he said that God wasn't responsible for everything that is happening right now, or for everything that will happen. Because he told me that, he showed me, and I read that, you know, in the beginning, I don't know if you guys are like familiar with reading the Bible or stuff, but he told me like in the beginning there was this, you know, ongoing war between, you know, like Adam and Eve, and then, you know, the snake that was like Satan, like the angel of God, and then kind of like disrupted what was going on. And then from that point on, in Satan, the angel like from God, was like, you know what, we can control everything. We don't need you to do anything. And then from that point on, the world is not controlled by God, but he let things happen to see, you know, you say you can control everything, let me see you control everything.
So maybe this is a kind of a solution, right? That God doesn't fully control everything. He controls outcomes to some degree, but he allows creatures to have some creative freedom. He allows creatures to contribute to creation. There's something to that. That's a point that another later medieval philosopher, John Duns Scotus makes. And he has something like that model. But Anselm wants to say that no, God is in complete control, including of all of your actions. Oh, and also you freely choose all of your actions, and you are completely causally responsible for them. It seems contradictory, but again, he's making a lot of distinctions here, and this winds up relying on some of those. So, to your point specifically, I most certainly recommend the third of these dialogues, which is on the fall of the devil, which talks about Satan's first choice, and why he talks about that, in particular, why he talks about the fall of the devil, and why he talks about fallen angels in general, is because they're great thought experiments. Right? Because angels don't have, you know, sensory inputs. They don't have like changing circumstances that might affect their decisions. They're making pure abstract decisions. So it's an easy way to analyze the kind of mechanism of free choice and how free we are in what circumstances and that kind of thing. So that's definitely something you should check out. And that's one of the extra credit quizzes as well. So that's something to look at. So yeah, follow up and then see if you have anything else. Yeah.
So if God is making all the decisions, but we're still morally responsible for them, does that mean God is within us? And so we're argue that God is like.
It's not just that. God isn't part of us. God is within us to an extent because God creates everything, including us. Right? But it's not like we are God in any significant respect. It's just that God is fully causally and morally responsible for everything on one level of consideration. But we are on a different level of consideration. But we'll look at what those are. To figure out what those are, we kind of have to finish the whole book of it. But kind of. That might be a good analogy. I mean, it's a pretty loose analogy, but it's one way of looking at it, right? So different levels of infinity, right? So there are different kinds of infinites. There are countable, uncountable infinites, et cetera, that kind of thing. Yeah. That's one way of looking at it, right? All right, so let's look at the other side of this problem. So on the one hand, right, so we have this issue, how is sin imputed to us? To get back to this, for the vocabulary part. For something to be imputed to an agent, what that just means is that they are causally responsible and morally responsible. They're both. So you can totally be causally responsible for something, but not morally responsible, like if it's an accident, or if it's coerced, or that kind of thing. Right? So if while walking around I accidentally bump into the table and it knocks over my coffee, I didn't think about it, I didn't consider it, I couldn't have realistically prevented it, I wasn't looking or whatever the case might be, right? I'm not morally responsible for it. Spilling the coffee in that case wouldn't be imputed to me because it's not my fault. Even though I caused it, my actions caused it. So for an action to be imputed to an agent, they have to be causally responsible for it, so they had to make it happen. And they're morally responsible for it. So they had to do it intentionally and by choice, etc. So the other side of this dilemma is that if we can always choose good or evil, if we can choose between good and bad things, and there's nothing preventing us, why do we need, well, Christianity claims that we need help doing good, right? Claims that we need grace. We can't always be good, because if we could be, we would. If you could always do everything you try to do very, very well, you would. But apparently you can't, because you don't. One other question. How is the student here defining free choice? What is the student's proposed definition for free choice?
Ability to sin and not to sin.
Right. What does the teacher have to say about that?
Doesn't think so.
Right. I don't think freedom of choice is the power to sin and not to sin. In other words, I don't think that's right. That's not what I'm talking about. Because after all, if this were its definition, in other words, if this were the definition of freedom of choice, then neither God nor the angels, who cannot sin, would have free choice. Right? In other words, you'd have to say that God can't choose things. God doesn't have freedom. And if freedom is a good thing, which remember back to talking about the problem of evil and the free will defense. Right? Free will is a sufficient good to justify the existence of chosen evils, of moral evils. But if it's a sufficient good, then if it's a good thing, we have to attribute it to God if God exists. God is all perfections. Yeah.
Freedom is a transcendental quality.
Maybe. It might be part of a transcendental quality or something like that. Now, ordinarily we wouldn't say that it is a transcendental simplicity, simply speaking, without caveat. But we could say that it is an essential component of justice, which is an essential component of the good, something like that. And that is something like what Anselm winds up settling on, I think. Yeah.
Like I would say that free choice is the ability to create is the ability to do whatever you want.
Okay.
And to create an outcome that would benefit you. And not really that's why God gave us free choice, because from that point on it's not because of him what happened, it's because of us. Like
so I think
say I want to do great for the class, like it's not just I'm not just gonna like, all right, I just want to do great. I'm gonna go over for the assignment and all that stuff. That's me. That's on me. Like the outcome of my grade is on me. It's not on God. Or if something bad happened, it's not on God. If something good happened, it's not on God. It's on me.
Right. So part of this is that you're hitting pretty close to what Anselm winds up defining it as. Right. That free choice is the freedom to choose good and not be impeded in any way. Right. So if I were to say you're free to pass this class, what does that have to mean?
That we can pass it no matter what?
No, maybe. That's a distinction we'll get to. But if you're free to pass this class, what does that tell me about you?
And I have the ability, the affection to pass the class.
Yeah, so you have the instrument.
Right.
You have the affection as well. Right? You want to pass it and you're capable of doing it. You have to be capable of doing it. Now, if you're capable of failing the class, what does that mean?
I have the instrument and affection to not pass
Okay? If you're capable of failing the class, if you have the affection to fail, can you pass?
Yes.
Not really.
Want to fail.
So if you have the affection to pass, you might not.
That goes back to the, can you have the affection without the exercise, or vice versa?
Right. So if you have the affection to pass the class, it doesn't mean you're gonna. You need the instrument. But if you have the affection to fail the class, you are gonna. You're gonna fail. Right? Because the instrument to fail is simply the non-exercise of the instrument to pass. It's like the ability to speak or the ability to see. Right? If you have the ability to see, then you can either see or not. If you don't have the ability to see, you suddenly can't choose to. The instrument. I'm talking about the instrument. If you have the instrument, if you don't have the instrument but you do have the affection, if that's even possible, which he questions, but we'll get to that. If you have the affection but not the instrument, you're not gonna have the outcome. Right? It's not gonna get exercised because you have nothing to exercise. Yeah. Yeah. Often, right? You have the capability of choosing to stand up and run outside the classroom right now, but no one's exercising it. No one probably even has the affection to, right? None of you want to stand up and scream banana. Right? No one has that affection, but you all have the instrument. You all could choose to do that. Right? So, before we dive into that distinction, though, there's one more I want to make, right? Which is here where the student proposes a solution. He says, why not say that free choice of God and the good angels is one thing, where our human free choice is something else? Why not just say that, in other words, why not say that freedom is different for God than it is for us? Why can't we just say these are different things? Because most things we say about ourselves don't apply to God in the same way. They're different. Right, when I say you're a good student, and I say God is good, I don't mean the same thing. Because if I meant what I mean when I say God is good, when I say you're a good student, I would just have to be saying that you're God. Because when I say God is good, I mean God is possessive of every perfection to an unlimited degree. If you as a student are possessing every perfection to an unlimited degree, it means you're God, and that's incoherent. Right? So there has to be some kind of a difference. So, okay. So the teacher responds to this. And this is down here. Even though human free choice differs from that of God and the good angels, so it does differ. There is a difference of some kind. The definition of the word freedom should still be the same for both. So there has to be some common definition. For example, even though one animal differs from another, whether substantially or accidentally, the definition of the word animal is the same for all animals. And therefore, we ought to offer a definition of freedom of choice that contains neither more nor less than freedom, so that it applies to both God and humans. All right, so I need a volunteer with a pet. Who has a pet? All right, great. So your name, what you are, and then your pet's name and what your pet is.
Okay, Caitlin.
K or C?
C.
C. Almost got it. L-I-N?
Y-N.
Y-N. Almost, man. All right. And what are you?
A human being.
Human. Got it. Easy question, but we'll get there. All right. What is your pet?
Her name is Heidi.
H-E-I-D-I?
Yes.
Okay. I got that one. And what is Heidi?
She is a dog.
All right. Dog. All right. Great. Heidi is an animal, right? And Caitlin is an animal, correct? I mean, all of this is correct, right? You're some kind of animal, so is Heidi. All right, does anybody else have a dog? All right, great. I've used your dog before. How about yours? Tiller. Is also a dog. And then Tiller is also an animal, right? Great. Anybody have another pet that isn't a dog? All right, great, I do. I have a cat. Her name's Angel. There's a cat. Great. All of these are animals. However, the term animal applies differently in each of these cases, to some degree. So these animals that we've named up on the board differ either accidentally or substantially. What does that mean? What is an accidental difference, or what is a substantial difference? This is in the glossary.
Human being returns accidentally since they're both living.
Okay.
And a cat differ substantially.
Yeah, so to use the examples, Heidi and Tiller differ accidentally. They're both dogs, they're just different dogs. They have different attributes. They have different accidental characteristics. In other words, they have different accidents. They have different things about them, but it doesn't change the fundamental thing that they are. Right? So Heidi and Tiller are the same kind of thing. However, Caitlin and Angel are substantially different. They're different kinds of thing. And so they differ in substance, or they differ in nature. They have different natures. But still, the term animal, right, they're all kinds of animals or all different animals. This applies differently to each of them. Right? So Caitlin is a different kind of animal than Angel. Heidi is a different animal than Tiller. Right? So the term animal here is still defined in the same way for all four of these. Right? All four of these things are all animals. We mean animal in exactly the same way, but it applies differently. Right? Heidi is a certain kind of animal at your house. Tiller is that same kind of animal at your house. Angel is a different kind of animal at my house, and Caitlin is a different kind of animal in this classroom. Right? So animal here means the same thing. Right? It means something like living being with that can auto-locomote and have sensation. Right? Use something like Aristotle's definition of what an animal is. Right? It can move itself and it can perceive things. Right? All these things have all of those qualities. Right? They're all animals. But they're animals in different ways. So this is what Anselm wants to do with respect to a definition of freedom. He wants to say, all right, what is freedom? Such that God has freedom in a certain way. Humans have freedom in a certain way. And maybe angels have freedom in a different way. He's not particularly concerned with animal freedom if there is such a thing. Right? He sets that aside, isn't really concerned with it. He's mostly talking about if these two especially are the same thing. And here he wants to say, well, they have to be the same thing in some respect. But they don't have to work exactly in the same way. It has to have the same fundamental meaning, but can have very different applications. Right? So Caitlin's animality, right, the kind of animal she is, she's a rational animal. Meanwhile, her dog Heidi is a canine animal, right? An animal with different substantial qualities, different fundamental qualities. Freedom has to mean something particular. It can't really differ between these things, but it can apply in a different way for humans than it does to God or to angels. It can work somewhat differently.
So what's the question? Who is the student and who is the teacher?
What do you mean?
Is Anselm the one who's being asked those questions?
Yeah, Anselm's writing both of these, but he's sort of placing his own voice in the voice of the teacher. So the teacher is expressing his views about it. Yeah, he presents these questions to his own view as a way of clarifying it. Question?
So, there's an accidental difference between God and angels, and there's a substantial difference between God and humans?
For the sake of these, there would be a substantial difference between each of the three. Right? So there could be an accidental difference between Caitlin and myself. right, in terms of how our freedom works, right? Because I would presumably have at least different affections and different exercises of those affections, right? Now, we might have the same instruments, might have the same powers, right? Powers of freedom, or the same powers of choice, or the same instruments of choice, right? That kind of thing. That might be the case, but we would definitely have different affections for them, and we would have different exercises of those powers. Right? So it would apply differently in an accidental sense, but not in an essential sense, or substantial sense. Because these things differ in substance, and these things differ in substance. Well, these only differ accidentally. So we are going to get into that difference too, right? So different people, or even different angels, might have different exercises or different affections of will, but we'll still have the same fundamental will, right, in the instrumental sense.
So this thing actually happened, it's not like an native that actually happened.
No, yeah, this didn't actually occur as far as we know. I don't think so. Right. So that's about all we have time for. We'll wrap up chapter 1 and we'll move on from there on Friday. All right, so let's pick it up where we left off. We left off basically at the top of that second page here. So we were talking about, well, what was the overall question? What was the question we were talking about? What was the general problem?
What is free will?
Okay.
Like how can we know that we have it?
Yeah, so free will, or to use a different term, Anselm calls it free choice here. The reason for this, the terminological difference is subtle, and I'll get into it a little bit. Primarily, it's because the term free will doesn't pop up for another couple hundred years. You don't have philosophers really writing about free will and using those terms until the late 13th century. Anselm's writing in the 11th. So, and he means something very slightly different. Free will is a narrower term than free choice. So he's talking about a broader range of things. And then also we're looking at putting free choice up against providence, or we can say predestination.
That's basically just God that chooses for you.
Right. So, yeah, so it's this problem of we seem to have causal power, and God seems to have causal power over the same things. So you can't have two causes that are equally fully responsible for something, at least apparently. So how can we be free if God controls everything? That's the fundamental problem that he's set out to solve here. So to that end, he needs to talk about what freedom of choice is, or what free choice is. And he needs to talk about how God's causal influence works. So we start out looking at, all right, well, what is freedom of choice? So we start off with this ability to sin or not to sin. We knock that out. That doesn't work. So first of all, we also get rid of this little issue of, well, maybe freedom just means different things for God as it does for us. And he wants to say, well, no, it can't be that. It has to mean the same thing, even if it applies differently. Right, so it can apply differently to God as it can to us, but it has to fundamentally mean the same thing. All right, so we can pick up from there. And this is why we were talking about the difference between how the term animal applies differently to a cat or to a dog or to a human being. Yeah. All right. So now we want to look at why it is that the power to sin or the power to do wrong isn't part of free choice. So
Is it?
it's not. According to Anselm, it's not. Right? It can't be. Right. Now, we have to be careful.
So with that logic, the power to do good is part of free choice?
Yep. So the power to do good is part of free choice, presumably. We have to figure that out still. That's part of freedom. At least not essentially. It's not essential to freedom. Right? The ability to do wrong or the ability to sin isn't essential to freedom. His short version of the argument is because, well, God is free and God can't sin, so it can't be part of freedom. Right? But he also goes into a little more into this. Right? I'm actually going to grab my book so I don't have to keep looking up. So, So this is part of his argument here at the end. So here he picks up. This is the top of that second page. Well, I mean, technically, I guess we should scroll down just a bit, because it starts down here. So he asks, the teacher asks, which will do you think is freer? One whose willing and whose ability not to sin are such that it cannot be turned away from the rectitude of not sinning, or one that in some way can be turned to sin? So which is freer, the one that's capable of doing the good always, or the one that is capable of being turned away from that?
The one who's capable of turning away.
Why is that?
Because
So note, that's what the student says, right? So the student says, I don't see, so we're right here. So the student just answers exactly like you do, right? I don't see why a will isn't freer that's capable of both. That makes sense, right? So yeah.
I think it's the first choice, like the one that you can't sin, because like sinning in itself is not free. So like it's kind of like once you're sinning.
but if you don't have the chance to sin, like you don't have
So what
you
is
don't have
like
the ability.
sinning in itself is not freedom. So like
Right, so he's asking here, which is more appropriate to freedom, or which is more free? Being able to not sin, or being able to sin?
What do we mean by free? Because
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out.
I mean, the way I see
So,
it is
now, let me
you
explain.
do one, not the other.
Right, so give me 1 second here, because that's actually a great question. Right, what do we mean by free? Because that's what we're trying to figure out, and he's going about it in a particular way. So he's doing what philosophers will often call an intuition pump, right, to get your intuition started. So to think about, all right, well, we know vaguely what freedom is. We kind of have this vague understanding of what it should mean. So what we do is we've got that framework, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how to apply it so we can come up with a definition. So what we're saying here is, well, what can freedom mean? It can mean, well, it could mean either one of these things, right? It could mean the ability to sin or not to sin, or it could just mean the ability not to sin, the ability to do good. So intuitively, it seems like, to your point, we'd be more free if we could choose either way, right? But then he starts to say, all right, well, it's one or the other, so can we rule this out? So which one seems like it's more free? Well, it might be that we can either sin or not sin, right, to go back to the original definition. But then he starts to narrow it down and figure out, okay, well, can it actually be that? Or does it have to be just this ability to do the good? Does that make sense so far?
Okay, so
Yeah.
is Anselm kind of saying that when you choose to sin, you've waived your right to the ability to not be able to sin?
Yes. He's not saying it yet, but that is his argument.
What is it?
So say that again, because that was spot on.
When you choose to sin, you waive your right to the ability to not be able to sin.
So when you choose to sin, what you've done is you've waived your right, or you've given up your ability not to sin. Okay. Boom. Although, I mean, it's more complicated than that, and he presents more of an argument to it, but yeah. Right, so, and that's part of what we're doing, is we're trying to put this really dense and really complicated philosophy into something like layman's terms that we can work through, yeah.
But what would be the opposite of that? When you choose to not sin, you're just exercising the right?
Right isn't quite the word I'd use, so like maybe your ability or your power or freedom. Freedom works.
I feel like that is making me, it makes me feel like once I sin once, I can never go back to not sinning. You know, I can,
Maybe that.
he can come around, strangle me right up front, and then go to the food bank and help out over there. You know, he's choosing to sin at one
I
time.
gave up this option, like sinning's no longer an option for him. He's already done it.
So that's part of it. Right? And then there's also a question of changing your inclinations or changing your affections, changing what you want to do by habituation. Right? This kind of goes back to a little bit of what Pascal talked about. So being able to habituate yourself into doing something or wanting something. But we'll get there. We can't jump ahead yet. We got to figure this out first. So the reason really he says that that being able to not sin is more free is because he came up with this on the previous dialogue and on truth, that the power of the will, what the will is a power for rectitude. It's a power to choose good things. And this is a fairly standard definition, right? Because if you want to choose something, right, if you choose to do something, what are you choosing to do? What are you choosing? What attracts you to it?
Something that might make me better or give me some sort of value.
Yeah, value, benefit, utility, something good in it, right? So you have a choice between chocolate cake and cherry pie. You choose chocolate cake. Why? It's delicious. That's good, right? So your will is inclined towards something good.
Yeah, but cherry pie isn't bad.
Yeah.
Less good.
It's less good, at least for you, right? It aligns less correctly with your particular tastes, maybe. All right. So change the scenario: chocolate cake or horse manure.
Horse manure.
Why?
To eat?
Tastes good.
To eat? Why?
Just choosing in general, or just?
Which one do you choose? Yeah, to eat. Which one is more appetizing? Which do you choose to eat? Horse manure or a chocolate cake? Why?
If I was fertilizing a lawn, I would choose manure.
That's true.
Yeah.
But that's a different good, right? So your will is either way aligning to some good, right? You're not going to go, I have a choice for my dessert between chocolate cake and horse manure, and I'm going to choose the one that is purely unpleasant, and there is nothing good about it whatsoever. It will provide me no pleasure, no nutrition, and will probably get me grievously ill. Great. That's incoherent, right? There's no way of rationalizing a choice like that. And if someone does make a choice like that, we usually say that they're insane, right? Because either their will isn't functioning properly, right? So it's something like an addiction, even if it's momentary. Well, maybe crap isn't a good example of this, but yeah, it's something like an addiction, so they're not capable of choosing otherwise, right? In some really fundamental psychological way.
Being sober or being, or drinking if you're an alcoholic.
Yeah, and you know that you know the booze is destroying your life, but you keep drinking because you're addicted, right? Or they just don't understand what's going on. They have some kind of mental delusion that such that they think there is some good in the horse manure that's not there. Right, if somebody's on drugs and they mistake it for something, or something like that.
In this case, isn't really me killing someone or doing something inherently bad. It's just something that might not benefit me.
Well, it's just something that's not good in general. So it could be that it doesn't benefit you, so it's imprudent. It's not a practical judgment, or it could be something that's morally wrong, right? So it doesn't benefit in general. So it's any kind of wrongdoing here, any kind of thing that is not ideal, any kind of action that isn't good, any kind of action that's less than optimal. Let's put it that way. Right. So another example of this that's it's not Anselm's example, but later philosophers have used this as an illustration of this kind of thing. Does anyone speak a language other than English in here? What? Okay. Which language are you more free to speak? Take that however you want. Which language are you more free to speak?
Here.
In general, just in general.
Canada.
Great. So that means that you could tell us how to say this, right? Easily?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you do it in French?
I can say it destination, just not free.
Yeah, so kind of. How about in Mandarin? No, right? So we have a few different languages here, and you're more free to speak one rather than another, right? I'm perfectly free to say anything in English because I'm capable of doing so. I'm kind of free to say things in Spanish because I'm kind of fluent in Spanish. I can cobble it together. I'm a little bit free to say things in Latin, partially because there's not words for everything I might want to say in Latin, right? Language is developed, and partially because I'm not fully fluent in it. I'm not free at all to speak Mandarin, because I just can't do it. Right? I'm not free, I'm not capable, I'm not able to do something. So we have this parallel here, that your freedom to do something is also in a sense your ability to accomplish it, your ability to do it. So you're not free to do something if you don't have the capacity for it. Huh?
But you have the capability to earn, and you can learn Mandarin.
Oh yeah.
You can get Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, might take me a while. Right? So I'm free in a really remote sense, but not as free as I am to say words in English and sentences in English.
As you're taking Rosetta Stone, you're becoming more free.
Yeah. Yeah. So just like as I'm, developing my, say, affection for justice, I'm becoming more free. My will in general is becoming more free. I'm more capable of doing the good. So we can move on a little bit here. So what he says next here seems to straightforwardly contradict what he just said, and that's always the fun part. So beginning chapter 2, let's start with this title. He says, nonetheless, angels and human beings sinned through this power and through free choice. Although they were able to be slaves to sin, sin was not able to master them. Now that second clause we'll pick up in a bit. I want to focus on that distinction that he makes here. So he says, through this power, namely free choice, and through free choice. That seems redundant. Why is it not? What distinction is he trying to make there? Between this power, which is free choice, and through free choice.
The choosing to learn the language?
Kind of. Maybe, kind of. It's to do with that. It's related to that. This comes back to a distinction we made on Wednesday, if anyone remembers.
The power of it. He's kind of talking about two different things.
Yeah, so what's different?
So that's like mentality, like, I have the power to, when I was younger, to sneak out at night.
Okay.
And then I was also, that power affected my thinking.
Uh-huh.
Affected free choice, so it's not really.
So, we've got the power, or to use his term, we have the instrument.
Like if you never learned to sneak out, then you wouldn't have a choice too, is that?
Yeah, and the kind of the way power can
Right. So you have the power of the instrument, then you have what he calls the affection.
Available instruments affects your free choice.
Right, so...
Influences your free choice.
Right. So whether you have the power to do something is the first question. Can you sneak out? Right? Are you capable of doing so? Your affection is whether you want to. Whether you have the inclination to do so. And you can't really have the inclination to do so if you can't do it. Right? I mean, maybe you can, maybe you abstractly can, but it's hard to even conceptualize something you're completely incapable of doing. Right? So,
Well,
I could
think of sneaking out and, even if my parents, lock the doors, have bars on the windows, have an alarm, I could still think of, what I would do if I snuck out.
Right, but it has to be vague.
Yeah, it's not,
Because if you don't know how to do it, then you can't really conceptualize it in detail. Here's a good example. So we can all imagine flying, right? Just unpowered, just take off and fly. None of us can do that. How would you do it?
But there's an actual plan to do it with that thing.
Well, how?
Like Iron Man does.
Yeah, okay. So maybe we can construct some technology, but that's really vague too.
So you have legit Iron Man blueprints, would that be enough?
Maybe.
So you mean
But-
like some people would fly this way, some people would fly this way, like some people would spread their arms, some people wouldn't.
Some people would do the Superman thing. Right, yeah, there'd be different ways of doing it, but then even further still, what's the mechanics of it? How do you do it? What happens? What causes this to occur? We all have to answer with a shrug, right? Because we don't know how to do it. If we knew how to, we could. We would have the power. We'd have the instrument of flight. Or if we knew how to sneak out, we'd have the power to. We'd have that instrument.
Yeah.
Right? And so if we have the affection, we kind of have to have this, or this is just going to be vague, and we're not really going to, there's not going to be any content behind it. And then certainly, we're not going to be able to do the next part, which is the exercise of the will, which is actually choosing to do it. Now, worth noting, I can choose to fly right now. No, I can choose to just like take off and fly around the room right now. Yeah. I can't do it, but I can choose to. Right? So I can have the exercise of a power that I don't have, strictly speaking. And I can choose to fly, but nothing will happen. Right? So these are distinct ideas. These are distinct things that can exist independently to some degree, but only to a relatively minor degree.
They can't exist separately, effectively.
Right.
They can't exist effectively.
Yeah, you can't actually exercise a power you don't have. Now, you can exercise the choice. You can choose to do so. And that tells us something. That tells us that we do have the instrument of free choice. Even if we don't have the power to do particular things, we can still choose them. We still always have this basic power to choose. That's why he's making this distinction between this power, in other words, the power of free choice, and choosing. Choosing might be a better way of saying it. Right? He's distinguishing between this and this, between the power or the instrument and the exercise. Affection comes in later. So he needs to make this distinction because, well, both of them are relevant. Right? Both of them are related, and it's still through the exercise of some power that, human beings, and in this case he talks about angels as well, that they sinned. But it's not as simple and straightforward as just one thing happening. Right? There's multiple factors to consider. Okay. So he goes on. How is it that it was still through free choice that we chose to do evil, or that we choose, even in the present, to do evil, if that isn't essential to free choice? If that isn't essential to freedom?
Because choosing to do wrong could be relative.
Maybe.
Someone robs the bank, pay for hospice for grandmother, or bills.
Yeah, okay, so maybe there's still some good there that the will is aiming at. So there's an element of that.
Because choosing, and then we have the ability to choose in and of itself.
Yeah, so we have the ability to choose. So that can be applied in different ways, yeah.
It's like we have the ability to choose free choice.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, doing bad's not essential to free choice. We still have free choice, then we can just, the other free choice, and we just choose not to actually utilize.
So choosing not to utilize free choice, maybe something like that. Something to add?
Simply saying is that you choose not to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you choose not to do the right thing, essentially you do the wrong thing.
Yeah, so we're on the right track. So one terminological thing that might help us out, where he says, where somebody chooses to sin, sin out of free choice or out of necessity. Right, he makes this distinction here, and this is in the middle of the middle paragraph. Oops. They sin either spontaneously or out of necessity. These are a couple of those opposites that are on the quiz. What does that mean? What is to sin spontaneously or to act spontaneously?
Would it be without reaction? Or
What do you mean?
without thinking about it, maybe?
One would think that's usually how we use the term today, but that's not how Anselm is using it here. This is a really precise technical term of the translation of the Latin sponte, if that matters to anyone. It's in the glossary. Which is why I ask. Right, so this is a really precise technical term. Right, so to act without any kind of reason, or to act without preconsideration, right, or impulsively, right, we might say. That's not what he's talking about. So to quote, In this technical sense, an act is spontaneous, or an agent acts spontaneously, when the act can be fully explained only by reference to something that originates within the agent. So it can only be explained with reference to something originating within the agent. In other words, it isn't caused by something outside the person causing it.
So like reactionary, throwing my hands up and slapping someone behind me back, that's not spontaneous by the definition, but
Right, so
turning around and punching someone behind me just, like that for no reason would be because I just thought of it in my head.
even if you have a reason for it, and here's why. So you can do something spontaneously and have a reason for doing it. But it has to be out of your capacity for choice. And it can't be simply by nature. What I mean by that is, so I have a marker in my hand, right? This has the nature of a material body, and this is a material thing. So if I open my hand and drop this, it'll fall to the ground naturally. That was not a spontaneous action. However, if I were to fall to the ground, if I were to just knock my legs out from under me and fall to the ground, that would be spontaneous.
An external force with the marker let go of it that caused it to drop down, but
Right.
you slapping your own foot is internal.
I'm acting, right? I'm doing something. There's nothing about my nature, my inherent nature, and nothing about outside causal forces that determine that I will fall to the ground, right? I can do one way or the other. Yeah.
So you drop the marker, it's necessary.
Mhm.
If you throw the marker, it would be spontaneous.
Well, if I drop the marker, it's still spontaneous in that I dropped it, but it falling or it flying across the room, its action is natural. Now, my actions can be natural as well. If I do something that isn't, like my heart beating right now, that's natural. Right? Even if I do something accidentally, if I don't intend something, that could be either spontaneous or natural, depends on how it works, right? So if I do something by reflex, then that would be natural, right? Like if I have developed a reflex to block something if someone throws something at me, that can be a natural response in that I didn't choose to do it, I didn't consider it. The cause of me throwing up my hands to block something about to hit my face is the thing about to hit my face. That's what caused it, right? I had no input on that. By contrast, if I haven't developed that reflex, say, so if I grew up never having anything thrown at me, and I see something throwing at me and I think, oh, I better remove that, right? I think about it and I act on it, I do it, that's spontaneous. It's a matter of me choosing to do it. It's a matter of the origin of the causal series being exclusively in me, and it not being caused fully by things outside of me.
So just the idea of it. So the idea of blocking something from hitting your face is completely foreign to you, and you block something before it hit your face, that would be spontaneous.
Well, no, I can have the thought, right? I can know what I'm doing. Right? So I can spontaneously take a drink of coffee. I know what coffee is, I know how the cup works, I know how to tip it towards my face, right?
So if someone's throwing a football at your face and you catch it on purpose, it's spontaneous. But if you don't, you just react because it's going to hit you.
Yeah. Or if it hits me and I flinch, right? It's spontaneous either from my nervous system or just from it, impacting me and I'm knocked back, or right. So one way of looking at this, so spontaneous actions begin new causal series. Right? A spontaneous action has no antecedent cause. It doesn't have causes before it that determine what's going to happen. Right? So there's nothing that causes me to be in a certain way such that I will make a certain choice. Otherwise, my actions aren't spontaneous. They're just natural. Right? Which is why we say that animal actions are natural. They don't have this faculty or instrument of will that humans do in the same way. So another example, we can go back to the addiction example. Right? Someone may not spontaneously choose to shoot heroin. That may be something that is imposed on them by some outside factor, that they don't have a choice in the matter. Right? Now, starting to take heroin, right, choosing to try it, right, that would be a spontaneous choice. There's nothing imposing on them from the outside. There's nothing forcing that decision. Now, if someone gets addicted to heroin by someone like forcibly injecting them, or better example, real world example, someone gets addicted to morphine because they were in the hospital for a long time and get a constant morphine drip. This happens all the time.
You mean heroin, pure heroin?
Yeah. Yeah, so if someone has a heroin addiction because they were addicted to morphine in the hospital, right, and that wasn't something that they chose to do, then there you go. None of that was spontaneous. So this is a fairly important distinction because we're looking at the origin of causal series, where the causing starts. So for a spontaneous action, there's one cause, at least in one respect. We'll look at what we might mean by that. But there's one primary cause, and that's the agent acting. Now that there are other factors that contribute to it, that need to happen, but we'll come back to that. So, on this note, we can continue, having this distinction in mind. So, he brings up this example of talking about being a slave to sin, or sin having the power to enslave the will. And what he wants to say is, the will can be enslaved to sin, but sin does not have the power to enslave the will. How does that work? Any thoughts, any ideas?
The will can be enslaved to sin, but sin cannot enslave the will.
Right. That. The will can be enslaved to sin, but sin cannot enslave the will.
So you can choose to sin,
Mm-hmm.
but you're like, you can't constantly sin every second of every day.
It's more like
Not exactly, yeah.
You can be quote unquote addicted to going to Bucks games, but the Bucks can't force you to go to every game.
Something like that. Yeah, that's a good example. Right? So you can be addicted to something, but the thing doesn't have the power to addict you.
Yeah.
But if it's
Right.
addictive, like heroin, it is addictive.
Uh-huh.
It isn't physically saying, hey, you have to shoot me up, but it's got the properties that.
So here you go. Here's a question to clarify the example. We'll use an example because you keep talking about heroin. Are you addicted to heroin?
No.
Good. Could you be?
If I had some, maybe.
Okay. What would you have to do to get addicted to heroin? You'd have to take it. If you don't take heroin and it's sitting over there, can it addict you?
No.
That's what he's talking about.
That makes more sense. That makes sense.
Right? That's a great example. I mean, he uses a different example here, which I do want to still mention, because it's pretty good. But that's fantastic, right? So heroin's addictive, right? But it can't addict you. You have to enslave your will to the thing that's going to enslave you. So so the analogy he presents is a rich man and a poor man. So the poor man can't make the rich man his debtor, or put the rich man in his debt, or make the rich man his slave. He's not capable of doing that, right? He doesn't have any power over what the rich man does with his money. But the rich man can choose to put himself in the poor man's debt. Right? And then he will be. Then he'll owe the poor man something. So, if I suppose unrealistically I have a lot of money.
So you're not a professor?
Or have tenure. Tenured professors make good money. I'll get there eventually, maybe. Maybe. In any case, so supposing I have a lot of money and supposing I have a checkbook, right, and I write a check to one of you guys. Right, what I've done is I've put myself in your debt in some respect. Right? You can cash that, and what that means is you have a demand on my money that I have promised to pay. What I've done is I've put myself in your debt. You can't say, right, you can't just go to the bank and say, I'd like to withdraw some money from Vincent McCoy's account. Right? It's not going to work. But you can if you have, something from me saying that you can do that. It's at home, but...
Yeah, nobody carries around their checkbook.
Yeah.
I thought you meant you just like did.
Careful now. I live up in the country, and I've been behind people at Winn-Dixie who do definitely carry a checkbook, and sometimes it's wet, which is just the worst thing ever. Oh yeah, no, it's bad. Anyway, side topic. Point being, right, that the will is like the rich man, right, in this scenario, or like you with respect to heroin. The will can enslave itself, but it can't be enslaved by something without its consent, at least initially. And that's why we can say that the choice to sin was a genuine free choice. It was part of at least something of this process. But so sin doesn't have the power to enslave the will, but the will can choose to sin. Now the question still arises, how does that work if sinning isn't part of freedom? All right. So let's move on a little bit to 3. So chapter 3 talks about what is free choice, such that it can do all of these seemingly contradictory things. It can it doesn't include the power to sin, but it can give rise to sinning. It can choose to be enslaved to sin. And it can do wrong things, even though that's not part of its characteristic power. It's real what it's for. So, something to note here. We already asked what is, now we're around this area. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. We're around this area. So what is the will for? What does the will do?
The ability to do good.
Right, it's the ability, well, in particular, it's the ability to choose good. Because you can have the ability to choose something without having the ability to do something, right? The flying example. Right? So it's the ability to choose the good. Right? Or in order to attain rectitude, right, where the mouse is. Right?
I know you say will, but you mean will.
Yeah. So again, synonymously. So the will is any of these things, right? And it's always free unless it enslaves itself, or unless it allows itself to be enslaved. Okay. So, if what the will is the ability to choose the good, then how is it that it can choose bad?
Into an eventual good.
Maybe, right? So it chooses bad as a way of attaining good. Or maybe it chooses a lesser good, right? Choosing cherry pie instead of chocolate cake, at least for you. Right?
As long as it doesn't necessarily choose bad, but it just doesn't choose good.
Yeah, it's through a kind of inaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, where does he talk about this? So, this is where we get into this. This is where this distinction becomes really important. Because what he's going to wind up saying is we always have this, the instrument. We always have the instrument for willing. Because the instrument for willing is always going to be directed towards the good in some capacity. But what we can do is through choosing not to do the good, what we've done is we've exercised the will not fully. We haven't fully exercised it. And we've inclined the will not fully away from the good by choosing to exercise it not fully. And I say this in a weird kind of way just because it's the only way in English to convey the Latin terms. The negation in Latin can attach to particular words in much more carefully than it can to English. We attach the negative to clauses. So we would say that it doesn't fully attain the good. Latin would say it attains the good not fully, but English, that's weird. So that's why I'm talking funny. But the point here is that we still have this power. Right? So we still have free will, but free will is incapable of choosing the good fully. because we've abandoned the affection for the good, or at least to its utmost. So, using an example here, he analogizes this to seeing and to sight. So this is an example I mentioned Wednesday as well. So, I can see. We can mean that in a couple of ways. We can say by that, I can see you, meaning my eyes are open, I am visually taking in the information of you, right? I'm perceiving you. What do I need to do that? Okay, yeah, so I need the faculty of vision, which includes, eyeballs, a functioning optic nerve, a brain, etc. Right? The stuff that allows me to have the capacity for vision, right? I have the power of vision. All right, what else do I need to be able to see you?
It's actually to keep your eyes open.
Okay. So there are parts of this, and they're the same parts as that.
Actually, see,
What do you mean?
like the one to look around and see.
Yeah, so I also, in addition to the power, I need the affection, I need the exercise. Right? So that's these same parts.
I mean, sometimes you can see things that you did not necessarily want to see.
That's true, right? So if something just passes through my field of vision, I'll see it, even if I'm not looking at it. And this is a linguistic distinction as well as an important one, but it's not exactly what he's talking about here. But so we have the capacity to see something, whether we're directing our eyes to it or not. So what else do I need in order to see you?
Light.
Light. What's that doing?
Well, I think opposite.
Yeah.
Wavelengths to
Going for
Yeah, so we need light, which is what allows me to see, right? It assists. All right, what else? What else do we need? What else do I need to see you?
us.
Yeah. Something visible. Anselm uses a mountain. This is his example. Right? Someone who can see a mountain. What else do I need? I need one more thing.
Everything the mountain depends on.
That's true. But that's all kind of included in the visible thing.
No obstructions.
I need no blindfold, for example. So I need to be able to see. I need something to see. I need something to see it with, and I need nothing stopping me. I need all of these things in order to see something. All of these are equally and critically important for the exercise of any power. Any power or any faculty or any instrument, in order for it to be exercised, so again, looking to the footnote, any action or task or operation or something I'm doing, right? Anything like that is going to require all of these things. It's going to need the power to do it. It's going to need something that permits it to happen, something that allows it to happen. It's going to need the thing that's being acted upon, or so we would say an object, and we would need nothing to stop it. All right, so quoting. So you see the power of seeing some body. So again, what is a body here? What is he talking about? Some body, 2 words. What does he mean?
Any material being.
Right, so keep in mind when he says a body, he's talking about a material being. So rocks and chairs and tables and humans. So the power to see one body is one power in the one who sees, another power in the object to be seen, right? So this has the power of being visible to some extent, in some way, where we can say that and mean something by it. Another in the medium, right? So the light that allows it to be seen. And in the medium, there's one power in something that gives aid and another that does not impede. Right? So the medium of seeing, so the light that allows it to be seen and the lack of a hand in front of your face that allows it to be seen. So you need the vision, you need something that allows it to be seen, and you need something to be visible. And he says, these are then 4 powers. If any one of them is lacking, the other 3 cannot accomplish anything, either individually or altogether. So, if you're asleep, you don't have the faculty of vision, or you don't have the affection for it, at least. Right? So you're not capable of exercising your faculty of vision if you're asleep. Even supposing there are no obstructions, so you sleep with your eyes open, say, there is light in the room and there are things to see, you're still not seeing them. So without vision, you're not going to see anything. If all the lights are off, if all of the lights are off and, here, let's do it. Well, can you still read that?
Barely.
Barely. Yeah, that's pretty bright, so.
Use your hand for it, but I can't really see it.
Here, let's be mean. And now can you read it?
No.
I didn't think so. Now let's not do that anymore. Right. I really hope this actually works. There we go. So without light, even though there's nothing obstructing your vision is still working fine, and the text is still there to be read, you can't see it. Now, if you close your eyes, your eyelids are now obstructing. Right? So if this isn't working, then the thing isn't there. Further still, if I erase this part, you can no longer see it. There's nothing there being visible. So all of these are necessary in order for the power to be exercised. However, hang on, meant to keep that erased. If I do erase this and there's nothing visible, your vision is still working. There's still light in the room, and there's still nothing obstructing you. So this is where he continues. And yet, when the other three are missing, we do not deny that a person who has vision, or the instrument or power for seeing, or that the visible thing can be seen, or that light can aid vision. In other words, even if we don't have a thing to be seen, right? In other words, if we can't see something, we can still see. Even if there's no light, we can still see. The thing might still be there. Right? So just because a power can't be exercised due to something doesn't mean we don't have the power. Right? So then he continues, and this is where we're going to conclude for today. We're kind of out of time, but I'm going to wrap up here. Chapter 4, first of all, he notes that this isn't, properly speaking, a power. Right? Because all it requires, this fourth one, the not being obstructed, that just requires something to not act. So that's not, strictly speaking, a power. So moving on from that, it might be important, but it's not as important as the others. It's important to note here that you can have the power of something without it being exercised, and even without it being able to be exercised because of some impediment, or because of a lack of some object. In other words, applying this to the will, we can still have the instrument, even if we don't have the affection to use it properly, nor if we do not exercise it properly. So in other words, you can have a free will even if it isn't free.
Free being the other things available in order to exercise it?
Yeah, so it's free in itself, but it's not exercised freely. Moving on a little bit, here we have, we're talking about here the question of whether you have the power of preserving rectitude. In other words, if you have the power of continuing to will something good if you already will it, even if you don't already will it. Yeah, it's weird. Let's go with another analogy, and let's go with the vision analogy. So if you cover your eyes, are you capable of seeing?
Yeah.
Why? Why do you say yes?
You didn't close your eyes, you just covered your eyes.
Yeah, right? So if I cover my eyes, maybe I can't see this, right? I can't see the flower, but I'm still capable of seeing, right? In this case, I'm seeing the palm of my hand, right? Even if I close my eyes, I'm in some sense capable of seeing. I'm just seeing my eyelids, right? My power of vision is still there. The power of vision, right? This part is still fully operational. There's nothing wrong with this if I cover or close my eyes, if something gets in the way, or if I turn the lights off, or if I erase the flower. Right? I'm still capable of seeing this, even if something else is preventing it, even if something else is not allowing me to do so. So by analogy, the will is capable of willing something, even if it's being prevented from willing that thing, either by itself or by something else. The will is capable of willing something in the most basic sense, even if it can't actually do so. Let's clarify this a little bit more. Do you remember what are the three aspects of the will, or the three things we might mean by the will? Yeah, so that's the most fundamental, right? So the ability, or he also calls it the faculty. The ability or the faculty to choose something good. Okay, what else? There's two other things we could mean, or there's two other parts to this.
Like I can.
Right, so that's more or less the ability, right? I'm capable of it. What else though? And what?
Hope, maybe?
Close. But I mean, you might be able to call it hope, right? But yeah, what?
Talking about the instrument, affection, and exercise.
Yeah, so the ability, faculty, or another one he uses, instrument. Yeah. Right? This is the same as when he talks about the instrument. And then the hope for something, or the desire for something, or the affection for something. And so I'm just going to go with affection. Or we can say the desire, or even the hope for something, right? That the will is inclined to something, right? It wants something. Right? To say that I will to drink my coffee is to say that I want to. What else is it saying? If I will to drink coffee, what else could be happening? What else are we talking about? Well, I can, right? That's the ability, right? I'm capable of lifting it to my mouth and taking a sip. I will it, in other words, I have the affection for it, I have the desire, have the hope, have the inclination. What else? Yeah, the exercise. Right? Or we can say the doing, or choosing. So when I will to take a drink of coffee, there's a few things happening. I have the ability to drink the coffee, or at least the ability to choose to do so. I also have the affection for it, right? I want to, and then I do. All of these can be talked about in terms of willing something. So this, analogous to vision, the ability to see, is like the instrument or the faculty. This is our capacity for doing something. The object is the thing willed, right? The thing that you want, the thing that you do, that you choose to do. So these have to be something sort of in between your power of willing, in between you and the thing that you will. So it's something that gets you there. So this light, in one sense, it's the affection. It's what allows you not only to have the power of doing something, but it allows you to exercise it on a particular object. And it's always going to be an affection towards the object, just like light is illuminating the flower on the board. Right. And it's the power of will, so let's go with the instrument of will. Right. It's inclining the will towards something. Okay. But if you don't have that, if you don't have the affection for something, if you don't want something, there's a sense in which you can will it, but there's also a sense in which you can't. How do we make that distinction? Between if you don't want something, in what sense can you will it, and in what sense can you not? In what sense is it impossible?
Wait, is affection object or the light?
Oh, it's light. That's confusing. The affection is inclined towards an object. The object is the thing that you will, or the thing that you want, or the action that you choose. In what sense is it possible to will something that you have no affection for? And in what sense is it impossible to will something that you have no affection for? By analogy, in what sense is it possible to see something if there's no light? And in what sense is it impossible to see something if there's no light?
If you change the definition of see.
Well, you got to kind of mean a little bit, you have to mean something a little bit different by it. More importantly, I think you need to mean something a little bit different by being able to or being capable of. Here's an example, and this is an example using will. All right, so imagine you are selecting a dessert. Let's say after Thanksgiving dinner. You have the choice between, for dessert after dinner, you have the choice between chocolate cake, pecan pie, and a steaming pile of dog shit. How many of you are going to choose the chocolate cake? Raise your hand. All right. How many of you are going to choose the pecan pie? Raise your hand. Really? Okay, well, a couple people, good enough. How many of you are going to choose the steaming pile of dog shit? Why? Because why?
Because I don't like cake or pie.
Okay.
Choices.
Okay, what are you going to do with it?
I don't gotta eat it. I'm not going to.
That's true. You can just kind of leave it there. Fair enough. Why leave the dog shit there and not just leave the slice of pie there for someone else to eat, or the cake?
I don't want the slice of pie or the pecan pie.
Okay.
Or the cake.
All right. So you can just kind of say, "Oh, no, thanks." So first of all, no, thank you is an option here, right? So I don't want to discount that. At least for now. We might want to remove no thank you as an option later once we start talking about what Anselm talks about in chapter 5. But for now, that's an option. You can just say, no thanks, that's okay. Given that option, would you still choose to have the plate of, okay, I didn't think so. So I think we could say fairly that none of us in here have the affection for a steaming pile of dog shit for dessert, right? Fair to say? Right, that's a perfectly reasonable response. But we have the ability to choose it, as demonstrated. Thank you. I was hoping someone would say that. We have the ability, right? We can choose it. There's nothing preventing us from choosing it. There's no obstruction. There is an object. We just have no affection for it and would have no reason to have an affection for it. Oh, come on. It'll come back. That's fine. So in what sense are we capable of choosing it, and in what sense are we not capable of choosing it? Anybody?
Well, it seems you're always capable of choosing it.
Right? So you're always capable in general. You still have the faculty, or you have the instrument that can choose it. So you can choose to order a pile of dog shit for dessert after Thanksgiving. You can go in the backyard and scoop it up after the dog had his leftovers. That's fine. But why is it that no one is going to choose that?
I don't get how that changes your capability.
It doesn't in one sense. You're still capable of choosing it. The difference is you never will. Right? Because you have no affection for that choice, so you're not going to exercise it. So the point here is, if you're missing part of this faculty of willing, right? If you still don't have if you don't have the affection for something, you still have the ability. You can still choose it in the abstract.
Does not affect will.
It doesn't affect that part of will. It does affect your choices. So it affects that, if it affects your will in that sense. But we have to be careful what we mean by will, because Anselm means a few different things by it. Yeah. So if you don't have the affection for something, you're not going to choose it. However, you still can.
Right, because what cases is it impossible? When there's lack of affection to will, they're not.
Kind of. And it really depends on what you're talking about for impossibility. If by impossible you just mean it'll never happen, then yeah, it is impossible. If you mean that you're incapable of choosing it, it's never impossible. And that's a really important distinction, especially for this next question, because right here we move on to asking whether temptation compels the will to sin. In other words, are we caused to do wrong by some temptation? Is the desirability of something wrong, is that what causes us to sin, or is it always a choice? Is it still a choice, even if we seem like we're compelled? So to illustrate this, he has an example here about lying. In particular, lying to save one's life. So we can elaborate on the scenario a little bit. So first of all, he says, no one abandons rectitude of the will except by willing to do so. Therefore, if against one's will means unwillingly, no one abandons rectitude against his will. In other words, we still will something even if we might ordinarily, in a kind of imprecise, improper way, say that it's against one's will. It's still willing, at least in an important sense. So the example he brings up is, lying to save one's life. So we can imagine a scenario like this. So suppose someone is out to get you. Someone's out to kill you. And they are asking around, are you this person I'm after? Are you this person I'm after? And they get to you, and they ask, are you your name? They obviously are intent on killing whoever you are. They're actually intent on killing you. But you have reason to think that if you say, oh no, that's not me, they'll believe you and move on. He's also assuming here, which we can just assume for the sake of argument, that lying is always wrong. Right? So maybe it isn't, maybe it is, we can set that issue aside, we can just go with his assumption that it's always wrong to lie. The question then is, if you say no, for my example, no, I'm not Vincent McCoy, that's somebody else, and the murderer believes me and moves on, did I lie willingly or unwillingly?
Willingly.
Then why would we still say, well, I lied because I had no choice?
You did. You could have chosen to get married.
I could have chosen to be murdered. Yeah, that's true. Anselm wants to put some nuance on this, because we say that kind of thing all the time. I didn't have a choice, right? Especially if we're coming up with an excuse for something that we ordinarily would say is wrong, we would want to say, if we want to, not be blamed for it, we want to say, well, I didn't have a choice, I had to.
Wouldn't you think it's a right or wrong to tell the truth in that situation? Basically committing suicide. It sounds like it's a failure.
There is a difference between allowing someone to kill you and committing suicide. That's true. But Anselm is perfectly fine here assuming that allowing yourself to be killed, especially for a frivolous reason, is wrong. Right? We can admit that. We can just go full bore for that. Right? So he's going to say, lying, that's wrong. Allowing yourself to be killed for frivolous reasons, that's wrong too. So there's a problem.
They're both wrong, and you really didn't have a choice in choosing something wrong. You had a choice which one to choose, but both answers can be wrong.
Yeah. So say that again. Say that again. Because this is what Anselm winds up saying. So go ahead.
Say I didn't have a choice because you did have a choice. It's just that both options were wrong.
Right. Yeah. It's something like this.
But so does that mean that there's one which is more wrong than the other?
Maybe.
That's relative.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it's not. Maybe there can still be an objective answer to that, right? That's true. So you did something objectively wrong.
Right, so the alternative is worse, that's why you have a choice, right?
Maybe. You didn't have a choice in one sense, right? He wants to draw out this distinction. So let me scroll this down a little bit. There. And this is right here. So right at the top of this. I don't know if you can see this, but I'll read it out. Talking about the person who lies in order to save his life. He certainly lies against his will because it is against his will that he must either lie or be killed. That is, it is against his will that he is in this difficulty or in this situation. So that of necessity, one of these two possibilities must come about.
So the whole predicament is wrong in general?
I don't know if I would say it's wrong, but it is against his will to be in that predicament. Right. And that it's a predicament that forces a wrong answer. Let me give an analogy. Or, well, another example that you've probably heard of. Does this look familiar? There. Oh, wait. There we go. We've all heard of the trolley problem. This is where you happen across a runaway trolley. There are 5 people trapped on the track that it's going down. You find a switch. You know that if you flip this switch, you can divert it to another track, and it'll only kill one person who's trapped on a different track. Do you flip the switch, killing one person, or do you leave it alone, allowing 5 to die? Good question. That's important. For the sake of argument, we usually just assume that all of these are innocent strangers.
Kill the one person.
Okay, so you actively kill someone. That sounds like murder. That sounds wrong.
And actively killing 5 or actively killing 1?
Well, you're not actively killing 5.
No, I said inactive.
That's true. You save 5 people if you flip the switch, but you actively kill somebody.
Yeah, you did something.
Yeah, you did something that killed someone. Now, the other way, you don't act. You don't make yourself morally culpable, but at the same time, you could have prevented the deaths of 5 people and you chose not to. You're responsible for their deaths. You've done something wrong. Yeah.
If you don't flip the switch, you're gonna have more guilt because you know you could have done something. But then again, you just actively killed one person. But
Yeah.
you could have saved 3. You could have saved 4. You could have saved 5.
It's true.
So I'm gonna have to run over 5 people.
Yeah.
Run over 1. No, because if you do the switch thing, then you know what you're doing. You're intentionally killing someone.
Yeah. So here's all right, here we go. Let's change the scenario a little bit. And this is a common change to this. So let me, I can get rid of this. So if instead of, oh, actually, you know what? I can just search for it. I'll just find it. So instead of switching the track, oh God, that's not right. That is. There we go. This is a really common ethical dilemma. So instead of being able to switch the track, suppose you're above the track and there is a very large person next to you. And you know that if you push the large person onto the track, he will be brutally killed, stopping the train, and it won't kill the other 5 people.
What?
Do you push him onto the track?
No. They're gonna get all 5 people are getting run over.
Well, wait a minute. You said that you would kill somebody to save 5.
But in this case, would you
That's
have
different.
time to try and save as many people?
Well, not if
Having
the
to be waiting for
No, that's a...
not if it's a runaway trolley and you can just go shove.
Well, the trolley still won't stop.
He's really big.
That's murder.
It is.
The situations are different. If
How?
you weren't there in the first scenario,
Mhm.
the truck would still have killed like this number of 5 people.
Mhm.
Here you're actively pushing someone who nothing would have happened to if you hadn't.
But
If you weren't there in this one, it was still...
yeah, if you weren't here in this one, these 5 people still die. If you're not here in this one, then these 5 people still die. In this one, if you flip the switch, this guy dies. In this one, if you push him over, this guy dies. They're functionally identical.
Yeah.
So the point of this, now, in an ethics class, we could spend weeks and weeks and weeks on this and get nowhere. The reason we would get nowhere is something that Anselm points out, is that there are situations you can find yourself in which there is no right answer. There's no right answer to a trolley problem. Getting yourself into a situation like this is a problem in itself. What we would say is that you are in the situation unwillingly. But the choice you make within the situation is still your choice. Right? And you're still responsible for it. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Because you made a choice. So what's going on here? What seems to be happening is that, well, we can look at this to clarify what's going on when we become enslaved to sin, as he says. Because we always have the ability to will something. We have the ability to will anything, right? In this minimal instrumental sense, right? We have the capacity to will anything. In the trolley problem, you can will that everyone survives. You can choose to save everyone. You can't do it. You can't actually exercise that will. You can't accomplish it, but you can choose it. The problem is you have no capability of carrying it out. So that rules out the exercise. When you're limited in a situation, right, when you say, oh, I had no choice between lying and being killed, what happens is you don't have the affection for telling the truth in that case. Another affection is overpowering it, your desire to stay alive. So what's going on here is that by removing your capacity for exercising a certain power, and by removing your affections for certain choices, you're limiting your ability to choose in an important sense. You're putting yourself into a situation where the choices are limited. So, how does this relate to enslaving one's will to sin or to doing wrong? Because we still have the abstract capability or the faculty for choosing the good. Right? We can still choose to do good. We just won't. Because we've put ourselves into a situation where we don't have the affection for choosing something good. We've limited our options. So what this means is, so if we have preserved rectitude, to use his terms, right? We've preserved this inclination of the will towards good things, which is what he means really by rectitude. So if we have the affection for doing good in whatever circumstance, then we're capable of doing it, and we probably will. However, if we have abandoned rectitude, if what we've done is we've chosen to habituate ourselves into doing wrong things, into making the wrong choice, what we've done is we've gotten rid of the affection. So, in that sense, we have the instrument for choosing the good. We're still capable of choosing the good, but we won't. And in an important sense, we can't. Just like you can't choose a pile of dog shit for dessert. Right? Now you can in some really abstract sense, right? You could choose to order it, maybe just to spite me. Just to prove, yeah, I can, and I'll eat it too, and I'll enjoy every second of it. And it'll be awful.
So in that sense, when you can't choose good or you have to choose wrong, is that sinning?
Yep. Because you're still making a choice. You're still exercising your faculty of will. You're exercising the instrument for something that you have an inclination for and have actively chosen.
Does he offer a solution to me?
Yeah, we'll get there. He hasn't offered a solution yet, but he has one, yeah.
Is the exercise part that compared to the no obstructions?
The exercise is more like looking, directing your eyes.
So it's like it's a separate thing from the four.
Yeah, so the four, let me write these back up here, because that is a good question. So we've got vision, or actually, let me just put these in abstract terms. So we have the faculty, we have the what allows, we have the object, and we have no obstructions. Right. So the faculty is obviously the faculty or the instrument, right? It's the ability. You're capable of choosing regardless of whether there's something that allows it, whether there's something that obstructs it, or whether there's an object. Yeah?
In these cases, we still have the choice to not do anything, right? But it seems like it's still wrong to not do anything.
Well, in the trolley problem case, yeah. And that's why I said, well, wait a minute, because yeah, you can choose just not to order dessert if none of the options seem appealing. But if a runaway trolley is hurtling down the tracks and you choose to do nothing, you're allowing something bad to happen that you could have prevented.
You can also choose to not say anything. They ask for your name, and the mother asks for your name.
That's true. You can choose not to lie. But I think he's assuming here that if you don't lie, they're going to assume that, oh, you must be the person I'm here to kill.
Right, it's still wrong to choose not to do anything.
It's wrong in a sense, at least, yeah. Right? Because you're still allowing yourself to be killed.
And it's the same, like, according to him.
In a sense, it's not ideal. Because again, that's what he means by a sin, right? Sin isn't necessarily like violation of some abstract ethical norm. Sin here, he just means imperfection, doing something that is non-optimal. I think I mentioned this early on when we were looking at what he's talking about. Right? Something, because to not sin for Anselm and how he's talking about this is to do the right thing. And to do the right thing is to do the best thing possible. Because remember, think back to early on in the course, Anselm is the one who defined God as that than which nothing greater can be thought. He thinks really strongly in terms of maximal perfection. So maximal perfection in terms of exercising the will is just exercising the will in the best way possible.
Trying to not sin is to choose the best possible option.
Uh-huh.
And for example, in the case of the matter, you do have worse wrong, for lack of better words. So if you do choose to lie and say a name, you're not sinning.
So how Anselm would... So assuming that lying is always wrong, how he winds up deciding is that, yeah, you've chosen to lie. He doesn't really consider the other option in the same terms, right? So we can, right? We can look at it, allowing yourself to be killed. That's wrong in some sense. Now there you can say, okay, well, which one is more wrong? And so you can say that, okay, well, the best choice is to lie and not allow yourself to be killed, because allowing yourself to be killed is worse. Maybe. But remember, that's not the best possible option. Because the best possible option comes down to what you're capable of willing, not what you have an affection for, not what circumstances you're in. So, the best possible option is to not get into that situation in the first place. If there's anything that you could have done to avoid that situation, whether you knew it or not, that would have been the right choice. That would have been avoiding sin, is not getting yourself into this situation in the first place. Why this matters isn't about any particular situation you put yourself in. Why he's talking about this is because in terms of enslaving one's will to sin, right? In terms of eliminating affections for the good, we do put ourselves into that situation by choosing lesser goods. Rather than choosing to do the best thing possible, what we wind up doing is we choose to do wrong. And in choosing to do wrong, we eliminate the affection for higher goods. And so we make ourselves incapable of choosing those higher goods. We eliminate the affection. But even after we've eliminated the affection, we don't have the affection for the highest good, the best possible option. We can't choose it in that sense. We can't exercise that will. We still have the capability of doing so in the most minimal sense. And so we're still responsible for choosing otherwise, even in situations where we would have no desire to do the right thing. So we've caught ourselves in this trap. And we've put ourselves in a no-win situation. And that's what Anselm is really pointing to in this 5th chapter. Because it's not, remember, the question here in this chapter is whether temptation compels you to sin against your will. In one sense, kind of. Because temptation is an affection that you have. So that leads you to exercise it. But at the same time, you have the capacity to do otherwise, even if you would never exercise it, even if you don't have the affection for exercising it, even if you don't want to. There's nothing about it that compels you to. It's still, in that sense, your will, right, in this sense, in the instrumental sense, it's still your will that chooses it, that chooses to do something wrong, even if you don't have the affection for anything better. Even if you've put yourself into the circumstance of being only realistically capable of choosing wrong options. So in this sense, it still comes back to the will enslaving itself. All right, is that clear enough? Clear enough? No? All right, well, we can come back to it next time.
Without control over your actions, you're not a robot that's being controlled. Like, you can't enslave your options to something.
Sure you can. Yeah. I mean, here's one. If I spill my coffee, can I still drink it?
Yeah.
I could lick the floor.
Yes.
But am I going to? Under any circumstance, am I going to lick the floor if I spill my coffee?
You can choose to.
I can, but will I?
If that was the last bit of caffeine in the world.
Probably not. I'm not that addicted. I would just have splitting headaches for like a few weeks. I do have a problem, but it's a little problem. It's okay. But really, I don't have the affection. I don't have the affection or the desire to lick coffee off the floor, so I never would. Even if I'm abstractly capable of doing so, I could choose it. Oh yeah, if I had the desire, then the question disappears, right? So then I just would have the desire and I would choose it. We're talking about when you restrict yourself from certain options. Right? I've restricted myself from the option of licking caffeine off the floor. Right? If it were dropping an ice cream cone and I were 1.5, I wouldn't have restricted my options yet.
So then it seems you have no control over your actions.
Sure you do. You can choose to. You can choose to lick it off the floor or not.
We're enslaved to.
All right, so before we move on to chapter 6, first I want to go over what we already talked about for chapter 5. And then there's this one little aside thing that he mentions about horses. So we'll discuss that pretty shortly. But first, I want you to answer this question. Why can't temptation compel or enslave the will? So take a minute or so and write something down. Write down an answer, according to Anselm, why can't temptation compel or enslave the will? Yeah.
Well, I thought, like, since the will wants to know the truth, truth ought to be good, and actually our will wants good money.
Okay, so the will is inclined towards the good in general. So now, something worth noting there, and this is, he talks about this in the first dialogue on truth. So if you read that, some of this is going to be familiar. So when we talk about the will being inclined towards truth, depends what we mean by truth here. The truth of the will is rectitude. So in the context of the will, that's doing the right thing, that's doing good. So, and again, for a little bit of context here, the reason he comes up with that, if you haven't read on truth, the reason he comes up with that has to do with the transcendentals. So we talked about transcendental qualities back when we were talking about Anselm the last time, and then we brought it up again when we were talking about Aquinas. Transcendental qualities are qualities which are convertible with being. So being considered in a certain way. So being considered intellectually, right? So considered as an object of the intellect is truth. Being considered as an object of the will is good. And so good and truth are really the same thing. It's just the good is the truth of the will, or truth is the good of the intellect. Something like that. So why does that make it so that temptation can't compel the will? So temptation being something less than optimal or less than good, right? That still seems desirable.
The will is always oriented towards good.
Okay.
It's like,
Naturally speaking, yes. But because because the will acts spontaneously and not just naturally, the will can still choose not to choose the good, right? So why is it that when, for example, when you choose to do something suboptimal, or you choose to do something wrong, or you choose to sin, how is it that we say that that's your choice, it's your fault, it's not temptation or wrong compelling you?
because we know the truth. But I guess we don't know the truth, but we're
Well, if you know the truth, then you...
oriented around the truth because
So it comes down, does anyone have something different from this, first of all? Because you've got a solid element of it, but it's only part. Does anyone else have a different answer to this question?
I feel like it has something to do with the affection.
Yes. So it has something to do with different affections of the will, rather than just the instrument itself. And it has to do with the relationship of these things to each other, just like everything we've talked about so far. Yeah.
It's kind of what I wrote, just because you have the temptation doesn't mean you have, or the affection doesn't mean you have the instrument. So you can't enslave it in every aspect, just because you don't have the instrument that it can't be done.
Yeah, so, I mean...
Temptation doesn't change your affection.
It does change your affection, but I don't know why it does. Is this timed to just turn off every day at 12:27 or something, 12:37 or something? Anyway, sorry. So the affection is what is changed by temptation, right? So when you're tempted to something, when you want to do something but kind of don't want to do something at the same time, right? So thinking of an example, Black Friday was less than a week ago. Was anyone tempted by anything on Black Friday? Sure. Or I'm not gonna put it past anyone, but to buy, to steal, whatever, or to beat someone up for getting in front of the line, or whatever the case may be. Was anyone tempted on Black Friday? Yeah. Right. You wanted a new TV. What happened?
I lacked the instrument, which is money,
Ah.
and then I didn't get the TV.
Okay, so you had something like the affection for it. You knew how to acquire it. You wanted it, but you couldn't get it. So that's something that that Anselm would hesitate to call a temptation. Because temptation is something that's within your grasp. You can get it. Then the choice is whether you are going to or not. So is anybody looking at anything that you thought, now, setting aside the question of can you afford it, I want to ask the question, could you buy it? Was it possible to acquire it?
I could have bought it, yes.
You could have. Why not? Why didn't you?
You wouldn't have been able to eat the rest of the
Yeah, I would have.
Well-
Back on my credit card payment. I owed more money than it was worth.
Okay, so why were you tempted though? Knowing that you couldn't afford it, knowing that the money in your pocket was more valuable to you, or in other words, that other things you could have purchased with that money were more valuable, why were you still tempted?
I just love huge TVs.
You love huge TVs. What about it? What makes a huge TV so appealing?
I can see things.
Can see things clearly, right? We don't have the problem like with D2L on when you're watching the game. Right? So you have a temptation which illuminates certain aspects of something, right? So when you were tempted to buy the new TV or whatever it was that anyone here was tempted by on Black Friday or whenever, what changes is something like what you perceive about the thing. So when you perceive this nice, new, big screen TV, you're thinking that it's nice, it's new, and it's big. Right? That's the temptation. The temptation isn't, man, this is going to cost me all the money I need to buy food this week. That's not what's going through your mind, because if that's what's going through your mind, you're not tempted, you're choosing not to buy it. Because when you chose not to buy it, that's what you focused on, right? You thought, I really can't afford this. So what goes on here, why the will can't be compelled? Well, first of all, we can just demonstrate it. Your will was not compelled to purchase the TV because you could have and because you wanted to. You could still choose not to.
But if I had the money, if I had the instrument, my will would have, or the temptation would have changed my will. Right?
But you did. You had a credit card. You could have swiped it and walked home with the TV,
There
right?
was secondary, long and lasting consequences. In the moment I knew I had the $700 to buy a brand new TV. And I was like, and I would still be able to eat, still be able to get anything I, like gas or cars, I probably would have done it.
So the difference is, so I want to draw out a difference here between the instrument, strictly speaking, and affections for other things. So if you have, let's use green, because, well, let's use blue because it works, I think. All right. So if you have different affections for something, so if you have an affection for the TV, right, but you also have an affection for food, and etc. Things that you need. What's happening here is not that you don't have the instrument. Right? It's not that you're not capable of choosing to buy the TV. Right? What's happening here is that you have competing affections. You have different things that you want, or different things that your will is inclined to. And because of that, you're not being compelled to choose the TV. Now, what if you no longer need to worry about food or other expenses? Right? Somebody offers to free of charge, no strings attached, pay for all of your food, housing, transportation, all of your needs, and you still have the money that you could otherwise spend on the TV. Now what? Now what are you going to do? Right, why?
There's no reason not to.
Okay, so there's no reason not to. Right, there's no competing affections. You have one affection, in the moment at least. There's one thing that you want. You have the instrument. You're capable of getting it. And so you do.
So does that mean temptation can compel the will then?
It's not, well, see, here we go. In that case, yes.
But not.
So in that case, it's not temptation. Because you only want one thing. There's only one thing. You have one affection.
So in that case, me getting the TV is my will.
Yeah, right. It's your will. Because the instrument is aligning with the affection, right? You have the instrument for it. You want it. It's the only thing you want. Your will isn't being drawn in any different direction. So your will is exercised. So you buy it. Okay. So that's what happens. Now, why this is relevant and why I erased one of these is we only really have the problem when there are competing affections. Right? So when we also have the temptation, or it's not quite the right term, so when we have the affection for food, shelter, transportation, things we need, or even, instead of buying a TV, is there something, if somebody had $700 on Black Friday, would anyone have bought something else? What? New phone, great. So, new TV or new phone? We also have lots of other affections competing for our limited resources. Maybe you can just even say, maybe even if all this is taken care of, maybe just money. Maybe you like having money in your pocket. Whether that's out of some inordinate desire to possess money itself, or it's, for something that's relatively sensible, like having the security to be able to pay for unexpected expenses, that kind of thing, whatever. Right? There's a benefit to just having that, to having that ability, having that power. Why I erased one of these is to illustrate Anselm's point. Anselm's point here is that what happens when you enslave your will to temptation is you eliminate options. You suppress certain affections in favor of others. So what you're doing when you choose to buy the new TV is you're eliminating your desire for money, right? Because you're giving it up. You're handing over $700 or your credit card or whatever in exchange for the TV. You're also dismissing or eliminating your affection for basic necessities, food and stuff. Whether that's because it's already paid for or because you're just not thinking about it, you're suppressing that affection. Same with a desire for a new phone. You're putting that affection away. You're saying, no, I don't want this. You're suppressing it. You no longer want it in comparison to the thing that you do want. So what you're doing is, rather than temptation compelling you or actively enslaving you, what you're doing is you're eliminating other options. You're enslaving your own will by eliminating all the options except for an affection.
So you just you get rid of all the temptations and turn those off into your will.
So the temptation influences your affections, and your affection is the...
No, your will enslaves itself to an affection. And if that affection can be for something that's a temptation, that can be for something useful, that can be for something good. But the point is that it's always going to be the will which inclines itself. It chooses something, in this case, right, a TV, rather than something else. And when it chooses something rather than something else, what it's doing is it's eliminating other affections. It's ruling other things out, so it's limiting itself. Now, if the will is inclined to the good as such, and so if the will is upright, or if the will has rectitude, to use the sort of awkward translation, what that means is we're not talking about affection for the TV. We're talking about affection for the good, no matter what aspect it happens to fall under, right? So a TV is good for some things, food is good for other things. The question then becomes, which is more beneficial for me in the long run, or now, or in general? So that's how an upright will make its decision. So an upright will in possession of rectitude will make a decision based on what is the best option. Giving in to temptation is eliminating other options. You're constraining your own will. You're constraining what the instrument can be used for, what the instrument can exercise, by limiting what affections it's inclined towards. Right. So, $700 for a new TV. Something else that you could have done with the $700 is waited till Tuesday, Giving Tuesday. I guess that's a thing now. Right. Donated it to somebody who needs it more. That's probably, well, that may be, right, assuming you don't have immediate material needs, right, that may be the right thing to do. And assuming that it is, well, why would you buy a TV?
Because it's different from, it could be different from my will. For me, I perceive the greater, for something that would benefit me more would be the TV that I'm buying rather than me.
Yeah, so it might benefit you more, but is it overall the better thing to do?
Oh, yeah.
That's the question. So, if you recognize that giving $700 to someone so they don't starve is a better thing to do with $700 than buying a new TV, if you recognize that. The only reason to buy the new TV is if you take that option off the table. Right? If you suppress the, say, affection for charity, the affection for helping others, that kind of thing. And that is the will abandoning rectitude. That is the will making it so it cannot be inclined to the good as such, or the good in general, and is instead inclined to particular things. So that is, in essence, what we're talking about here. That's why temptation of itself can't compel the will, but the will can enslave itself to temptation. The will can choose to put certain affections off the table, and so make it so that certain less than optimal options, in other words, certain sins, are the only things that it can choose from. It's the will putting itself into a trolley scenario, or putting itself into the scenario we were talking about like avoiding death by lying, that kind of thing. All right. Okay, so one other little thing that he points out, which has to do with this kind of interplay between the will, so the instrument of the will, and the affections, is down here where he talks about the difference between a human making a choice and a horse making a choice. So the student asks, can't we by similar argument say that the will of a horse is free, since it willingly serves the bodily appetite? So animals, are non-rational animals free in the same sense? Thoughts? So are non-rational animals free in this same sense because their will is inclined towards natural goods? How does he say it? Bodily appetites.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
It's not the same thing to me, though. We're focused on surviving. Or they're focused just on, living the next day and reproducing, where that's not really something that crosses our mind that often. We take that for granted.
Maybe. So this is something like the idea that, well, if we were in a natural, unsecure environment, we would focus on those things. It's kind of a Maslow's hierarchy kind of idea.
But I mean, given if the horse, if there's a starving horse here and a non-starving horse here, the non-starving horse is going to give up his hay to give it to the starving horse who's going to do what's best for him, just like doing with the TV. It's different objects, but it's the same.
So that's a critical difference. And that makes the difference between whether the horse is free or not. Because what did we say about, let's say, giving into temptation? When we give into temptation, what is the will doing? Yes, so it's less free. So the horse, the well-fed horse, to use your example, which I think is great, the well-fed horse, the one who's maybe a little hungry, but not really, the one who has a bucket of food in front of him, he's going to shove the starving one out of the way to get to the food. Right? Just like you might shove someone out of the way to get to the new television. Right? It happens. The person's will, when they do that, is constrained. It's unfree. It's ruled by temptation rather than the good. It's ruled by the desire for a particular object in the moment rather than the good in general. Anselm means to point out that the horse is always like that. Non-rational wills are always directed towards whatever object happens to seem good to them. They can't abstract away and conceptualize the good as such, or the good in general, or even which good will be better overall or in the long run. This is why animals, like non-rational animals, non-humans, don't plan for the future. They don't save. They don't invest in the future, that kind of thing. That's a uniquely human thing because we're capable of abstracting from the present into the future. Right? What looks like an exception to this, like squirrels, for example, isn't quite. Because if you actually watch what squirrels do, they'll bury nuts. Right? They bury acorns or whatever for the winter, for when there aren't acorns. However, if you actually watch squirrels, and zoologists have studied these kinds of things because it's actually interesting, surprisingly interesting, that if you watch a squirrel bury acorns, they don't come back for them. Really, they don't. What they do is they've had a lot to eat, and then what they'll do is they'll bury acorns on the assumption that later on there will be acorns under the ground. So what happens is, come winter, when there aren't acorns laying all over, squirrels will dig, and they will find acorns. They will usually not find the acorns that they buried. This is actually pretty much essential to the propagation of oak trees. Squirrels forgetting where they buried acorns. Interesting bit of coevolution. But more interesting is the fact that even squirrels, who we think of as squirreling things away for the future, right, we even use that in terms of for human savings. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is they are putting aside something that they do not need now and finding something later.
Unrelated.
More or less, right? Because if it's related, it would be something like...
But is that purposeful? Are they purposely just like, here's an acorn, I'll take an acorn later? Or is it, I'm going to dig right here, but I know my acorn is here when they're really dead?
Yeah, they don't do that. Right? So based on scientific observation, we see squirrels digging holes and putting acorns in them and not coming back to them.
Or digging elsewhere.
Yeah.
What about dogs? They bury bones and stuff.
They often don't find them. Yeah, that's another thing. They often if a dog buries something, like the only time you'll find it is if your kid is digging in the backyard or something. Yeah, or actually, this is why a lot of things get buried in domestic neighborhoods, like when you're digging for a pool or something. You'll just find stuff that your dog buried because your dog buried it for later and then didn't plan ahead because they're not capable of planning ahead. Right? That's not something that a non-rational mind is capable of abstracting. So what happens in a case like that is that what they're doing is they are choosing right now to keep something safe. To prevent, for example, the squirrel is trying to prevent that other squirrel from getting its nut. So it buries it. What he does later is, oh, I know there's nuts buried under the ground, so I'm going to dig for them. And they find a nut. So these are two disconnected processes that happen. So part of the point here is that between the will and the object, right? So the will meaning the instrument, and the object, the thing that it wants, the thing it has the affection for. In exercising it, a rational will, or in other words, a human will, can act and can pursue the object, can choose not to, or can choose to put forward any amount of effort in between not achieving it and achieving it. So we have this thing that we do where we try not very hard to get something. That's not something you find in animals. Except in play. Like if animals play, like a lot of mammals will play, then that's a case where you'll find it. But in most cases, in terms of actually trying to get something, trying to acquire something, you will not find an animal other than human beings who will try but not hard enough. An irrational animal will always, if they have an affection for an object, will always exercise that exercise their will to achieve it. If there's an affection present for some object, they're going to try and get it.
Another affection take power. Remember that? Like, I know my dog has like an affection for like a treat chocolate. I feel like it has a greater affection for not getting in trouble.
That's true, right? So you can train your dog to not get a treat right now. So you can even, like if you put a treat on a dog's nose who's really well trained, you can tell them to wait. Why you can do that is because the dog, I hate to say understands, but understands in a limited sense that that's how it gets treats. Right? So that's what it needs to do in order to achieve that end.
Yeah, they make associations.
Yeah, yeah.
They associate the actions, putting their butt on the ground with receiving a treat.
Right. Or putting their butt on the ground when you say sit.
Yeah.
So it's more of an associative thing rather than, well, here are some options of things that I can acquire. Which one am I going to pursue? Because then, if that were the case, then there would really be no such thing as a well-trained dog, because then the dog can just choose spontaneously between, you know what, I feel like a treat, the master's not home, so I'm going to go up on the counter. And sometimes that happens, but it's usually, you'll find that in the same dogs who will not wait for a treat if you offer it to them. And it's because they haven't developed this association yet. Whereas if they have developed the association, that's just how they exercise their will. That's all there winds up being to it. Okay. All right. Finally done with chapter 5, I think, unless we have stuff to go back over here. So we move on to chapter 6. In what way our will is powerful against temptations, even though it seems weak. So I'm going to scroll down a bit more. Here we go. So it seems like the will is weak in the face of temptation. It seems like the will can be swayed towards things. And he's especially here talking about when we have limited the will, right? When we've given in to temptation already. Because he uses this example of, to go back to the example from last time, of choosing between, on the one hand, let me put it the other way. The threat of death versus lying to get out of it. So the temptation here, again, we're assuming from the outset that lying is always wrong, right? So we can just set that aside whether that's the case. We can assume for the sake of argument that lying is always wrong. We're tempted to lie to avoid death. So the teacher here responds to something the student says, and to do with this issue. It says, for if a human being wills to lie in order to avoid death and preserve his life for a time, who will say that it is impossible for him to will not to lie in order to avoid eternal death and live forever? What's he saying?
Choosing the easier route.
Okay. Are you though? Is that the easier route?
The easier route is short-term lying for short-term more life.
Okay, so it's short-term thinking.
Instead of never lying for eternal.
Okay, something else?
Yeah, I think he's saying, to what we said the other day, that sometimes you have no choice. I think he's saying, like, do have a choice, and you can choose not to lie for actually a better good than dying for a time.
Yeah, so there is really a choice here. It seems like, oh, I had no choice but to lie because I would have died otherwise. Okay, sure, but it was a choice, right? You had two options. What temptation does is it describes the options in a certain way, right? Death sounds bad. Getting out of dying sounds good. So let's get out of dying. That's temptation. Another way of describing this is preserving rectitude versus not. So we can just describe this in a different way. Right? So he uses the example here, he uses the comparison of, so choosing not to lie, right? So choosing temporal death is eternal life. So he's assuming do right, get into heaven, right? But it goes a little deeper than that. Because what he's talking about here is preserving rectitude. It's not just talking about getting into heaven or whatever rewards that might entail. He's talking about doing the right thing and avoiding doing the wrong thing. And doing the right thing is good, right? And that's what the will is oriented towards. That's what the will is directed towards. It's directed towards the good. So what the temptation says is, hey, this is good because it avoids this. What another way of looking at it will say is, well, no, it's not. That's abandoning rectitude. That's abandoning your will for the good, your affection for the good. So, yeah, go ahead.
Do you not think that like allowing someone to kill you is sin?
So it can depend on the context. Allowing someone to kill you if you have if the only way of avoiding it, well, okay, so straightforwardly enough, allowing someone to kill you is not a sin. However, pursuing death actively is. So this actually comes up with, what was that? I forget what the group was. This was an early group of sort of heretical Christians in somewhere in North Africa. And they did this thing where, because they got this idea in their head that martyrdom was a virtue, right? It's good to be martyred. So what they would do is they would get like clubs and like blunt weapons, and they would attack caravans and start beating people. And then naturally the people who are guarding the caravans would kill them. And they would say some kind of pious phrase to say, oh, well, this is for Christ. And they would beat people with the hopes of getting themselves killed. That's not martyrdom. Right? That's pursuing being killed. Right? So that's choosing to be killed when other options are obviously available. In a case like this, when your options are fully constrained, again, what's involuntary about it, what's bad about the situation is having gotten yourself into the situation in the first place. So we would say that you have a moral obligation to avoid situations like that if it's possible. I think Anselm might kind of be trapped into saying that it has to be possible to avoid those situations. He's not explicit about that, but I think you can make a pretty strong argument that he kind of has to say that if you get yourself into a no-win situation, you have to have gotten yourself into it. And it has to have been your fault somewhere along the line. So that's a little bit tricky, but
It makes it sound like even martyrdom is wrong.
yeah, so he doesn't want to say that, right? So again, if the choice is between doing something objectively wrong and getting yourself killed, you should. Here he's saying you should get yourself killed instead of doing the thing that's objectively wrong, or maybe not get yourself killed. Allow yourself to be killed. Right? If the only way of avoiding it is by doing something gravely sinful, then don't.
So you're not actively pursuing death, right?
Right.
You know what's coming. You know you're gonna die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's troublesome, and the reason it's troublesome is because we're in that situation unwillingly, like he was talking about in the previous chapter. Right? No one would willingly put themselves into that situation, and if you would, you would be wrong to do so. Right? Like the I forget what the group was called. I wish I could remember. But the ones who would attack people with the hopes of being, quote, martyred, right? Getting yourself voluntarily into that situation is wrong. However, if you are in that situation, there may not be an optimal choice, but you should avoid doing the thing which is always wrong in all circumstances, which is what he's assuming about lying. Because if you choose not to lie, what you're choosing is to preserve rectitude of the will. So what you're doing is you're choosing the good, and further, you're choosing not to enslave yourself to sin or to temptation, or enslave yourself to something less than optimal, something that isn't good. So you die, but you die free, if you want to put it that way. Rather than living on only by enslaving yourself, by limiting one's choices. So, why does it seem like the will is weak in the face of temptation? Well, because if you do choose to lie rather than to die, what happens is that option disappears. The option to preserve rectitude goes away. You don't have that option because you don't have an upright will. You've started choosing the wrong things, and so you've shaped your affections in such a way that you're no longer inclined towards the good as such. So the next choice isn't a choice. It's just following along what your will gets you to. In that case, you can say, yeah, I didn't have a choice. I had no inclination whatsoever. I had no affection for dying. I had no affection whatsoever of allowing myself to be killed. Now, remember, the other way of saying that is, I had no affection or no inclination whatsoever to doing the right thing. So this is why the will is, again, still capable of anything, of choosing anything, even if it takes options sort of off of its own table. So it's not that temptation is overcoming the will. It's that the will is enslaving itself to something. And again, he continues along here, uses another example here in the next chapter, in 7. And I mentioned this. This is where he points out that the will is more powerful than temptation, right? The will is, what we would say, the will is immutable, right? It can't be compelled by some outside force. Even when it gives up the power to do the right thing, right? Even when it enslaves itself. And the example he uses up here, so, quote, so the will, that is the instrument for willing, this is his argument for why it's always more powerful than temptation, even when it gives up. So, quote, suppose you know a man who is so strong that if he restrains a wild bull, the bull can't move. So this is somebody who can like grab a bull and pin it. And you see him restraining a ram in such a way that the ram breaks free from his grasp. So a sheep, he's trying to hold a sheep and the sheep gets away. Will you think that he is less strong in restraining the ram than in restraining the bull? So is he suddenly weaker? Or how else would we explain this? Maybe the ram is a slippery little bastard, but assuming that the ram is just not as strong as a bull, because if you've ever tried to hold a bull in place, you will have failed. Because I think he has to be talking about Hercules or something here. Because a single person holding a bull in place, this is an over-exaggeration to say that this person is ridiculously strong.
Either he didn't try because he didn't take the sheep seriously, or the consequences of not holding the bull were much greater.
So something like that, right? I think he leans more towards the former here, is that the strong person didn't apply his strength fully.
Oh, what, like the bull was about to kill him, maybe, and so he felt like he did. Like the mother lifting up the car.
Yeah, so there might be a reason for it.
It would be easier, so he didn't put in the effort.
Yeah. You ever done this? You ever done this in class? Yeah. You ever had a hard class and an easy class and do well in the hard class and not in the easy class?
Calculate the effort.
Yeah. You ever think, this paper for this, this gen ed philosophy of religion class, this will be easy, it'll be no problem. Oh God, I didn't do too well on this. Whereas, your high-level calculus class that's really difficult, and you know that it's really difficult, and you know that you're going to have to put in all the effort you have in order to do well in it, you do great because you put in all the effort you have. Does that ever happen? This happened to me. Yeah. So that's what's going on here. That's the phenomenon he's pointing to. So he's pointing to this phenomenon where somebody can be really, really good at something, but then choose not to apply themselves. Easy example. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna demonstrate my ability to do something. My ability to lift this coffee cup off the table. I did it. Aren't we proud? Yes. No, but I did. I lifted this off the table. I'm capable of lifting this off the table, right? Easy. This is not something difficult. I could do it, any of you could do it. So if I put it back down, and you've probably seen me do this, because I've probably done this, I've probably done this in class, where I'm just walking by my cup of coffee, and I go to grab it, but I totally miss. So you see me trying to do something that you know that I'm perfectly capable of doing, but I failed at it. What happened?
You didn't try hard.
I wasn't paying attention. I didn't look. I didn't put in the effort. Right? Even though it doesn't take a lot of effort for me to lift the coffee cup off of the table, I can still put in less effort than I need. Right? So that's what he's pointing to here. He's pointing to the fact that someone can choose not to do something, even if it's easy. So we talked about this when we were talking about the problem of evil, that if somebody can lift, say, 200 pounds, if they can bench press 200 pounds, they can also bench press 100 pounds. At the same time, it's perfectly possible for that person to not lift 100 pounds if they're not trying, or if they just don't choose to. So the will here is more powerful than temptation, because temptation is like the ram. Right? The will is capable of choosing anything. So it's capable of making the hard choice, even when the easier choice escapes it, even if the easier choice gets away. I'm capable of picking up the chair, right? And this is slightly harder than picking up the coffee cup, right? And yet I can still fail to pick up the coffee cup if I either don't attempt it, or I don't try hard enough, or I don't pay attention, or all sorts of other things. Okay. Now, to drive this point home even further, we get to this next bit. That not even God can take away rectitude of the will. Now remember, God, Anselm perfectly well claims that God is omnipotent. God can do anything. But he can't take away the rectitude of the will. And he's not saying that we are somehow more powerful than God. So what gives? Any thoughts as to why this might be the case? That God can't, temptation can't compel or enslave the will to sin. But let's make this even more extreme. Why can't God compel or enslave the will to sin? Any thoughts?
Because that won't be free will. If he could compel us and say, if I'm talking to God right now and he says knock over your Star Wars cup, then it wouldn't have been my choice to knock over your Star Wars cup. Then it would have been free will.
So kind of. But he doesn't want to say that God can't just compel us to do things. Again, God creates the whole universe. God can create you. So here we can go back to this distinction between natural and spontaneous. Right? So God can compel us, but that means that we're acting naturally. Right? So that's fine. That can happen. Right? So in that sense, God compels me to beat my heart. Right?
What you're saying that God cannot make you choose good.
What he's saying more specifically is God can't make me choose evil. Now, he will eventually show that, well, God also can't make me choose good, but...
You actually choose evil, which is refuse to choose good.
Yeah, well, God can't make you do that. Why not? Any thoughts? Why can't God force me to choose evil? Yeah, it has a lot to do with this. So, let's go with God wills that I will evil. All right. What does it mean for me to will evil?
Choose to not do something good.
Yeah, so here I'm choosing something less than good. What does God will? So, do we see the contradiction yet?
is can't tell you to do something less than his.
And if he does, what then?
Then he's not God.
Or, so he's either not God or
Not seeking the good of things.
kind of. So if God takes away rectitude from somebody, in other words, if God compels someone to will evil, well, willing good is to will God's will. To align one's will with what God wills, because God always wills the good. So, I know that I'm using a lot of words really rapidly, but if God wills the good necessarily, so that can either mean whatever good is, God always wills it, or whatever God wills is good.
What do you think people mean when they say God's will while referring to negative consequences, like bad things?
We'll get to that, because he does talk about this. So the distinction would be between God's prescriptive will, so what God wills to do actively, and God's permissive will, so what God allows and allows creatures to do. There's a bit of a difference there, and we'll get to that, because Anselm talks about it. But here, this is a contradiction. Because if God wills you to do something, you're not sinning. You're doing what is good. Because you're doing what's in accord with God's will, and God's will is the fundamental structure of the universe. In other words, God's will is good by necessity. So if God compels you to will something, it's good.
But who's to say, the question is, why can't God compel or enslave the will?
Mhm.
Why can't he compel or enslave the will to do good?
So the question really specifically is, why can't God compel you to abandon rectitude of the will? Because Anselm kind of does think that God can compel you to choose the good, but then you can abandon it.
I'm confused. So
Yeah.
let's say God
That makes sense.
compels me
Huh?
to go outside and kill the nearest animal I see.
Okay.
And we can just assume, just for argument's sake, that that animal is vital to Saint-Leo's economic
Ecosystem. Kind of thing.
ecosystem.
Okay.
Does that just automatically make it so that squirrel deserves to die and this is good? Or is
So-
God, or is it God has an ultimate plan where he wants to get away from this one squirrel being a separate?
So maybe something like that, because it would, in order for it to be coherent at all, for God to will that you go out and murder a squirrel, murder using that kind of imprecisely, improperly, but fine. All right, God compels you, that God wills for you to go out and murder a squirrel. Great. No, he doesn't. God wills that you go out and kill a squirrel. And if you do it, it's not murder. It's not a bad thing because it's God's will. And God's will is necessarily good because those things are, they align. They're exactly the same thing. Because again, God's nature is the good. Right? Because again, divine simplicity, all of the divine attributes are God.
And it's automatically
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now we can shake that out in one of two ways. Either whatever God wills is good, or God only wills what is good. There's a bit of a question between those, and he doesn't clarify so much here. He does wind up clarifying in the third dialogue, so if you want to look ahead, there's that. But the point is that if God wills it, it's good. Right? Either just because God wouldn't will anything else, or because he makes it good in some way. So he can't will that you will against his will. Because if God wills that you do something against his will, then you're just following his will. And you're not doing something against his will. So we wind up with a really vicious circle here. So that's why he wants to point out that no, not even God can force you to sin. So short version, the TLDR here is that, yes, I belong on the internet, is everything you do that's bad is your fault. Everything you do that's good is God's fault. So we'll figure out exactly what he means by that as we go forward.
All the credit.
Yeah, God gets all the credit, we get all the blame. That's how, before you go. All right. So if that's all cleared up, let's get back to Anselm.
First of all, are there any questions or lingering things to discuss, lingering concerns, or anything at all about the previous dialogue on freedom of choice? Anything back there that we want to go back over and discuss, or anything that came to mind as you were reading the third dialogue about anything we've already gone over? All right, well, if we do need to do any kind of callbacks or anything, feel free to let me know. That's because these are, they're published together in the same book for good reason. They are quite closely linked. So there are a lot of connections between them. For example, I mean, the definition of justice that we've been talking about, preservation of rectitude of the will maintained for its own sake, is continued all throughout all three of these dialogues, and that's something he develops in the first one that we didn't really read. So things like that are going to be continuing all the way through here. All right. So my plan for now, I want to take as much time as we need to sort of slowly and carefully go through this third dialogue, because it is the longest and it's probably also the most complicated and in-depth. So if that means that this week and next week, Tuesday, Thursday are all going through On the Fall of the Devil, okay, cool. That'll be fine by me. I'm still hoping that if we finish it before then, that we have at least next Thursday to go back and talk again about the Euthyphro that we talked about right at the beginning of the semester as a kind of bookend to our discussion. So we can kind of go back and rethink about that, sort of having the context of everything that we've already discussed and talked about. All right, so to begin, anything in the third dialogue on Fall of the Devil that you want to talk about first, that I should clear up? Anything that was odd or unclear or utterly mystifying? Yeah.
You probably said this before, or
Maybe.
just Google it. What is quasi something?
I've not said that before, and you probably will get nothing if you Google it. So, good question. Very good question. So, quasi something. So, quasi is the prefix that is used in Latin that just gets transliterated straight into English without translation. It means basically semi or kind of. So, quasi something means that it's kind of something, but it's not actually something. And this is in his discussion of what nothing means and what nothingness means, right? This is where he gets into a fairly long tangent about the philosophy of language and what words indicate and what they signify, and what especially complicated, difficult, weird terms like nothing and evil signify, because nothing is supposed to mean nothing. But if it means nothing, then how can it mean something? Because nothing is not something, and right, we can see where this goes weird. So when he says that terms like evil and nothing signify quasi something, it's to say that they don't actually signify something, but they signify, maybe we can say, in relation to something, right? So when I say there is nothing there, that is meant to contrast it with there being something. Yeah.
It signifies like the absence of something else, kind of.
Yeah,
like
right.
Evil is
So
just the absence of good, like it's not something in and of itself.
exactly, and that's what he's getting at, right? He's getting at the privation theory of evil as a kind of extension of the privation theory of nothingness. This is actually a significant problem for philosophers. If you do want to Google something that's fairly nonsensical but utterly fascinating, if you're into that sort of thing, look into the philosophy of wholes. There's like a 60-page article on it in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or something. I think the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy one is incredibly long. The philosophy of wholes. What is a whole? Because, I mean, I have, for example, a buttonhole in my sleeve. There is nothing there. But if I move my sleeve, the hole seems to move, but nothing is moving. So how do we define a whole? Well, it's defined in part by its delineation, by its borders, right? So nothing is in contrast to the something around it. But that can't be right either, because when we talk about if nothing existed, then it wouldn't be contained by anything or bordered by anything or in relation to anything because there would be nothing in relation to it. So nothing has to signify just nothing. But it means something. But it also means not something, or the lack of something. So this is why it's weird. Did that make any sense at all? Okay. We'll go into more of the specifics of what he means there, like kind of trying very, very, very carefully to go through step by step his argument for what exactly is being referred to when we say nothing. Because that will lead directly into what exactly is being referred to when we say evil. Right? Because that's the more interesting question for the purposes of action theory. So how it is we make decisions, right? Deciding between good and evil, deciding between yes and no, this or that, justice and advantage, to sort of use his example. And so evil in this sense, we have to be very, very careful that we're not thinking that it is this a thing that exists, but rather it is like a lack of something, right? It indicates that there is not something where we would expect there to be. Something like that. Very good question. Yeah. All right. Any other terms like that or explanations like that that we should probably go over first? All right. No problem. I'm sure we will run into some more as we go through because, again, this is, as I indicated, in addition to being the longest of the three dialogues, probably the most in-depth and the most complicated as well. So we're going to have to go through this relatively slowly and figure out exactly what he's saying. So to start at the beginning, starting in chapter 1, I want to ask you guys a question, kind of open this up to discussion. So he begins this dialogue by asking whether St. Paul's statement, what do you have that you did not receive, whether this is asked of angels as well as human beings. So in the context, this is from St. Paul's letter to the Corinthians. The church in Corinth had a problem with people boasting about virtue, saying that, competing over who was the most virtuous or the most charitable or gave the most to the church or gave the most to the poor or whatever. Basically, kind of what we were talking about when we were discussing on freedom of choice, where people were doing the right things for the wrong reasons, right? For selfish, self-aggrandizing, or vainglorious reasons. And so St. Paul is admonishing them and saying, well, what do you have that you do not receive, including these virtues that you possess, these good qualities, this charity? You get that from somewhere. It's not like you came up with your own goodness. You receive your goodness from God, right? As created, finite, contingent beings, we're causally dependent upon something beyond ourselves. Right? That's how he's reading that. And so he's asking here, okay, does that apply to angels? Or are angels in some way self-existent or subsistent? And of course, he winds up concluding that no, right? Angels have everything that they have received from their creator because they are finite things. Right? They are particular, they are contingent, all of that. But this kind of raises the question, why is he talking about angels all of a sudden? Because so far, he's been talking about language in the first one. What does truth mean? And then the second one, he was talking about human will, our ability to make choices and how it is that we make choices, we human beings. And now suddenly, he wants to, without really any signposts or saying why, he wants to shift the discussion to angels. Why discuss angels? What do you guys think? I have talked about this a little bit before. Yeah?
They're kind of like in between humans and God, kind of.
Yeah, so they are higher than we are on the sort of chain of ontology. They're more perfect in a lot but than we are. God. But certainly not God. They're still finite. They're still particular. They're still contingent. But they are closer to perfection than we are. Particularly the good angels, the unfallen angels, are they lack a lot of our our faults due to the fall. Sorry. And so it seems like that the choices that angels would make would be, maybe we can say they have a closer affinity to God, and so a more finely tuned will for justice, I guess we can say, right? To use Anselm's terms. So that's part of it, right? So we want to try and figure out the highest and the purest case. But why else? I think there are a few other reasons as well we can address. Why else does he want to talk about angels now? Right. So, but why the devil, right? So this is really the question that comes up. Why does he want to talk about the fall of the devil when, maybe by comparison or by contrast, why talk about the fall of Satan when he could talk about the fall of Adam? Right? The fall of man seems to be a lot more relevant, at least a lot closer to how and why it is that we make moral choices. Right? So why the devil? Why Satan? Why the fall or the justice of angels rather than human beings? We covered one major reason, which is their closeness to God. That we don't have to deal with fallenness, right? At least from the outset. With human beings, we have to deal with, at least if we're talking about us as human beings, we have to worry about our fallenness, right? We have what the scholastics would call concupiscence, which is an inclination towards sin. We have temptations and things like that. The angels, especially before the fall, don't really have to worry about this. Right? It's not a concern, so that's one less thing to worry about. And we can look at choices which are more directly involving the divine, right? Obedience to God or disobedience to God, rather than looking at human choices like, do I help someone or do I help myself? Right? That's a much more complicated question, morally speaking. Now, there's a couple of other reasons that are related to this, at least that I can point out. And I will say in the introduction to this, the translator, Thomas Williams, points out some of the reasons for this as well. One of which is certainly that, if angels don't have to worry about the complication of fallenness, of original sin, well, there's a lot of other things about angels that are far, far simpler when it comes to moral psychology than for human beings. So what do we have that angels don't?
Bodies.
Right. We're corporeal, right? Angels, if they exist, even as hypotheticals, right? This still functions as a thought experiment. Angels are pure mind. They are pure soul, pure intellect. We are what the scholastics called hylomorphic composites. We are part mind, part body in a united whole. And so our body affects our decision making, affects our choices, our ability to choose, our ability to do things, at least as much, or at least in its own independent way from our pure intellect. Right? We don't have a pure intellect. We are a composite of body and soul. So we have this rational capacity for abstract, purely voluntary or purely spontaneous choice. But we also have things like emotions, passions, appetites, distractions. If we want to get really technical, even things like temporal progression. We experience time in a very causal and linear sort of way, whereas angels have something closer to the relationship that God has to time. Yeah.
So that means like something could happen to a human that like turns them away from like doing something and that affects them for the rest of their life.
Yeah, so something can happen to a human being that will affect them, that can actually be a change imposed from the outside. This is something that we don't have to be concerned about with angels. Angels are not quite a se, they're not independent in the same way that God is, but they're not affected by materiality like we are, right? If a human being is starving, like dying of starvation, that is going to have a significant impact on what they choose to do, right? And that may even lead to immoral choices, right? To steal to survive and things like that, right? And that might even do things like mitigate culpability. In other words, if there is a sufficient physical compulsion for something, we may not be fully blameworthy for the actions that we do, that we undertake.
Like it wouldn't be as bad as if I just stole from Starbucks right here than if I was starving and stole from Starbucks.
Yeah,
It'd be
right.
worse if I just right now I did it.
Yes, because you wouldn't have a compelling reason to, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I had lunch before class. I'm full. But if I were to just walk up to somebody eating lunch over there and just walk off with their bagel, right, and start eating it as I walk away, that would be a significantly more evil action than if I were to, not having eaten for 3 days for whatever reason, quickly snatch it while they're not looking and leave a note apologizing or something, right? There are significant differences between these actions, and the differences are largely on account of our corporeality, our bodies. This isn't something we have to be concerned about with respect to angels. If we're talking about angelic choices, angels are being pure spirit, pure soul. They don't have to worry about these impacts that corporeality has, or about things that, even about, how would I put this? The succession of choices that we make, right? So if I make a choice today, that's going to limit and affect my options for choice tomorrow, right? So if I choose today to, I don't know, something that is plausible but unlikely that I would not do but won't, but could, if I chose to drive recklessly on the way home tonight.
Sell your house.
Sure. To use a less morally heinous example, right? If I sold my house today.
Without another house.
Just to the highest bidder, just of you guys. Yeah. Whoever wants to give me the most for my house, I'll just go for it, right? That would severely limit my options of what I can do tomorrow, right? Angels don't work like this because their choice in the singular, is made at the beginning of their existence. When all of this stuff that Anselm is talking about happens. When they're given this choice by God, and that determines their fundamental nature moving forward. So they have precisely one choice to worry about. Whereas we have this succession of choices that limit one another. And so moral issues for human beings get incredibly, incredibly complicated, which is why ethics is hard. Right? Careful study of ethics is very, very difficult. This is why you wind up with crap like trolley problems that everyone hates. Because yes, as many variables as you try to limit, you can still introduce more, and it can get more and more and more complicated, right? And that's the point of a thought experiment, right? Is to limit variables, is to isolate the one thing that you want to change. And what better example is there than looking at moral psychology of a purely rational being that is making a choice, practically speaking, in an ethical vacuum, right? Physics experiments do this thing where they say assume a frictionless vacuum, right, for calculation purposes. That's what we're doing when we're talking about angels and making choices. So that's one aspect of it, to simplify things, to get to the very essence of what it is to make a moral choice. The other element here, though, is familiarity, but openness to experimentation. So what I mean is, if instead, suppose, Anselm were wanting to talk about the fall of Adam, human sin. Well, there's a lot we know about that from Revelation. Right. We have a great deal of information about how that went, why it went the way that it did, and what the choices were, and what the alternatives were, and what the options were, and why Adam chose what he chose, what else was involved, and the consequences of it, all of that. Right. All of that was relatively clear, right, from the tradition, from Revelation, etc. Whereas the information available about the fall of Satan is much more sparse. We know that Satan fell. We know that he was the most glorious of the angels. And we know that it had something to do with pride. It's kind of it. Right? Everything else is speculation, which is really handy if you want to try to speculate and try and test out different scenarios and situations and see what must this have been like, or what could this have been like if this happened. Right? You can experiment more with it if you have fewer constraints based on what you know about the situation. It can still be based on something that everyone knows something about, right? Everyone is roughly familiar with the fall of Satan insofar as it had something to do with pride and something to do with disobedience to God, and it was at the primal moment of creation. But beyond that, we can come up with our own details for the sake of experimentation, right? So it's a kind of familiarity, but with some room to speculate, which makes it much more useful than something like The Fall of Man, where we have a lot of detail, and a lot of those details just complicate matters further to get to the other one. All right. So that's why, at least I think, why he chooses to focus on the fall of the devil, right, and this the question of angelic free choice rather than human free choice. All right. So any other questions on why that is and why the conversation switches so drastically from human free will to angelic free will? No? All right. So chapter 1, now that that's all of that is out of the way, bless you. Now that that's all out of the way, there was a lot of preamble there, but so in chapter 1, he's asking about what it is that we receive and what it is that we have of our own accord. Bless you. Bless you. If there is anything that we have of our own accord at all, and the implication is no, right? The expected obvious answer to this question that St. Paul asks in Corinthians is no, right? There is nothing that we have that we did not receive, because that would make us in some way self-existent. That would make us necessary beings, basically. We are contingent, we are finite, we are causally dependent upon other things, most notably God, but even mundane things like our parents, or even things like our environment. Right? If our environment were radically different, we would be fundamentally different. Right? Things like that. And so, because we are so finite and contingent, and even angels are finite and contingent, especially in relation to God, what we have, even mentally, even with respect to our capacity for free choice, is derivative. It's not intrinsic to us. Right? And so we can't take credit for it, is the point he's getting at here. But this presents apparent problems. So, first of all, it seems as if, and this is kind of blending together the first 3 chapters here, but we'll pick it apart as we go. It seems as if God is morally responsible for sin. So for Satan's fall, to use this example in particular, because it seems like God either took away justice or his rectitude of the will, or never gave it to him in the first place, and so would be responsible for that. And that's a problem because it would be unjust to punish someone for something that you are doing to them. Right? So if we and the angels are just puppets, right? If we only act through the divine will, it seems to be the height of injustice for God to then punish us for things that he's basically forcing us to do. Right? So that can't quite be right. There has to be something else to it. Right? And so he begins by making this distinction between how it is that we say people are caused to have things and not to have things. And this is in chapter 1, the sort of second half of chapter 1. So this is that distinction between causing someone to not have something by taking back what you lent. This is the lending someone your cloak, and when you take it back, the question of whether you cause them to be naked by taking it back. And in this case, Anselm is going to say that ultimately no. Right? You are not the cause of their nakedness or their uncloakedness, right? That they fundamentally are, or it is no one's fault in particular. Right? So, if you lend someone something, if you give something to somebody and then you take it back, it is not your fault that they are back to the state where they began, because they were in that state anyway from the start, right? And he wants to extend this principle upwards to God,
Because if say, right, if, for example, we exist, right, we're alive, we're living and corporeal and all that stuff. Let's not go quite all the way to God, but let's go with a sort of closer to earthly example. Part of why you are alive is your parents, right? So they are causally responsible for giving you life, at least in part. Cool. When you die, will that be your parents' fault? Okay, fair enough. Hopefully not, right? I mean, I suppose it is possible, right, that it could be your parents' fault through accident or maybe otherwise. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, obviously. But if that is the case, right, if it's not the case that they are not directly responsible for your death, just because they gave you something, life in this case, that is temporary, that will eventually go away, does not mean that you are responsible, that it doesn't mean that they are responsible for your ceasing to have what they gave you, right? Life, in this case. And so naturally the same applies to God. If God gives us something by creating us, by bringing us into being, and then we cease to have that for whatever reason, whether that is God taking it away directly, or whether that is simply us losing it naturally, that shouldn't be considered God's fault, right, or God's causal doing. In particular, things that we were going to lose anyway. Life being the key example of this, right? We're all going to die. That's kind of what we do as human beings, as animals. And so when we do, it's not like it's not quite right to say that God is responsible for our deaths because God gave us life that wasn't permanent, right? Because of course it wasn't permanent. We're finite, we're mutable, we're contingent. Yeah.
But in the same way, isn't it not the person who received its fault either?
Right, yeah, in that case, yeah, absolutely. Right?
So then it shouldn't be humans' fault for its sin.
Some things, though. For some things, right? So you would say that it's not your parents' fault that you die of old age someday, right? Now, you would also not say that it's your parents' fault that you died because you did something really stupid. Like, as an adult, once you know better, right? Suppose you know better and you decide to, don't try this at home, but when I was in middle school, have I told you this? Have I told you about the game Frogger that I used to play in middle school? No? It's very much like the arcade game. It's where you take your shoes off, you untie them, throw them into the middle of the road, run into the road, put them back on, and tie them before you get hit by a car. Yeah, it was. Don't do this. Do not do this, please. I beg you not to do this. This is incredibly unwise. I was a preteen boy, which are the most danger-prone human beings in existence. But if you were, your age or older and knew better not to do something so ridiculously stupid as this, and then went and did it anyway, it's not your parents' fault. In that case, it would be your fault, right? So it could be your fault. It could be someone else's fault. It could be no one's fault in particular. It could, in principle, be your parents' fault, but we wouldn't say that about God, just because God doesn't ordinarily smite people. Yeah, go ahead.
So if you're about to get hit by a car and your parent sees you and sees the car coming, you have headphones in, and they have not that you have headphones in, but you just don't see the car for some reason or don't hear it, and they could yell out to you and say, "Hey, there's a car coming, get out of the road," but they don't. Then isn't it kind of their fault?
Only in an improper sense.
Because God can do everything.
Right.
So if humans were to mess up in the beginning, and he knew that it was going to happen, and he could have prevented it, but he didn't, isn't that kind of the same as doing it?
It's not the same. It's similar. It is relevantly similar, and that winds up being important. Right? But it's not quite the same. And the reason it's not the same is that that is more like getting something back that you've lent someone. right, than it is taking something away that was somebody's in the first place, right? Because by your parent not warning you that there's a car coming or something like that, what they are doing is they are allowing something to happen to you that something else is causing, or maybe you're causing, or maybe someone else is causing, or what have you.
Yeah.
They could prevent it, but that's the same sense in which that maybe this book is allowing me to see the lamppost over there, right? It is, because it could stop it, right? It could do this, right? This book is allowing the sun to get in my eyes, because it could do that. But I will look very ridiculous if I spend the whole class like this, right? Not going to do that. It's not, or maybe let's go with something with a will, something with capable of spontaneous decisions. Maybe one of you guys could stand up and be shade for me in class, and the fact that you're not means that you're blameworthy for me having sun in my eyes. Yeah. No, I mean, yes, but only improperly speaking, right? Now, this does get complicated by the particular relationship between parents and children, being a kind of obligation of rearing and protection, that sort of thing, at least up to a certain point. If my mom knew that I played Frogger in middle school, it probably would have been irresponsible of her not to stop me from doing something so ridiculously stupid, right? Because I was, 11 or 12.
Aren't all humans intelligence-wise like little children to God?
Yes. Yes.
So we're always like little kids.
Yes. Well, yes, kind of. And why I say kind of is because the reason that parents have a particular obligation to children is twofold. On the one hand, it's the difference in intellect, the difference in rational capacity. But it's the specific kind of difference as well, right? Adults have the capacity for rational abstraction and such, right? We are capable of foreseeing the consequences of our actions and acting upon that, right? Acting rationally given that. Children are generally not capable of doing that until, well, it depends, right? And that's something that also gradually happens. And this is why we have a very long period of childhood development for human beings, because we need to learn and develop our capacity for rational abstraction, which is a difficult thing. But once we have that capability, even if it's of a limited capacity, right, because we are finite, we're not perfect by any means. We're not perfectly intelligent. We're not perfect in will, in anything. We are capable of rational abstraction and acting accordingly. So as developed adult human beings, we have a kind of moral responsibility. Right? We do become responsible for our own actions to some degree, and so to say that there is this difference between us and God, like there is between parent and child, is analogous in some sense. But if you take it as a one-to-one comparison, it's infantilizing, right, for human beings, right? Because it treats conscious and aware human beings as if we're not conscious and aware, right? As if we're not persons. We're not fully developed persons. The other aspect of it, the other aspect of the parental obligation, is the special obligation as parents to children, bearing responsibility for bringing them into the world. This is something where God is much closer.
Yeah.
Right? And this is why, for example, we will wind up looking into why it is that it's not God's doing for, let's just stick to the particular example. It's not God's doing for Satan to reject God, right, or to abandon rectitude of the will. It is Satan's doing, and we'll look at exactly how, because in chapter 3, which is probably the most complex and kind of my favorite of these chapters, but he looks at the mechanics of how that is and why it is that it is Satan's doing, and if, most importantly, I think, that if God were to prevent that, it would be preventing Satan from existing as a person. And I think that is the key, right? That's the key distinction. And I think this is, right,
we have to get into the very precise mechanics of how this works and why this works, like I was kind of alluding to last week, which is a lot of, well, chapter 3 and then a lot onwards into the sort of the big middle section here of like 6 through 14 or so, I think, that goes into why it is that God can't just say, why it is that God can't compel creatures to be, to obey, to be just, to be good. Right? Do something that would be ultimately conducive to their own flourishing, which part of what we know to be justice or goodness.
I also feel though like, yeah, it's like free will for humans to be able to choose to sin. It's like God doesn't have the ability to sin but still has free will, so he could have made humans the same way, just to a lesser degree or something. You know? Like, and we still have free will, like, because we determined that free will by definition isn't sinning or not sinning, you know what I mean? So we could still have free will without the fall of man.
So he's going to go on to explain, or at least attempt to explain, why that can't be the case, right? Why it can't be that you have free will simply without the ability to sin.
Unless you're God.
Now, we have to be careful about that, because I think on this reading, I think Anselm would have to be committed to the conclusion that God is metaphysically, let me put it this way, the only reason God might not be metaphysically capable of sinning is because God is definitive of what it is to be just, right? That God could, in principle, fail to be, well, if God could fail to be God, God could be imperfect. There's nothing contradictory about God's power per se, that would prevent him from doing what is unjust. The only thing that would prevent that is the divine nature being perfection itself, and of course, God being definitive of perfection. But beyond that, he would hold that the good angels, who are eternally preserved from sin, they cannot, they necessarily, I have to be very careful with the phrasing here, they necessarily will never and would never sin, remain in some sense capable of doing so, but only in a really limited sense that we're going to have to look at.
And Satan just happened to do it.
Yeah.
And I still feel like too with the fallen man, like God, like since he had the capacity to stop it, it just kind of feels like since he knew everything that was going to happen, like it says in the Bible, like only a few will go through the narrow gate, like most people. So it's like this one particular event that involves like some angel who's necessarily not supposed to sin, but just somehow slipped through the cracks. He could have prevented that, and it would have stopped like 90% of all people who have ever lived from going to hell eternally. And he was just like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks. Because angels aren't even supposed to be able to. He could have just.
Right. That part's true, right? So, actually, I mean, realistically, no one's supposed to.
This angel's defective. Get rid of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, I mean, we can also say that. I'm going to say we have to come back to that, because that's a good point, right? Why did God permit Satan to tempt man? Yeah. That's a really good point.
Because he knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that we have to address that maybe Thursday?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if we get to that on Thursday, because that's indirectly addressed here, but only indirectly. I'm going to need to draw attention to it.
Since he's perfect in
it's
everything,
weird.
and he makes these angels who are supposedly almost perfect, like 99.99, like hand sanitizer or something, like in the 0.01% of sin just happened to slip in under God's nose. You know what I mean?
That depends, right? So
perfect, you know?
That really depends, because I mean, we don't have numbers. We really don't have numbers
So
as far as the number of.
Even have to sin about, you know what I mean? Like if you
Well, that's what we're going to have to look at too.
Yeah.
That's where, if you recall, that's where he's talking about that something extra.
Yeah.
Right. It's the desire for advantage, for what one can gain for oneself. Right. And it's that allows the angels to make a choice and to genuinely choose justice and to choose to love God. We'll have to look at exactly what that means, because It's weird, and he's really vague about it, but I think we can kind of come to something like a conclusion.
And I feel like if these angels were perfect, you know what I mean? Like, or not perfect, because they're not God, but so close to perfect, they would know that, like, you can't be better than God, you know what I mean? Like, what did he think was going to happen?
And he has to, he does address that, right, in, what is it, chapter 5, I think?
I feel like humans are smarter than that. Like, if we lived in heaven, we saw him face to face, no one was going to be like, yeah, we can take this guy down. Like,
No, it's chapter 4.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's chapter 4, right, where he addresses how it is, how is it that Satan thought he could be like God? Because he's not stupid.
Yeah.
Right? He's at this point, at least before the creation of man and the glorification of man at the end of time, all yada yada yada. Before all that, Satan was the pinnacle of creation, right? the most glorious of the angels. He had to have known that he could not be like God.
Yeah.
But we have to look at in what way he thought he could be like God, and it's a really, really narrow sense. Because, I mean, by Anselm's reading, that's the only sense we have left. Right? Because we know it was that he willed to be like God. And it was a kind of pride. And it was a kind of choosing to renounce something that God had given him. It's kind of all the information we have. And so given all that, we have Anselm here trying to figure out exactly what that might mean, what that might look like. So, to look at this distinction in particular, right, into chapters 2 and 3, because that was all chapter 1. Like I said, this is really in depth. I expect to get through most of 3 today, if the other classes are any indication. So we'll see. So when we get into chapter 2 and then chapter 3, because these fit together quite well, this is where he's asking, why does it seem like God is causally responsible for Satan's fall? Right? Because it certainly seems to be the case. God could have prevented it, and it seems like the only reason Satan would have had for falling was if God did not give him perseverance of the will. God did not give him justice, the capacity and the action to obey and to be just and to follow God's will and all of that stuff. Right? And so, in chapter 3, we get this distinction. Oh, it's not true. In chapter 3, we get like 6 different distinctions. This is the first one. So, we get this distinction between the direction of causality between giving and receiving, and between not giving and not receiving. So this is that beginning part of chapter 3. So the bottom of 57 onto 58 is where I drew the little heart in the margin, is that part, if you recall. So he lays out, okay, so if I give you something, I am causally responsible for you having it, right? Fair enough. So if I give you a, to use a class analogy, if I give you a grade, I am causally responsible for you having that grade. Now we can set aside concerns of merit and stuff because we don't want to work on that. That's a separate concern, whether you earned the grade or whether it was arbitrary or whatever. By contrast, if I do not give you a grade, that causes you not to have one, right? There are notes that you guys have turned in that I haven't graded yet, and therefore you don't have a grade for them. Or if you've turned in your paper early and you've turned it in, I haven't graded it, therefore you don't have a grade, right? So in that case, at least some of the time, not giving can be the cause of not receiving. However, Anselm wants to point out that the converse can be true as well, that not receiving can be the cause of not giving. So, to use the grade example, suppose I put a grade in for someone's logic quiz. And this was sometime before midterms, and that understandably, they get a little bit freaked out about that and decide to drop the class. Have I given them a grade for the course?
A final grade?
Yeah. Or even, interestingly, even the grade for the logic quiz.
I mean, it won't stick, so like...
Exactly. The grade isn't there. There is no grade, right? They're out of my system. They're out of E2L. They're not signed up. I have not given them the grade, but it's not because I didn't give it that they don't receive it. It's because they don't receive it that I can't give it. right? It's what he's talking about here is the rejection of something being the cause for why it isn't given. So when we say that God gives different things to different people, yeah, but that's not God's doing. Not properly speaking. Right? If God gives justice, perseverance of the will, whatever you want to call it, to some people and not to others, it isn't because God doesn't give it to them that they don't have it. It's because they don't receive it that God doesn't give it to them. Right? Okay, so how does this work? How is it that Satan can deny God? That seems like attributing a lot of power to Satan that we probably shouldn't. Okay, well, he goes into explaining the mechanics of choice. There's another distinction that he makes in chapter 3. This is more on sort of the next page, onto 59 or so, if you're following along. This is where he points out that there's a 3-step process to willing something. So, in order to will something, there are 3 parts that you need. So let me illustrate by example. Are you, each of you, capable of eating? And raise your hand if you're capable of eating. Okay. Keep your hand up if you are hungry, if you want to eat. Okay? I'm not in particular, just 8. Okay, keep your hand up if you are eating. Okay, I didn't think so. Right? So, that's one example where you have 2 of these things, but not the 3rd. Okay? All right, who here is capable of standing? Okay? Who wants to? Okay, therefore you're not. All right, cool. One more example. Who is capable of unaided flight? Right, I didn't think so. Cool. So that's where it stops. So we have this 3-step process of the capacity for something, the ability to do something. Right? All of these are called the will, right? But we mean slightly different things. The will, as in the capacity for choice, the ability to choose something. Right? In this case, you don't have the will to fly because you're not capable of choosing to fly. You do have the will to stand or to eat because you're capable of both of those things. Okay, now you might not have the will, the next step, to stand if you don't want to. The next step is the desire or the inclination towards doing something. Right? It is the will to, say, the will to stand or the will to eat. This is how we talk about, most commonly we find this used as an example of sort of the will to keep going, or the will to finish, or the will to persevere. The desire to complete something, the desire to do something. We still talk about this as a will, but this is that next step. So if you don't have the first thing, you're not going to have this, usually. But you might have the inclination or the desire to, say, fly unaided. You might love the idea of just taking off and flying around, right? Fine, but that can only be the case because you either do not understand or are temporarily ignoring your inability to do so. I'll come back to that because that winds up being important. The third is the will, or what we would call the act of willing, or the activation, right? The actual making the choice to eat or to stand or whatever. Right? Now, I didn't use an example of this, but we can say sitting, right? We're all capable of sitting. We all have a desire to remain sitting, so it would seem, and we all are in fact sitting. So we have all 3 steps. We have all 3 parts here, and that means that the will is carried out through to completion. We have finished willing, sitting, in this case. Okay. At any stage here, something can stop our choice. We can either not have the capacity for it, we just not have the ability to choose something. By not having the ability to do it, these would be things like that we're not either physically or metaphysically capable of doing. And this is the least common because we don't really think about those things. Right? We don't think about things that we're just not capable of doing most of the time. You might not have the inclination for something. You might not want something. Whether that is a, to use, I guess, psychology terms, whether that's a trait or a state, right? Whether that means that you always don't have the inclination or the desire for something, or you don't right now, right? This is the difference between, say, I don't have the particular desire, the current desire right now to stand, but I might also not have the desire to drink coffee made of dryer lint, as I've used as an example before. Right, to just put dryer lint in my coffee maker and make it out of that. Right, that is something that I just don't have the will for ever. Whereas standing, I do sometimes, but not others. Right, so this can be something consistent, or this can be something changing. Now, the activation, the act of willing, the actual choice that we make, that will only happen if you have the capacity, you have the inclination, and then you act on it. There's an extra step there. All right. So, what is Satan missing? Is it the ability to choose, the inclination for justice, or the actual activation, the actual choice?
The choice and the inclination?
Not initially.
So first the inclination.
So, it goes the other way, actually. So he has the inclination for justice. We'll look at exactly why that is as well.
Oh, because he's an angel.
Yeah, because he was created with it. And this is right at the end of chapter 3. He goes into this as well. So Satan is created with the inclination or the will for justice, just like all of the angels, just like all rational creatures, us as well. But he does not choose it. He activates the contrary. He chooses against justice, and so therefore loses the inclination for justice, at least in one sense that we'll again wind up looking at because it's very complicated as to how this works exactly. I keep saying that, but I hope I wind up delivering. We'll get there. But it's initially the act of rejection that we were talking about was an act of the activation or lack of activation of the will. It's not a lack of a capacity, and it's not a lack of an inclination. It's simply that last part. That the will was not actually choosing the end in mind, justice. What time do we have? What time is it? How do we have?
3:41.
Okay. Oh, plenty of time. All right. So there's one other distinction here in chapter 3 that kind of informs this, as to why it is that he does initially have this inclination for justice, but then it goes away, then he leaves, then he abandons it, and so it leaves him. And this is the question between, it's a distinction that is really hard to figure out in translation. This is on 61, so basically the whole page of 61, still in chapter 3. And it's the difference between not willing and willing against. Does anyone get this? Does anyone understand this one right off the bat upon reading? So not willing something versus willing against something. How would we describe that, maybe?
So Satan didn't not want justice to happen.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't want it to happen enough.
Careful, because I think it winds up being the opposite of that. If I'm understanding exactly what you're saying.
So he
use a more down-to-earth example, like human example. See if we can do that first.
can't think of one.
Okay, I have a couple examples I'll give it a shot for. But first of all, the reason this is weird and difficult is because it's a word we don't have a word for in English that there is a simple compound word for in Latin that kind of means this. So it's the difference between the Latin term non velle, so not willing, or to not will, or not to will, and nole, which is just willing against, or the contrary of willing. something like rejection, rejecting something, right? Willing not for there to be something, willing the opposite of something, willing to get rid of it.
Justice to happen, but also didn't.
Yeah, he wanted. He had an inclination for justice. He had a desire for it. He had a will for it. But he also had, let's say, a stronger will for there not to be justice, for particular reasons that again we'll get to. So, example. Suppose I were to offer you a dessert platter. You have three options. You can have cake, you can have pie, or you can have cat poop. Raise your hand if you would prefer cake. Okay, raise your hand if you would prefer pie. Raise your hand if you would prefer cat poop. Okay, I didn't think so. All right, so one of these options you have willed. You've chosen. Right? You have the capacity, you have the inclination, and you've chosen. You've activated the choice. Most of us, it was cake. Right? Okay, so let's just go with that. One of them, you have simply not willed. The pie. You don't have the particular will for pie as much as you do for cake. And so it's not like you're rejecting it. Right? If it were offered on its own, you would probably accept it. Probably, I don't know your taste in particular. But there's a good chance that if it were offered on your own, if I said, hey, have some pie, you'd say, yes, thank you. Right? But in the case where I'm saying cake or pie, you'll select cake and you'll leave the pie alone. Now, on the other hand, you will, I hate the future tense in English when I'm talking about the will, but here we go. You will against or will to reject cat poop every time, regardless of what the alternatives are. Right? You're not going to choose it, not because you just don't particularly want it. It's that you want it not to be on your plate. Right? You want to reject it. You will against it. Okay. Now, he wants to draw one further distinction within this distinction, which is the order of these things. Because we find that in a lot of cases, we both will against something and not will it. But the causal sequence of these can go one way or the other. It can go either way, right? You can not will something because you have willed against it, or you've rejected it, or you can reject something because you do not will it. Right, so the first example of this is like, he uses an example of a hot coal. We can do the same thing with the cat poop, whatever. You can will against something because you first do not will it. Right? Before I introduced the idea of cat poop, nobody wanted any in particular, right? You had no particular will or desire for cat poop, right? Presumably. And so, once I hypothetically offered it to you, because you already didn't want it, you had no will for it, then you willed against it. Once it was before you, once you had the opportunity to reject it, you then did. So in that case, it begins with not willing, and that leads to willing against. All right, the other example he uses is like paying for something. So exchanging money for something. So let's say you've got a coffee that you presumably just got. Let's say that was, I don't know, $3? Let's say $3. Let's go with that. Okay, so before you bought the coffee, you had $3. You wanted it, right? You didn't want to get rid of it. You had the $3 in your hand. It was a good thing, all that. Okay. You had a will for having those $3. Again, assuming you paid cash, which is probably counterfactual, but whatever. Okay. If you wanted to have those $3, why did you give them away? Right, you wanted the coffee instead, or more so. Right? Okay. So,
because if they had offered her free coffee, she wouldn't have given up the $3.
Exactly, right? You would have kept it. And further, you wouldn't have just had the $3 in your hand and just dropped it down a storm drain because you didn't want it, right? I mean, when you're done with the coffee, you will probably not want the empty cup and will probably get rid of it.
but you'll will to get rid of it after you already don't want it, right? So the contrary, though, with the example of the money, you want it. You want to have the $3, right? But then you will to abandon it, or you will to not have it, because you will to have the coffee more so. And the way of getting the coffee is to give away the $3, to exchange the two. And so, willing to abandon the $3 comes before not willing to have it. Because before I brought this up, you probably weren't thinking about the $3 you spent on the coffee or whatever it was, and wanting to have that back or anything like that, I'm assuming. Right? You could, hypothetically, probably, maybe, you could maybe even get those $3 back. Right? Maybe if you just like, after you finish your coffee, you go into Benny's and say, "Hey, you gave me the wrong coffee. Can I have my money back?" And just, talk nicely or angrily at them, whichever works, depending on who's there or whatever. You might be able to do that, right? You might even be able to get back the thing that you wanted initially. But you're probably not going to do that, right? In part because you don't have a particularly strong desire for those $3 in particular, and then also because you probably have a stronger desire for justice. You don't want to, swindle people out of their money. Something like that. And so what happened was, you first willed to abandon the $3 because you wanted to exchange them for something else. You wanted something else more that was incompatible with keeping that money. And then ultimately wound up not willing that money. By willing to abandon it, you also abandoned your inclination or desire for that particular thing. Right? So one leads to the other. And right, this causal sequence can go either way. And so, Anselm is going to argue, this is the next page, right, that it is not that Satan did not have the will for justice and therefore willed to abandon it, but that he first willed to abandon it and therefore lost the inclination for it. Right? So he says, this is the last teacher paragraph of chapter 3. It says, it was not because his will was faulty, God having failed to give him the will. In other words, not because he didn't have the will for justice, that he did not will what he ought to have willed. But instead, by willing what he ought not, he cast out his good will when an evil will came to exist within him. So he desired something else instead of justice, in favor of justice. The only way to get that, whatever that was by willing to abandon justice. And so he willed to abandon justice, and so he lost his inclination for justice, and so cannot any longer will justice. Now that last part, that's rocketing through. That's way too fast, and the student calls him on it, and that's why they spend the next few chapters trying to figure out why it is exactly that he loses the inclination for justice entirely, because that seems like a jump. Because it is a jump.
And it still seems like a faulty will to me that an angel would choose to sin rather than maintain their, you know what I mean, the will they already have. Because like humans, it's like, like you said, they have the fall of man, so human nature is damaged, but like angelic nature, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's going to have to get around that, right? And I think he does, or tries to sort of indicate way ahead. The way he tries to get around this, I think he more or less succeeds in this as well. The way he avoids that problem is by positing that we have a will for at least two different kinds of things intrinsically. And by we, including angels in this. And that's justice and advantage, right? And that neither of those is intrinsically wrong. It's not wrong to want what is good for oneself. However, it is wrong to want what is good for oneself at the expense of justice, or at the expense of others, or at the expense of relationship with God, or at the expense of something that we ought to desire more. That's where the fault comes in. Right? It's not simply from the will to advantage, because we will things all the time that are advantageous for us, that are perfectly good and perfectly aligned with justice. The good angels
will things for advantage that are perfectly in line with justice. He goes into that as well. Right? So it's not like the will for advantage is evil.
Yeah.
Right? That's an easy mistake to make as well reading this, and one I initially made. When I first started looking into this, I was like, wait, he thinks that we ought not to will our own advantage? That doesn't seem right. But no, he doesn't actually say that. Right? It's that we have at least two, because we human beings probably have a lot more innate wills. Right? But we have at least two things that we strive for, that we seek. And that they have a sort of natural hierarchy, right? That our inclination for our will to justice should supersede our will for advantage if and when they come into conflict. But that the will for advantage in itself is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right? That it is actually a good thing, but it needs to be contextualized properly. And I mean, one could make an argument, and some would not. One could make an argument that even the will for justice needs to be contextualized in some cases. Now, you might have to do weird things with the definition of what the will to justice would be in that case and stuff like that, but I could see an argument being made for something like that as well. Okay, cool. So back to Anselm. Last time we really only covered, I guess, the first 3 chapters or so of On the Fall of the Devil. Was there anything in there that we want to go back over? Because we made a lot of careful, minute distinctions in there about the will, about choice, about good and evil, and that kind of thing, before we move on. Anything left to discuss in those first 3 or so chapters? All right. If not, then I want to look at chapter 4 and 5. These kind of go together a bit. And they sort of lead into 6. So I want to get through at least these next 3, and we'll probably keep going, because these are a little bit less complicated and a little bit less in depth than, say, chapter 3. So in chapter 4, the student starts to ask about how it is, or what exactly it was that the devil did to fall. We've looked so far at how the devil could have made a choice, what that choice could have looked like as far as abandoning rectitude of the will, right, abandoning justice, that whole thing. But the question is still in the air: what was he choosing, and what were the angels choosing between? So we have from Scripture and Revelation and tradition and all of that stuff, we have, like we were saying last time, we have very, very little information about the details of the fall of Satan, right? So we kind of just know we kind of know that, well, Satan fell. It was at the establishment of the world. It was through something to do with pride. That's kind of it. It had something to do with the tradition at this point is that it was something similar to the fall of Adam, insofar as it was a desire to be like God, or to take the place of God, or to put oneself before God, or something like that. And that's what they're at least assuming that it was meant by the pride of Satan. But so we have to look at exactly how that could work, right? So, all right, so he asks initially, how is it that Satan willed to be like God? Do we see the problem with willing to be like God for an angel? Do we see why that would seem implausible? Why? What do you think?
Well, because, God is supposed to be like this divinely powerful being, and if angels are only supposed to really be his harbingers, then there is no greater being like to his likeness.
Right, yeah, exactly. Remember who we're reading, right? We're reading Anselm. The last thing we read by Anselm was the ontological argument, right? Where he talks about God as being
so completely separate from and above the world, being that than which no greater can be conceived or can be thought. So we're talking about absolute maximal perfection in every way, in every capacity, with no limitations whatsoever. It seems odd, maybe impossible, for an angel, the greatest of the angels, right, God's pinnacle of creation at this point, who is presumably rather intelligent and rather wise, by which I mean certainly more wise and intelligent than we are or than Anselm is, to think that he can become greater than that than which no greater can be thought. Right? That seems obviously contradictory. And so this is what the student is pointing out, right? The student in the dialogue is pointing out that this seems like something that the devil should have known better. The devil shouldn't have thought, I can be like God, or I can be greater than God, or I can take the place of God. That would be an absurd thing for an angel who is created and created directly by God and has the immediate beatific vision, the vision of God, knows God immediately and directly. That would seem kind of silly for an angel to think they could be like God. Okay, well, how is it then? What was this act of will to be like God then? What do you guys think? If it wasn't just to be God, or to be like God in the absolute ontological sense, then what was it exactly that the devil willed? Yeah.
I know I read something about happiness in the text.
Mm-hmm.
There's happiness in the justice comparison.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a little bit further where he gets into this in detail, so we'll have to come back to like the precise details of how these work together. But he talks about there being at least two basic things that one can will or can desire, right? Can be inclined towards. Right? So if we remember that threefold distinction of will, you can have the ability to will something, you can have the inclination for something, and then you can have the action. And this is talking mostly about that middle part, right? So there's at least two things that we can be inclined towards, we can have a will for: justice and advantage. That is, we can will the right thing because it is the right thing, or we can will what is advantageous for us for our own sake. And at times, at least, Anselm is going to posit that these two come into conflict. Right? There are times when doing the right thing means shunning or abandoning our own advantage. Right? Doing something that might be either detrimental to ourselves or at least not ideal for ourselves, in favor of doing the right thing, or vice versa. Right? So we're presented with this strong moral choice, and this is the kind of moral choice that he thinks that the devil must have been confronted with. Because that's really the only kind of morally significant choice that you can have. For or against justice, well, against can only really be against justice if it is in favor of something else. Right? And what else could that be? Well, some kind of advantage, some kind of selfish advantage. Right? So it has to be something like that, right? It has to be this choice between advantage and justice, or the will of God, what God has willed for the devil to will. But what advantage, or no, that's getting ahead of ourselves, because that isn't until like chapter 20 or so, because he doesn't answer that question yet, and we'll look at why. But how is it that willing one's own advantage instead of justice how could that be described as willing to be like God?
Justice is like, I guess equality or fairness. Maybe not equality, but fairness, like amongst
Fairness in the sense of again, this isn't an ethics class, I don't want to get into like the details of it, but something along the lines of what is owed to each other person, right? So justice is about treating things correctly, treating things properly, right? So the just or fair thing to, the just or fair way to treat people is
by respecting each of their inherent dignity as persons, that sort of thing, and not using people for your own advantage. Right? So in that sense, right, fairness, right? So fair exchange is another common category of justice. So, a fair trade is one where both are better off, and one is not taking advantage of the other or tricking somebody or that kind of thing. So, continue. What more do you think about this?
Basically what you were saying, I feel like if someone's trying to go for an advantage, they're trying to, they're imbalancing justice in a way. So they're trying to make themselves greater than everyone, only God.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this. It's a slightly different way of stating this or explaining this than Anselm does, but I think it works. So, the way you're laying it out, if justice is about fairness, treating things the way they ought to be treated, treating things in the way that is in accord with what they are and what they merit and what they deserve, what you owe them, that sort of thing, then taking advantage in favor of justice is, like you said, trying to tip the scale in your favor, right? So if you and I are equal in a lot of terms, right? If I were to seek my own advantage at your expense, what I would be doing is I would be treating us as unequal. I would be acting as if I am greater than you. Now, let's suppose that we are unequal, right? Let's suppose that we're radically unequal in some way, right? Let's say that you're God and I'm Lucifer, hypothetically. And that justice would say that I treat you and I unequally, but in a particular kind of way, right? I owe you a lot of things, basically, everything, being God. It's getting a little blasphemous, but sorry. We're okay. All hypothetical. Right? But if I owe God everything, and I do not give that to God, right? If I don't offer everything to God, if I hold back something of my own, what I'm doing is I am saying I deserve this, God doesn't. So what I'm doing is I'm giving to myself what I ought to give to God. Just like if you and I, right, ordinary human persons who are equal in morally relevant respects, right? If I say I'm going to give myself something that I ought to give to you, right? If I borrow something from you and never give it back, for example, what I'm doing is I'm saying implicitly, I deserve this thing. And I'm saying that contrary to the fact of the matter. Because justice would demand that you deserve this thing, right? If I borrow something from you, you need it back. I owe it to you. And if I say, no, I'm keeping it, what I'm saying essentially is I am taking my will to be over and above, more important than overruling justice, the way that things are. And more so, I'm taking myself to be more important than you. Okay, so if we put this exchange back in the case of God and Satan, if Satan says that I want this thing that I owe to God, God ought to have it, but I want to have it myself. What's he effectively saying?
That he's more deserving of it.
Yeah, right? That he is in some sense owed this thing and God isn't. He's saying that this exchange that should be unequal in a very particular specific way should go the other direction. He is in effect placing himself above God by saying that I want and I deserve and I'm going to take this advantage, whatever this thing is that will benefit me, even though that should be God's prerogative. So I'm taking that over, and therefore I am greater. Right? So he's putting himself in the moral place of God, not necessarily the metaphysical or the ontological place of God. But he's saying that in terms of what he earns, what he deserves, what he has, what he is, that he is, to his mind, better than God. So that's one way of looking at it. There's a lot of ways of looking at this. Another is to analogize it to the fall of man. That is, right? That
Well, how is it exactly that eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil is seen as an act of pride, an act of willing to be like God? Because it's very closely analogous.
The fruit, like, wasn't the fruit supposed to make them, like, see truth or something, like, or allow...
Maybe, yeah.
Wasn't it that the serpent told them that they would have the knowledge that God has, so they were going to put themselves equal to God?
Yeah, so they would take into themselves some knowledge or some, well, let's just limit it to knowledge for now, and then we'll build on that. Right, some knowledge that is the prerogative of God alone. Okay. The knowledge of good and evil in particular, so this is moral knowledge, so it has something to do with justice. So again, we're already building analogies here. This is already getting kind of close to our story about the devil. And so, okay, the knowledge of good and evil, this is knowledge. I'll just wait. Okay. All right.
Really good. Two more.
I know. I have 2 more classes. I have 2 more I have 1 more chance because the battery will die if I do 2 in a row. Anyway, I might just cut all that out. Who knows? So, eating the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or the tree of life. What the sin was there is taking something that ought to be God's prerogative. But we need to put a pin in this because it may also be that, because thinking about the eschaton, that is the end of the world, the perfected state of justice after the second coming and all of that, God intends for mankind to have the knowledge of good and evil. Knowledge on par with God. We're supposed to have the beatific vision, the immediate apperception of God. So we're supposed to have this. We're supposed to have what would be granted by the tree. But not yet. Not in its due time. Or in its due time, not now.
So it's basically like, I guess you could say, like, it's on timing. It's patience in a way.
Yeah.
You have to wait for it and nurture it. So.
Yeah. Keep that in mind, because that's chapter 6. Keep that in mind, because this is exactly what Anselm is talking about the fall of the devil is going to be. Something like a grasping at something that you're not supposed to have, at least not yet. Okay, so continuing on about this knowledge of good and evil thing. So knowledge, another aspect of knowledge is authority. Right? Part of what knowledge does is it grants authority. And so the knowledge of good and evil is, at least in part, the authority over calling good good and evil evil. Now, why this connection between knowledge and authority? Think of it in academic terms. We talk about not just, authorities in the sense of, governmental authorities or whatever. We also talk about authorities in terms of intellectual authorities. So, I am an authority on this subject. The other professors around here are authorities on their own particular subject. And the reason for that isn't because of, the degree we have, or it isn't because we're, hired into a particular position. The authority is something to do with our knowledge, what we know about the subject. Knowing about the subject is enough to be an authority because it's enough to say the truth. To know what the truth is and to say it. And so taking on this knowledge of good and evil is essentially taking on the authority of God over good and evil. It is, a lot of the tradition will read this as, let me put it this way, that it is taking on the ability to decide what is good and evil. In other words, it is the ability to choose, not just the ability, but the active choice, right? This third part of that 3-part part of the will, right? The active choice to do something, implying implicitly that that is the right thing to do. In other words, it's placing one's own will before the will of God. It's pride again. It's very similar to the fall of Satan. Now, there's also a tradition which goes back to Athanasius, one of the relatively early church fathers. I think it was Athanasius. Don't necessarily quote me on that. I'll see if I can figure out who this was, because I should have looked this up. That puts forward that the fall of Satan and the fall of man happened simultaneously, right? That in the garden, when the serpent tempts Eve, that temptation is also the act of Satan choosing to turn away from God. By taking onto himself this role of authority, this role of granting knowledge and granting good and evil, granting authority that God alone should have, that this is the same thing, right? The fall occurs for man and for angels simultaneously. And it wasn't an act of Satan falling and then having been fallen, then tempting Eve, then tempting Adam. It was all one thing, right? That the fall of Satan and the fall of man co-occur. They happen simultaneously. The same, the same action, the same choice, the same fall, that they act together against God to turn both of themselves away from God. That's speculative. That's because, again, we don't have much in Scripture and Revelation and tradition even about anything definitive really about the fall of Satan. But that's one model where it's worth noting. It also eliminates this problem of why did God permit Satan to fall and then still have influence over the world? Because then it seems like it was Satan's fault that man fell, and that takes some of the responsibility away from Adam and Eve, and then also it seems to be irresponsible of God to let the serpent into the garden. So this winds up fixing a lot of those issues, potentially at least. Okay, there's one more way we can look at this. And this is an example I want to draw from St. Augustine, who wrote a while earlier than Anselm. So Anselm had some of these ideas in his mind. And this is from Augustine's book, The Confessions, which was a kind of spiritual autobiography mixed in with a bunch of philosophical stuff. Like, the last 3 chapters, which are about the later years of his life, ostensibly, are really about the philosophy of language and the philosophy of time. It's very little about actually himself. But that's not the part I want to talk about. I want to talk about an incident that occurred when he was a young man, probably a teenager. Has anyone heard the story of the theft of the pears? No? Okay. I didn't think so. Maybe? Sound familiar? Okay, see if this rings any bells as I go through it. So Augustine was a young man, juvenile delinquent, hanging out with his heathen hooligan friends, and they were out one night. They may have been drunk, but not too drunk, because that's important for the story that they knew what they were doing. And they decide to go onto someone's property, go over to a pear tree, and start stealing pears. Just stealing them, just taking them. Right? And he goes into explaining, well, why is it that he did this? He knew it was wrong. He knew he should not have done it, but he did it anyway. He and his friends all did. And he begins speculating, like, why could this have been? Well, it could have been because I wanted pears, but I didn't. None of us did. We threw them away. We gave them to the pigs. We didn't actually want them. We just wanted to steal them. And he thinks about, well, maybe it was something about the farmer. Maybe we wanted something. Maybe it was out of a disordered desire, to harm the person whose tree it was. But he rules that out too because he didn't even know whose it was. He didn't know who they belonged to. It was just some stranger that he had happened to walk by their property and started stealing pears. And then he speculated maybe it was something like camaraderie, right? Maybe it was because all of his friends wanted to do it that he did it and participated as well. Maybe it was something like peer pressure. But he rules that out too because someone had to have the idea. Even if it wasn't his initially, the idea had to start somewhere. Can we grab that? That's about to fall. But anyway, so Augustine has this opportunity to do something wrong for what seems to be no particular reason other than it's wrong. But that seems like it should be impossible by Augustine's reasoning, which is very similar to Anselm's, that evil is
Nothing. There's nothing about evil that makes it worth choosing. There's nothing appealing about it because it's nothing, right? So, what gives? How could he have made this choice? So he winds up sort of concluding, because he really only alludes to an answer here that he winds up answering elsewhere. But he winds up eventually concluding that it's a kind of desire to be like God. How? How could stealing pears be like God? Keeping in mind all of the discussion we've had, yeah.
Because they're taking something that's someone else's that they don't need.
Presumably they do, right? Presumably they would harvest these and either eat them or sell them.
I'm saying, the people that stole them. I thought you said.
Oh, okay. No, I misunderstood you. Sorry. Yeah, the people who stole them didn't need them. Right, so you're right. Yeah. So I thought you meant that the person whose tree it was didn't need them. No, okay, sorry. I misinterpreted. Go ahead.
I'm not exactly sure, but I guess it would just be like if someone willed to be like God, they're doing something they don't need to do. Or they're that comparison that you made with the whole taking something that should be given to God. So they're taking something that doesn't belong to them.
So part of it can be that they are treating themselves as more important than their equals. So the owner of the tree, right? And so they're placing more moral significance on themselves than on somebody else. Now, first of all, this isn't the answer that Augustine gives exactly. But even in our terms, I want to be careful about that because the exchange is between equals. And just because you're treating yourself as better than another equal doesn't mean necessarily that you're treating yourself as better than God. Now, it could be that you are treating yourself as better than God because God said do not steal and you're stealing. Right? And you're saying that, I'm doing something here because I think my own advantage is more important than justice. Like what we were talking about with the context of the devil. But there's another way that we can look at this, that Augustine looks at this. Any guesses before I spoil it? Give it away. Yeah.
Like maybe it's like not even thinking that they're better than somebody else, and so they steal from them. It's like the arrogance and thinking that there would be like no consequences for doing so. So, It's not like an insular situation, like somebody will be affected, and just because you're not thinking of another person doesn't necessarily mean that you think that you're better than them when you, do an action.
Yeah, I think you're getting closer to what Augustine has to say, right? So part of it is thinking that you are, sufficiently important or sufficiently clever that you're also going to get away with this. Now, according to the account, they did get away with it, right? But thinking that in the moment is very different from how things turn out. Okay? And then further, thinking that you, for some reason, have a right to do this. Okay? Thinking that, if... Here's an example. When I was probably around the same age as Augustine, there was, on my way home, when I walked home from school or the bus stop or whatever, there was an old sort of beaten down fence around somebody's house that I would on occasion just throw things at to see if I could break boards on it, right? For no good reason, just to see if I could, right? What in the world gave me the idea that that would be something that I ought to be doing?
Is it like the feeling of you, like you were explaining before, like you teach philosophy, you have authority over that. Like you have the knowledge of that. And so someone else who teaches another thing here can't come in, not because they're not smart enough, because they don't have the authority, they don't have the degree for it. So it's like you're giving yourself authority over what you can do and what you want to do.
Exactly, yeah. So that's Augustine's idea, right? It's that by Augustine stealing the pears, or by me throwing rocks at a fence or whatever, stuff that is low level, sure, it hurts somebody, or at least it indirectly hurts somebody to a minor, maybe nuisance level, but still it's something. And it's something that we ought not to do, us annoying teenagers. what we are functionally doing in moral terms is we are taking unto ourselves this this authority to decide, I should do this. This is the right thing for me to do. That's a prerogative of God. Because God creates the world, and with it all of the moral structures of the world, right? Equality, justice, fairness, all of the good and evil that we see in the world. What this action winds up doing is I am saying I'm taking it onto myself to decide what the good is, to decide what's right, what's wrong. And that's placing myself in the position of God. That's how Augustine saw it. And that's, I think, how we can read this as well, at least one way that we can read this as well, the devil's sin. Because the devil said, by choosing advantage over justice, I am choosing what justice ought to be. And it should be what benefits me. And that's placing himself in the moral position of God as sort of moral legislator. And saying that this, the thing that I'm choosing to do, I'm choosing to do it. And therefore, what I'm implicitly saying is, this is the right thing to do. And by saying it's the right thing to do, you're contradicting justice, but justice implemented by God. Justice that can only be implemented by God, being the creator. And so you're placing yourself as the ultimate moral authority for yourself. It's a kind of self-worship. And that's how Anselm, at least here, is reading Satan's choice for advantage over justice as a kind of pride, and not merely a. It might be easier to read this as a kind of greed, maybe, right? Wanting something for yourself that you should give to others, or envy, right? Not wanting something for others that you can't have yourself, or anything else. This could be wrath, even. Anger at God for not receiving something like that. Right? These are all relatively common readings of the fall of Satan. But we know it's pride, and that seems like a weird thing for it until we start looking at it in this way. In terms of when we choose something wrong, what we're ultimately choosing is to place ourselves in the place of God. In this moral sense. Right. Make sense? Questions? What do you guys think?
What if we choose something wrong that doesn't have an advantage to us? Like, I don't know, like putting ourselves just, in a worse place.
Okay. So I think that let's think about the pears as well, right? Augustine got no advantage from stealing those pears. There was nothing about that benefited him. He wasn't going to eat them. He didn't want them for any reason. I guess it was fun, but why? What was fun about it? It's not like picking fruit is fun, really. Especially if you're not planning on eating them, if you're just planning on throwing them away. Like, what are you doing? Similarly, when I, threw rocks at fences when I was a teenage hooligan, right? I got no advantage from that. When the rock bounced off without breaking the fence, I didn't even get the satisfaction of having succeeded, right? I failed, I gained nothing from it, and yet I still shouldn't have done it. So the only benefit, the only advantage that could come from a choice like that is the way Augustine reads this, and I think this is a good way of reading it, is it's an attempted usurpation of God's authority. It's an attempt at sovereignty. You ever do something just because you can? Well, that's the kind of thing that we're talking about here. And sometimes that's morally neutral, right? Because sometimes the things that we can do are perfectly acceptable. They're things that we ought to be able to do. Right? Once in a while, you'll just want to do something. And sometimes that will be within your proper authority, something that you ought to do as the kind of person, the kind of thing that you are. But sometimes, when you just want to do something just because, sometimes that's something that you ought not to do for some reason. Right?
not for any good reason, but I mean, even think about something maybe less morally significant, but something like intrusive thoughts, right? You ever think, what if I just knocked over that cup? Why? If I decided to just knock this cup onto the ground, knock over my coffee and have it spill all over the ground, that would not only not benefit me, but it would harm me. I wouldn't have the rest of my coffee to drink, and that would be a bad thing. But I might desire it. And so I would be even willing, strictly speaking, not only against justice, well, not really against justice. There's nothing wrong with dumping coffee out here, right? That's fine. I mean, we're outside. But if I were to do that in the classroom, say, knock my coffee off the desk onto the carpet and just leave it there, right? I would not only be, in that case, I'd be willing against justice because I would be damaging something. Somebody would have to clean it. I'd be imposing a duty on somebody else. All of that stuff, right? All the moral stuff. It would be unjust, but it would also be something that I could will that was against my own advantage. All that I would be willing was, well, as Augustine reads it, sovereignty. I'm asserting my ability to do things contrary to anything else, anything that would hold me back. And so that's how he winds up reading this, right? That's how he winds up reading Augustine, that is. That's how he winds up reading these weird moral cases where we do something wrong that doesn't even seem to benefit us. Now, those are rare cases. Right? Most of the time when we do something wrong, it's because we think we're going to gain from it somehow. Maybe it's not straightforwardly, but at least in most cases, when we do something wrong, it's to gain our own advantage. And so that's the simpler case, and so that's where Anselm is going for the fall of Satan. But I think it's important to notice here that wouldn't have to be the case. And Anselm limits it down to looking at justice and advantage, having these two possibilities, these two options that sometimes come into conflict with one another. But this is why I said there's at least two wills that we have, justice and advantage. Because we also might have other wills. There might be other things that we want. Right? For example, you might have a will for someone's advantage, not just your own. Right? For someone you care about, doing what is beneficial to them at the expense of all else is not necessarily just. Right? So if I were to start robbing banks so that my kids would have money, I'm not doing it for me. I'm not doing it for my own advantage. I'm doing it for someone else. But what I'm doing is still contrary to justice. Right? So we might have other wills other than these two, but two's enough, right? Two's enough for the sake of the thought experiment to kind of figure out how these kinds of choices work in terms of, angelic choices. All right. Anything else? Questions? Additional comments or concerns about this? Moving on. Okay. So, chapter 5, there's part of this I want to skip, and it's why there's like a half a page footnote here. Because I don't want to bother with that part because it gets wildly complicated and incredibly speculative, and it's something I don't care about. It's about the number of beings in heaven, which is important for some reason to Anselm. I've read the book that he's referring here, Codeus Homo, Why God Became Man. His argument for this conclusion in that book, I don't get it. I like that book. He makes a lot of good arguments. That one's not one of them. Anyway, maybe I'm being harsh, but I'm allowed to be harsh to the people we're reading. Anyway,
well,
yes.
Like how many angels can dance on a head of a pin? Is that like
I
the
mean,
question?
Sort of. I mean, that's not in particular. That was, but it's okay. Fine. Here we go.
I ain't gonna explain because I'm like,
Why did I do this? Okay,
How many
so
angels can dance on the head of a pin? How many angels are available to dance on the head of a pin?
an infinite number, as many as God wants to dance. That's how many. Angels take up no space. That's the point. That's the point of the question. That's why that question in particular is the thing.
questioning like the souls as well?
So he is asking, okay, how do we know
All right, why is it that there are, in particular, as many human beings as there are, and why are there as many human beings as there are who are saved, and how many are fallen? Why is this?
He wanted to know like that.
And he wants to point this out, something like that, right? He wants to ask this because he thinks that when God created the world, there was a perfect number of people in heaven, let's just say, the angels. And then some of the angels fell. And so, because this was all part of God's design, part of that design was that those fallen angels would be one for one numerically replaced by glorified human beings.
So whenever an angel falls, a human being goes up to...
Not whenever. We're talking about at the end of the world. End state, right? End state. Once everything is perfected at the second coming and the recreation of the world and all of that, there will be a perfect number of persons in heaven, which will be the same number as when the world was created and all of the angels were in heaven. Okay.
So is it a prime number? What number is it?
He doesn't say. He doesn't say, because why would he know that, right? His point here, why he thinks this is the case, is because when God created the world and said this is very good, what he takes that to mean is perfection. And part of that perfection is the perfect number of unfallen persons. And so if that's the perfect number of unfallen persons, they have to be replaced once some of them fall. That's his reasoning. It's not great. I get it. I get the argument, right? That if the world was created as perfect and then it fell, it needs to be re-perfected, right? And if it were more than that, then why that initial number would not have been perfect, yada, yada, yada. Okay, we get it.
So then
That's
does
fair
that mean
enough.
that there's only like a finite number of people who will like go to heaven?
Well, technically, yes, that's
I
what
mean-
the Bible says.
Yeah, but if you like, believe in Jesus and
Yeah.
like God and everything
Yeah.
like that, then unless you're like a Calvinist or you believe in like determinism. then-
Well, let's suppose, maybe counterfactually, whatever, let's suppose that every human being who has ever lived and will ever live will be in heaven. That's a finite number. It's a really big number, but it's finite, right? It's in the trillions right now. That's not that big, right? And so if the world ended tomorrow and every human being who has ever lived is going to be in heaven, then that means that there were, I don't know, a couple of trillion angels who fell, and however many who didn't. That's a finite number. It's a really big one, but it's finite, right? That's what he's saying. He's not saying that that the number is specifically limited to, like...
You just have to replace the angels that fall. That's
42.
it's not 42. Yeah, replace the angels that fell. Right. It's a weird argument, and it's a huge distraction, and I regret spending time on this, but I mentioned it, so that was my fault.
It's important. It's a part of it. You don't know where he went kind of off the rails.
I don't think it was off the rails. I think it was overly speculative. That's all.
Off the rails. Why are you going too into it?
Sounds like something
don't
from
worry about it.
or like a Terry Pratchett novel.
Kind of. Yeah. It's he's trying too hard with the world building of the world, the actual world. Anyway, yeah. I digress.
Yeah.
I digress. Unfortunately, that was too much of a digression for that point. Then again, like I said, there's a half a page of footnote to try and explain this. So
Sorry, you did a spark note.
yeah, there we go. Anyway, okay. So the important part of chapter 5 is that before the fall of Satan, all of the angels, not only those who fell, could have fallen. They could have chosen to sin. And that is because of how the choice was set up. Because the same choice was presented to all of the angels, those who wound up falling and those who wound up retaining justice. Okay, what was the choice?
Is it like, who do you follow? If God or the devil type of thing? Do you think
That would work, but
Satan is right for his position of doing what he did, or do you not think he's right for his position for doing what he did? So those who agreed with it.
that would work, but that doesn't explain the fall of Satan himself. Right? And the issue here is that this choice is meant to have been made at the primal moment of creation. This was all simultaneous. Angels are, by this understanding, because they're not material, because they aren't corporeal, angels don't experience time
the way that we do. Right? They experience time, but they are not a part of it. It's complicated. Don't make me start. Philosophy of time gives me a headache anyway, and especially when angels are involved. But I digress more. But the point here, the important point is, the primal choice of the angels, both the good angels and the fallen angels, all of them occurred simultaneously at the moment of their creation. And so it couldn't really have been, well, Satan has decided to fall, so the rest of the angels are presented the choice, God or Satan. It was more like, well, what? What was the choice for the devil who fell?
I really want to say, like, I mean, it might be wrong.
That's fine.
But
It's a good start.
yeah, is it like that they had, I guess, because they have knowledge, they have all the knowledge, they know. So is it like they had the knowledge that was going to happen as well, and it was just like inevitable? Like they didn't tell God, I guess.
Interestingly, no. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Where is this? Okay, no.
Speculates that some of them knew and didn't tell him. That's how he
Where is this? It's late in the dialogue, so I'm going to have to find it eventually. We'll get there in particular. Here we go. In chapters 22, 23, and I think 24, 24 especially, so jumping way ahead, this is on page 95 if you're looking, Anselm points out that the devil and those who fell could not have known that their choice would lead to their falling. And the same applies to the good angels. They could not have known that their choice would have resulted in their not falling, and the devil's choices would have resulted in their falling.
So was it just that it was going to happen regardless? That God was the only one who decided? Like, he's the only one who knew what he was going to do, and that's it? Like, it was just going to happen?
Well, no and yes, right? I say no first because it is importantly the choice of the angels. But I kind of say yes because, well, God is responsible for giving them the will and giving them the capacity for choice and giving them perseverance and all of that stuff. But again, like we were talking about last time, right? Even though God gives perseverance of the will, justice to the good angels, those who do not fall, he doesn't give perseverance of the will to the fallen angels because they don't receive it, because they reject it. But the rejection was them. Right? But what was that rejection? What was the choice? I mean, we know it was something to do with a conflict between justice and advantage. How did this work? Mm-hmm.
Well, doesn't it like still all boil down to like pride, like believing that like, you know, Satan believes that he is, if not equal to, then like greater than God, and he should have like the decision to make that choice or like be greater than him. And so like it's not necessarily the choice of like, oh well, I think Satan like is greater than God. I like maybe it's supporting the fact that he thinks that he is, and he should be able to make that decision for himself. Like have that kind of autonomy that the other angels wouldn't recognize?
It's something like that. And we're getting close to it. So, now, that is, I think what you said is ultimately the significance of the choice. That's what made the choice important. But what was he choosing between? What exactly?
What do you mean by was he choosing? I mean, like the creation of like
the
one
actual
place, or where those who harm others end up in, or
Like, what did he do? What did he actually do? I mean, that was what he was choosing at a sort of a symbolic level.
Like choosing himself over man, basically.
Something like that. So this is one speculative reason, right? And I want to get into this because it's actually it illustrates the same point that Anselm was making in a different way. Right? Choosing, right? Rejecting the notion that mankind is going to someday be greater than the angels.
So, by the way, there's a reason that Anselm doesn't really address that as a possibility, and it's because it hadn't really come up in the tradition yet. That was mostly not invented out of whole cloth, but greatly expanded upon by John Milton hundreds of years later in Paradise Lost. But it illustrates, I think, the same point, that Satan wishes to see himself as the most important aspect of creation and wants for himself as close to perfection as he's ontologically capable of achieving, and wants to be the pinnacle of creation. Okay. So how Anselm presents this choice, this is again hypothetical because we don't know exactly what God did here, right? But he asked us to suppose, and this is in chapter 6. I mean, this is basically the entirety of chapter 6. He asks us to suppose that God presented the angels, the good and those who would fall, with a choice. He gave them everything except one extra thing. Almost everything that they could possibly have for their own advantage, he gave them at their creation. But he withheld something. And he said, commanded the angels to be satisfied with what they had, basically. But he left open the possibility of willing, in that second sense, the desire for this extra something that would be advantageous to them. Now, he's really unclear about what this is till later. Later on, he explains what this is, but I don't want to get there yet because we need a lot more explanation to figure out what the extra something is. But there's an extra something that is there, but God says to the angels, do not seek this extra something. And so we have a choice presented. As an angel, do you maintain what you have, be satisfied with what you have, and reject, will against this extra something that you're not supposed to will? In other words, do you maintain rectitude of the will? Do you maintain justice by willing what God has commanded you to will and rejecting this extra something that would benefit you, but you're not supposed to have yet? I'm sorry, I let it slip yet. That's the trick. Not supposed to have. Not supposed to have. Do you will the extra something and therefore choose against God? Or do you remain satisfied with only what you have? Do you will for advantage at the expense of justice by reaching and seeking what you're not supposed to have? Or do you will for justice at the expense of advantage? Justice, maintaining what you have and rejecting this additional thing that would benefit you. That's the choice. Okay. So what happens? Well, as far as their own will is concerned, he says about the good angels, they lost that good for the sake of justice, that extra thing. They don't have it. It is gone for them forever. They cannot achieve it because they have not willed to achieve it. They have lost not only the... they still have the will for advantage, but that advantage is now directed towards the things that they merely have, not this additional thing, because they have willed against it. They have willed to reject it. But he continues, but the good angels received it as a reward for justice, and they remain forever in secure possession of what they had. So, as a reward for the good angels not seeking this additional something that they weren't supposed to have, they then receive the additional something. And they have everything they could possibly want for their own advantage. Okay? What this means is their will for justice, in other words, what they ought to will, and their will for advantage, what will benefit them, are for all and only the same things. Everything they could possibly will for the sake of their own advantage, they already have and they ought to have. So there's nothing they could will for the sake of advantage that they couldn't have, that they're not supposed to have, that would be unjust. Similarly, there is nothing that they could will for the sake of justice that they don't already have that benefits them. So there's no will for justice that is contrary to their own advantage. The wills for advantage and justice wind up now becoming for the exact same things. And so everything they can possibly will is both advantageous to them and just. And so they're always going to will justice. There's no longer a conflict between the two.
Okay? What about the devil? Okay? Satan wills this additional something, wills to achieve this thing that he was not given. Cool. Satan, being a finite creature, an angel, can't get this of his own accord. Because what do we have that we have not received? Nothing. And it's not like we can add something to our own being of our own accord apart from God and God's will. So by striving to achieve this extra something, he fails to get it. But in trying to achieve it, what he is also doing is he is rejecting justice. The justice by which he has everything that he has. So all of the other advantageous things that he has rejected in favor of this additional something that he did not have. So by rejecting everything that he did have, he loses everything advantageous to himself by rejecting it, fails to obtain the thing he was seeking, and so now has what? What does he have now? After rejecting everything that he had, failing to achieve what he was seeking.
He doesn't have anything. I mean,
Right.
he doesn't really have anything.
Yeah. He loses everything that could be just. He loses everything that could give him advantage. All he has is his own being. And even that is not beneficial to him. It is for his perdition, punishment. It is for his experience of loss of everything that he had. And so in this state, once the devil has rejected everything that he was given and failed to achieve what he was seeking, and he now has nothing, either advantageous or just, now he's in a similar state, but opposite to the unfallen angels. Everything that he possibly could will can only be for advantage, for his own advantage. Even if he wills now to reject this additional something which he could not get, well, first of all, he can't will to reject it. He doesn't have it. Because that would be the just thing to do, but he already lost it, so he can't. He can't will to return to his original state of justice, because that would be a will to regain the advantages that he had. It would be a will to advantage, contrary to the justice that he had abandoned. And so, anything that Satan could possibly will can only be for advantage and can only be against justice. So every choice the devil makes is in line with this initial choice, against justice and for his own advantage, but failing to achieve it. And so, by presenting this choice, and by Satan making this particular choice, making the evil choice, rejecting God's will, what God does is he presents a choice that makes Satan damn himself voluntarily for all of eternity. And the student says, nothing could be more just and more beautiful than this distinction. And I wholeheartedly agree, because that's why it's underlined with exclamation points.
So regardless, you made sure you didn't get away with it.
Yeah. And it's not that he didn't get away with it because God punishes him directly for it. He doesn't get away with it because it is a natural consequence of his unjust choices. All right. What do you think? Make sense? This is the I mentioned I had another video lecture on the fall of the devil. This is the chapter that I'm mostly referring to in that one. That's where I make the Star Wars comparison and all that stuff. So it's in the supplemental material. So if you want to check it out, it's there. I won't drag that in here because there's a lot to say, but I say it there. So if you're interested, that's where to find that. All right. Okay, so this is the point where the student asks the natural question of, what was this extra something that God said to the good angels not to have, and that Satan sought? And the teacher says, I don't know. Literally. I don't know what it was, but whatever it might have been, all we need to know is that it was something they were able to obtain, which they did not receive when they were created, in order that they might advance to it by their own merit. So in other words, it was something that they could have They could have chosen. They were capable of having the inclination for it, but not capable of actually achieving. Whatever it was, it just had to be advantageous to them. Now we'll look at, he gives an answer for this later on, but it's in like, I think chapter 25 or 6 or something. It's late. It's late. Because we need to work through a lot to get there first. All right. Any other questions on this part? Pretty good. All right. What time does that mean? Who has the time?
45.
45. Okay, we got 15 minutes. Cool. All right, so let's move on forward then to, well, I'm just going to go ahead and lump together 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Because this whole section is about the nature of evil and nothing. What's nothing mean?
No value.
The absence of something.
Okay. So that's good and careful and precise. Why do you say the absence of something?
Well, if there's like nothing, then there's like not anything there. So the absence of something, you know, if I kicked the tripod over, then there would be nothing there because I kicked it over. I removed something that had already been placed there.
Yeah, so what he's looking at here is, well, first of all, evil. We defined evil as nothing, right? Evil is simply non-being, or a lack of something. All right? So what does evil refer to, and why do we say that the devil's choice was evil? If we say it was evil, that means it was something, but evil means that it's nothing. Right? Similar problem with just nothing, setting aside the moral dimension. If we say that there is nothing, well, does nothing mean something, or does it mean nothing? If it means nothing, then it seems to be meaningless. But if it means something, then it seems like it's not nothing. Okay. So eventually what he winds up settling on is something like what you were saying, right? It's the absence of something, but the emphasis has to be on the absence, right? The absence by comparison. So we have to be careful with that even as well, worth noting. Because if we're saying the absence by comparison, we can say something like, well, perhaps we can speculate if there were nothing in existence, nothing existed. It's not like nothing in that case would contrast with something else, because there is nothing else, there's simply nothing. But it's the absence of what could be there, something like that. Right? Something I mentioned in I think this was in the other class. I think it was even last year. I think this is the one I recorded. So if you happen to go back and see that, I mentioned this briefly that there's way too much written about the philosophy of wholes. Like, what is a hole? A hole, like
An actual hole.
or like here. I have a buttonhole in my jacket right here. What is this? Yeah.
Not even
It's the absence of matter, fine, but look where it is. It's right here. Cool. The absence of matter is still there. The hole has moved. It's weird, right? It's weird. It seems like the hole is delineated, and so it's defined by its delineation, by its limits, right? But nothing is even more complicated than that still, right? Because it can't be defined by its limits, right? If you knocked over the tripod, it's right, the nothing that is there is defined by the tripod being somewhere else. But if it pops out of existence, it's not defined by the tripod not being there but being somewhere else. It's just not being there.
Like if
right?
someone took it and removed it and took it away to their house.
Well, it would still be there though, right? So there'd be nothing here. I mean, there'd be air and stuff, but like, forget about that. There'd be nothing here. But
we could still maybe define that in terms of the tripod, which was here being elsewhere, right? But we don't want to do that, right? We want to say that nothing simply means the absence of anything. Yeah, it's non-being, but that's a weird thing to try and define. And this is also why he goes into detail about the difference between nothing, not something, and what's the other one? Nothing, not something, and quasi something. Yeah, something that is it's not actually something, but it's oh god, I can't say this without saying something, so I apologize. It's something insofar as we can name it.
Okay.
We can refer to it.
Is it more like an idea than an object?
Even there, no, right? Because ideas have being in some sense. They refer to something. Maybe they refer to a configuration of things. Maybe they refer to a concept. Maybe they refer to a thought. Maybe they refer to a state of things, right? Things that actually are. But quasi something, in the case of like nothing, what nothing refers to, is referring to the absence itself, which is a weird thing to refer to. So by saying nothing, what we mean is not something. So what we're referring to is the negation, right? It's the negation of there being something that we're referring to. Not simply the absence, not simply the vacuum, right, so to speak. We're referring to the negation of there being something. That's what he's going for. Right? Okay, why is this important? Well, okay, why this is important is because when we're talking about the will, we're talking about choices. To say that there is an evil choice is to say that there is a choice which has nothing. But we need to distinguish that from a good choice. And that seems like, again, a weird distinction to make. It's a weird distinction to make because we are saying that there's something about the something which is not something. Right? We see where this is getting twisted and turned and weird, I think. So if we say that a choice is evil or a will is evil, what we can't be saying is that... You okay?
I don't know, I thought I saw like a giant shadow.
Oh, it may have been a bird. Yeah. Interesting. You know what? I'm going to use an analogy here. Speaking of, a shadow. Why aren't there shadows at night?
Because it's dark. The light doesn't give you a reflection, something like that. It's a sweet thing to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a shadow is the absence of light, right?
Yeah.
There's a shadow, say, underneath the chair, right? At night, if the lamp is off, is it lighter or darker underneath this chair? Okay, so there's a shadow, right? No. No, we wouldn't say that there's a shadow under the chair at night. It's darker. There's less light. There's more of an absence of light. It's weirdly analogously.
There isn't shadow in the house.
Yeah. Yeah, but what the hell does that mean? It's nothing. It's the absence of something. It's not something. So why is there a shadow when it is lighter than there's not when there's not a shadow? Right? So again, like if I hold my hand out and there's a shadow on the ground, it's not like it's pitch dark. At night, it is darker than that right there on the ground, right? So a shadow is not simply the absence of light. It can't be. There's something else to it.
Well, like in the Vampire Diaries, the
Okay.
vampires have these like humanity switches.
Okay.
And so they can like turn off their humanity. And so
Okay.
instead of just being like actively evil, they have an absence of what made them human to begin with.
Okay.
They're like literally nothing. And that nothingness leads them to make like evil decisions, but it's
Mhm.
like really like it's more of a neutral state than
They feel like
Yeah, they're completely
Okay.
like I've never seen the Vampire Diaries, but
Okay. I see where you're going with this, and I think you're on the right track. That it's not just the lack of humanity or the lack of emotion. My sunglasses have that. Right? But that's very different. Right? This is very different from, say, to use that example, a vampire, temporarily or otherwise lacking its humanity. Okay. If you were to say that someone is bald, how would you describe them?
Hairless.
Hairless. In what sense?
Top of my head.
Okay, cool. So you can be bald but have a beard, right?
Yes. It's not on the top of your head, though.
There we go. Okay. So baldness refers to a lack of something, but it's not just the lack of something. Are the palms of my hands bald?
I mean, you wouldn't say that.
technically.
I mean, yes, but not really, right? Why would we say something like that? That's silly, right? What we mean when we say that someone is bald is they lack what they ordinarily would have, hair on their head. When we say that someone is clean shaven, right, we would say that they don't have a beard, the kind of thing that would be growing here. But we don't say that someone is bald because they don't have hair on their hands, right? You wouldn't call a fish bald. They are, technically, but you would never say that because that's weird. That's not a proper application of the term. Okay? So what he's saying here is that the evil of a will is not merely the absence of good, it is the absence of the good that will ought to have, and ordinarily would have, were it not for a particular lack of something. That's what he's getting at here. That's what he's saying.
Repeat that real quick, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
This will probably be the last thing for today, so
Yes.
I will repeat this as slowly as I need to. The evil of a will or of a choice is not merely the lack of something, but it is the lack of something that it ordinarily ought to have. It is something that is missing. Missing there is, I think, a great way of looking at it, right? You wouldn't say that someone is missing if they've never been somewhere before, right? Or if they're not born yet, right? So my sixth child is not missing. I just don't have a sixth child. At least not yet. I don't know. I might someday. I don't want to rule it out. But the point being, though, right, is that it's not merely like evil in terms of the will. Is not merely the absence of justice. It's the absence of justice in something that ought to be just, or that we ought to expect to be just. That's what he's pointing out here. Right? And that's why it's distinguished from nothing, simply speaking. Right? It's similar to a hole, right? A hole isn't just empty space. It's empty space where there would otherwise be, say, in the case of a shirt or a jacket, fabric. Right?
So there's supposed to be, but there isn't, so there's nothing.
It's missing, yeah. It's missing, it's deprived of what it ought to have, all of that. Make sense? Questions? All right, I think that gets us through chapter, at least into chapter 11. There's probably a little more to say in chapter 11, but we can probably move on to 12 next time. So we're getting faster. We're progressing more quickly as we go through. But that's about all we have time for. So we're gonna pick up next time at probably chapter 12, or if there's anything else to discuss in 11 or so, we'll go back to it. But we'll move on from there and get through the rest of it next week. All right, let's get back to Anselm. I want to wrap this up. I want to see if we can get through the rest of On the Fall of the Devil today. I recognize that it took us 2 full days to get through chapter 11, and there were 28, but hopefully, we'll see. I did mention this, I mentioned this obliquely before, so I'll be a little more explicit now. If you recall from when we were reading the Euthyphro, we noticed a sort of pattern of how they were discussing things, where they would approach an issue and they would examine it. They would try and come to a conclusion, but they would fall just short of it, and they would come back to that same issue again, now having the context and approaching it from a different way. Does anyone remember what this was called, this method, or this approach? We also saw it in Lewis's article on Manor Rabbit. This is what's referred to as the hermeneutic method. This began as, like I said, a method of Bible reading, of scriptural interpretation, but it can also be a writing technique as well, where you will approach an issue, you'll examine it in a certain way, and then you'll reapproach the issue with the context of what you have and re-examining it. Chapter 12 is where we start the re-examination for this dialogue. Reading this, you might have noticed that he's a bit repetitive here. He uses different examples to illustrate the same points at very different parts of the dialogue. And that's because after this point, what they're doing is they are taking the same questions, right? Questions of what was the devil's choice? Right? What was it that the devil did to will to be like God? Questions like, how is it that the devil made a choice against God? And then also, how is it that we make choices that are spontaneous in this way? That if we go through this one time, which is what we've basically done through chapter 11, we get some insights, but there's more to see here, as we've been alluding to. You've noticed last week how many times I said something like, well, we'll get to that. Well, he needs to come back around to a bunch of these things. And to do that, he winds up repeating himself, kind of. So hopefully, part of what that will mean is that we can get through this relatively quickly, because we can say, hey, remember when we talked about this? Cool, he's saying something similar. Here's what he's saying extra. All right, with that in mind, anything that any questions or anything we want to address for, let's say, chapter 12? All right, so this is, again, more or less a discussion, again, of what it means for something to be applied properly versus improperly. We discussed this a little bit last week and a little bit before that, before break, when we were talking about unfree choice. This is a philosophical distinction, again, between when we say that something is said properly, what does that mean? As opposed to improperly.
Like correct.
Kind of. It's not as strong as that. So when we say something is said properly, it is correct, but also precise. Right? It means exactly what it says, and only what it says. When we say that something is said improperly, it's something like by metaphor or by analogy or an alternative meaning of what's being said. So in this example, when he's talking about what someone can do, we can say that in two different ways. We can say that in the sense of, for example, I can wave my hand, right? But we also might say that I can get a sunburn. Maybe not today. I don't know, maybe. I'm pale. It's possible. But ordinarily, right, when we say that I can get a sunburn, we mean something very different from that, from I can wave my hand. What's the difference?
That I can wave my hand is sort of like you're in control of it. It's a voluntary movement.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can't really, I mean, I guess you're in control of sunburn when putting sunscreen on, but the sun is in control in that sense.
Right. One's active and one's passive in this case. Right? And this isn't necessarily a distinction that Anselm makes, right, between active and passive, at least not in so many words, but that's basically what he's getting at here in terms of our capacities, our capabilities. Because there are certain things that are, to call back to our discussion of Aquinas a while ago, there's a difference between potentials, things that can happen to us, or changes that we can undergo, or things that something else can affect us, right? Ways that something else can affect us. Mere potential, right? Versus what we would call powers, things that we can do. I can wave my hand in a very different sense than I can get a sunburn. Because when I say I can get a sunburn, how might you rephrase that more properly? Mm-hmm.
I could get a sunburn.
Why the difference? I think you're right.
Because getting a sunburn is more of a possibility, and it's more up to chance than you making the like active choice to like wave your hand.
Yeah, and that's actually a rephrasing I hadn't thought of. That wasn't the one I had in mind, but that's a great example. Right? Saying that you could, saying I could get a sunburn, it speaks to the sort of chance of it. It's not something I directly control. Maybe it's something that I might control the circumstances around. Right? I can decide whether to go outside or not. I can decide whether to apply sunscreen. I can decide what to wear, whether to stand in the shade, whatever. But it's something that may or may not happen to me. It's not something that like I can wave my hand. It's something I can just simply decide to do or not. So I think that's right. I think that's a good way of looking at the distinction. What else? Because I had something different in mind that kind of speaks to the same thing. How else might you rephrase I can get a sunburn? Maybe, but I would say that that's even more improper in Anselm's terms. To say that you have the ability to do something really speaks to what you can accomplish, right? Rather than what can happen to you. So I can get a sunburn, or I can get sunburned. There we go. The sun can burn me is what I was thinking of, right? Now this one, I think the interesting part about this alternative is the change of subject, right? Because when we talk about I can get a sunburn, saying this improperly, right? Not saying that I have some power to become sunburned, right? What we're saying is instead that something outside of me, the sun, has the capacity to burn my skin. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that I have some innate capacity, right? Something that I'm capable of doing, some kind of power to attract the sun's rays such that it darkens my skin or something like that. No, not what we're going for, right? Not what we're saying. What we're saying is that, to your point, this is something that could happen to me, depending on outside factors mostly. This is something that could happen or could not happen, and that's not directly under my control, because it's not something I directly and spontaneously do, like waving my hand around. In addition, we would say, to sort of elaborate on this, that this is caused by something else. If we want to be precise with our language, the subject of the sentence should not be I, it should be the sun. Because the sun is the active participant in the exchange, right? If we're talking about me getting sunburned, that, well, not quite grammatically, but philosophically we would say that's something like the passive voice. So why is this relevant? Well, we can talk about things like, well, first of all, things that God is capable of. So this is, first of all, to eliminate the concern of, can God sin? Right? Because we want to say that God is incapable of sinning, right? At least in some sense. But he wants to elaborate and try and outline that this does not mean that there is some power or capacity that God doesn't have. So with this distinction in mind between this the sort of active versus passive, or the proper and improper, how might we try and rephrase God is incapable of sin, or God cannot sin?
Sin is incapable of...
You're weirdly close. It sounds bizarre. Somebody else want to give it a try? So we don't want to... So I think there's two ways of approaching it. The way you're approaching it, which I think is one perfectly correct way, I think, is maybe it'll still wind up being slightly improper. So when you said something like sin is incapable of overcoming God or something like that, or swaying God or something like that, changing God maybe, tempting even. Remember our discussion on freedom of choice, when we were talking about what are the capabilities of sin, and can we be overcome by sin, right? Can the will be overcome by temptation, stuff like that? And we said no. But we also kind of said yes, right? If you remember the arm wrestling example and stuff like that, right? If the will can be overcome, that can mean two things. It can either mean that temptation is capable of overcoming the will, or it can mean the will is capable of just not trying sufficiently. Which isn't to say that it's capable of something, it means that it is, in one sense, imperfect. If the will is capable of being overcome by temptation, what that means is the will is, in this circumstance, not being exercised to its fullest capacity. So to say that God is incapable of sin, part of what we mean there, to follow your phrasing of this, is that sin or temptation is incapable of overcoming the will of God. There's no temptation for God to give into, in other words. Something like that. But we can take this farther. And we can say something like, God, if we say that God is incapable of sin, what that means is, if we were to speak more properly, more correctly, more precisely, would be something more like, God is capable of, let's just use, understanding that these are analogous terms somewhat, God is capable of maintaining or holding on to rectitude. God is capable of doing the right thing all of the time. God is capable of well, obviously more than this, but in the moral sense, creating and directing good things solely, and not being responsible for evil, because that's what we would mean in the context of God sinning, would be God, the creator, being somehow causally responsible for evil in the world, which we don't want to have. That would be a contradiction with the very idea of God. So to say that God cannot sin in this case is rather to say that God is not just incapable of being overcome by sin, in other words, sin is incapable of overcoming God, but more so, God is perfect, but morally speaking. It speaks rather than it being about something that God is incapable of doing. It's talking about something that God is capable of doing. Maintaining justice. Constancy in justice. And so what seems like an inability can be rephrased or reframed into an ability or a power, a capacity. Anselm is ultimately going to want to say that the same applies to the good angels, those angels who chose not to turn away from God, the angels that didn't fall. That they will wind up with this very same capacity, this very same inability to sin, which what we really mean by that is the power to preserve rectitude of the will for its own sake indefinitely. And not to be turned away from, right? Again, passive, be turned away from justice by temptation, by will for advantage, by whatever else might go. Okay, so these next few chapters, 13 through 15, 14 really, are an extended thought experiment about God, about how God may have created the angels, and God creating the angels part by part rather than all at once, and looking at how that would work and how that would look like. The takeaway from this section is looking at what if you only had one inclination? Right? We talked about the different wills that we might have, at least the two of justice and advantage last time. Right? And here in this section, he's speculating, okay, what if you only had the will for advantage? What if you only desired those things which are beneficial for you? Or, by contrast, what if you only desired justice? What if you only desired the good of all, including at the expense of oneself? In both of those cases, he ultimately concludes that the will could not be just. Why not? So if we only had one inclination towards either advantage or towards justice, but not the other, we couldn't be properly called just. Why not? Want to give it a try?
Because you're not making like the choice to be just; it's already like given, and it's not really just if it's not really justice if it's not like a palliative like choice to make.
Yeah. So remember, we defined justice as rectitude of the will preserved for its own sake, preserved because it is justice. I don't want to get into the we have this notion in more modern discussions, philosophers, have this notion in more modern discussions of free will, of alternative possibilities being necessary for genuine free choices. Anselm isn't really saying that here. What he's saying is that if there were only the will for advantage, and there were no inclination towards justice whatsoever, that, well, obviously we wouldn't be just. We also wouldn't be unjust. Because there's nothing about our nature which is inclined towards justice. We wouldn't say, for example, that a squirrel is evil because it steals your muffin. They do that, but we don't morally condemn them for it, because they only have a will for advantage. They only seek what will benefit them. There isn't, we say that there is no capacity for free choice. So a squirrel, which only has a will for advantage, we wouldn't say has free will in the genuine full sense that human beings do, or angels for that matter, because they don't have an inclination for justice. Now, if we want to parse that in psychological terms, it would be something like they aren't capable of the kind of rational abstraction required to understand the greater good, or something like that, right? The good of the whole as opposed to the good of the one, or the self. So, if we only had the will for advantage, we wouldn't be unjust, because justice wouldn't be missing. It just wouldn't be there. So again, to go back to our what is nothing and what is sin and what is evil example from last time, you wouldn't say that there are shadows right now because the sun isn't out. It's not like there's a shadow here. Even though if the sun were to come out, the amount of light here would be roughly the same, or maybe even more, right, if the sun came out from the clouds. We only speak of sin or injustice if something should be there but is missing. And in a case where we only have an inclination for advantage, there's nothing missing there, and so we don't have this, we don't have justice or injustice. Okay, by contrast, if we only have a will for justice, it's the only thing that we will, and there is no will for our own advantage, we have no self-interest, in other words, we wouldn't be called just, because it's not preserved for its own sake. It's not preserved because it is just. To make that choice genuine, it needs to be contrasted with some other possibility. Now, again, not necessarily, choosing between A and B, but there needs to be a contrast between willing something because it's just, versus willing something because it's advantageous. Now, why I make this distinction, bless you, And why I am taking so much time to emphasize that this isn't about necessarily alternative possibilities, choosing between A and B, but rather more like choosing A because it's just versus choosing A because it's advantageous, is because you can have the same thing, the same choice, the same result, be chosen for both different reasons, assuming that we being humans or angels or whatever, have both inclinations. You might say, help someone because you want something back from them, or you might help someone because you want them to be better off. And which one you're doing will look identical, but they'll be radically different from a moral perspective. One will be neutral at best. If you're helping someone because you expect them to benefit you later on, maybe that's not unjust, right? I mean, because otherwise we would have to say that like paid lifeguards are unjust. That seems off. It's not unjust, but it's not morally laudable. It's not morally praiseworthy in the same way that helping someone because it's the right thing to do, because they need help, would be. Out of charity, out of concern for someone else, that sort of thing. That's why we make that distinction. Right? It can be the same action that we're choosing between. Okay. Cool? Clear enough? That part? Simple. But now, as I mentioned, he goes through, 4 pages or 5 pages, 2 chapters to say that. So this is why we're hopefully getting through a little more quickly. And this also brings us into chapter 16, where he brings up that injustice, chapter title, injustice is nothing other than the absence of justice where there ought to be. So it's not like we can call a squirrel unjust because it steals something from you. Because it doesn't actually steal something from you. It takes something which is yours, but it can have no notion of its versus your property. And so it is not doing something which is contrary to justice. It's just doing something that's unrelated to justice. So he continues on, right? I'm going to quote a couple of little pieces in here. So he says, the more honorable it is to have justice, the more dishonorable it is to lack justice. Indeed, the only reason that the will is dishonored by not having justice through its own fault, that's important, is that it is honored by being obligated to have justice by the goodness of its giver. So what this means is that the will, he's talking specifically about the will of the angels, but we can apply this to human beings as well, has a natural inclination towards justice. Justice is something that we ought to strive for, and that we have a kind of natural inclination towards. And we also have other inclinations. He's talking about the will for advantage, right? Things that are for our own sake, for our own benefit. And so if we choose other wills, whether that's advantage or whatever else, we talked about some other possibilities, over and against justice, that is wrong in a way that it wouldn't necessarily be wrong for a squirrel or something to choose something for its own advantage, even if it's at the expense of someone else. And it's because we have naturally an inclination towards justice. So part of what we are as free creatures, as creatures capable of free choice, is we are by nature just. We are by nature inclined not just towards our own advantage, but towards one another. We're social creatures. We're political animals, to use the Aristotelian term. Part of what it is to be a human being is concern for not only one's own well-being, but the well-being of others, for their own sake, not simply for the sake of what I can gain. And so if we neglect that, or if we abandon that, what we're doing is we are acting as less than what we are, which is worse than being less than what we are. Because we should be more. Right? It's falling short of your potential, in other words. We think of it as, to use maybe a mundane example, we think of it as more of a tragedy for, say, a star athlete to break their leg than for me, a mild-mannered academic who likes to sit all the time, to break my leg. Right? Both are the same injury. Neither is pleasant. Both are gravely injurious, and I might even have longer long-term consequences because I'm not in as good shape as a star athlete, right? So my recovery would be more difficult, more arduous, more painful, take longer, all that. So it might be subjectively worse for me, but we would look at it as a greater tragedy for someone who has to miss a full season, say, or worse, it ends their career, because they are more capable of using that leg than I am, especially for greater things. My legs get me here, and then I take my weight off of them. Then my legs get me back home, and then I take my weight off of them. And sometimes I go for a run, but that's recreation. Right? It's not like I do things fundamental to my identity or fundamental to my life or fundamental to, or even really extremely beneficial to others with my athleticism, such as it is. Right? So this is where we get the principle of the corruption of the greatest is the least. So it is a greater tragedy for something greater to be corrupted than something lesser to be corrupted, even if it's not, objectively speaking, as bad. So another example he uses, right? He says, for example, not having a beard is not dishonorable for a man who is not yet supposed to have a beard, but once he ought to have a beard, is unbecoming for him not to have one. In other words, it would be silly for you to make fun of a 4-year-old for not being able to grow a beard. But we all know that it's a common, presumably we all know, that it's a common thing for men, like grown men, to make fun of each other for having patchy beards and such, right? It makes sense to make fun of someone for that if you're a grown adult man, not if you're 4. Because if you're 4, why would there be any reasonable expectation for you to grow a beard or be able to? Right? So that's what he's getting at, right? What he's getting at is that if something is appropriate to a thing or is part of something's nature, then missing that thing, not having whatever that is, that's when that becomes a significant problem, where it's not just that it doesn't have it, but it's missing that, whatever that is, in this case justice, or a beard, or a leg functioning, whatever. So the next few chapters are again reiterating more of what we've gone over, because like I said, he's going back through in circles here. You look frustrated. Was this something you noticed, or?
No, I just,
yeah.
You're good. Keep going.
Okay, because like I said, this is something that we've encountered now. This is the third text that we've read that does this whole hermeneutic thing. So if you don't like this, I apologize. This class is heavy with it. But I hope at least this is helping to lend more insight each time we go through. So chapter 17 through 19, maybe even 20. More 19 really. Is again going back into how it is that the choice that the angels make is permanent. So this is kind of calling back, harkening back to chapter 6? Yeah, 6. This is about that initial choice that God gives to the angels, right? The great trick that God played on Satan, between the choice between choosing to keep and be thankful for and maintain what one has, or to reach for something extra that God did not will the angels to have yet. And the devil chose to forsake what he had in favor of gaining this extra thing, so he lost what he had. He was incapable of gaining the additional thing. He lost everything. And chapter 17 here, we figure out in a little more detail why it is that this is so permanent. because he cannot return, Anselm says, he can't return to justice. In other words, he can't repent. Because repentance could only possibly be for the sake of advantage, because he has nothing that he isn't, there's nothing that he could want that he isn't already missing, that he isn't lacking. So anything that he could gain would be for advantage. There's nothing that he has that he could forsake for the sake of justice. And so the only thing left to will is advantage, even though there are some things which he could will that would be just. It could only be for the sake of advantage, because that's the only possibility of willing that he has left. And then 18, again, part of this. This is where we get that weird who gets credit for what part. I've said before, I've mentioned this over and over, even going back to the previous dialogues, how ultimately what we're aiming for, and what we wind up getting right here, is how God is in no way responsible for sin or evil, but that is wholly the doing of the sinners, so the devil, right? And other sinners, other fallen angels, other fallen human beings, whatever. But sin, evil, is wholly the fault of creatures. It is not the fault of the Creator in any way. However, good things, good actions, are entirely imputed or attributed to God, and also entirely attributed or imputed to creatures. Both. Entirely. It's not 50-50, it's 100-100. And this is where we get that. Right? So, first of all, so it's not, so he first lays out that it would have been impossible for the angels, any of the angels, the fallen or unfallen angels, to give themselves justice. In other words, to do the right thing apart from what God gave them. If God hadn't given them an inclination towards justice and the capacity to will it and all of that, they couldn't have done so on their own. Obviously, they were created. They're contingent. They're reliant on God. So they couldn't have done it without God. So God is responsible for their capacity for justice. However, as demonstrated by the difference between the fallen and unfallen angels, the good angels, those who chose justice, are also responsible for that choice. They're morally and causally responsible for that choice. They couldn't have done it without God. God is entirely responsible for their capacity for doing so. And they are also entirely responsible for making that choice. However, on the other hand, Satan and the fallen angels receive everything they have from God, and because there was this alternative possibility, they are responsible for abandoning it. So they are responsible, the angels, are responsible for not having all of the things that God tried to give to them, and God is responsible for them having everything that they have, and the capacity for, and the chance they missed out on, let's say. So what we have, again, is a sort of incongruity here. We have God being responsible for all good things. Creatures being responsible for all of their good things. Both working together. But creatures also being responsible for all of their bad things, without God being causally or morally responsible for them. That is the distinction. And that's how that winds up working. So the next couple of chapters are, again, relating back to something we've already discussed kind of at the end of last time when we were talking about what is evil. And now he begins to ask, what is an evil will or an evil choice?
A choice with that absence of there.
Right? Yeah, it's a choice that is not inclined towards what it ought to be. It's a choice that is deficient in some way. It's missing something. It's missing justice. So that can either mean that the will, as in the capacity for willing, that the first part, is missing an inclination towards justice. It's not inclined towards justice. Or the actual choice being made, the actual outcome, is towards something which is contrary to justice. It is a choice for nothing, in other words. So it's not nothing, exactly. It's still something. And he's very careful to lay out that insofar as it is something, it is good. It's still the capacity for choice. It is still an inclination towards something. It's even still an inclination towards something good, because advantage is not a bad thing. And I don't know if did I emphasize this enough? Hopefully, but the will for advantage that God gives the angels is not bad, not on its own. Right? And this is why the good angels still maintain their will for advantage. They still will to benefit themselves. It's just that is when aligned with what is just. Like, we will things for advantage all the time that are independent of justice, right? I willed to make myself coffee this morning, and that was in no way related to justice one way or another, and it was a good thing, right? It's beneficial for me, and that's good. But here, the evil will, or the evil choice, we can't say that it is nothing, because the will isn't nothing. The choice isn't nothing, but it is a choice for nothing. It is a choice which is disinclined from being. It is directed away from goodness, from being, from justice. And so this is how he gets away with saying that God made evil wills and evil choices, but he didn't make them evil. Does that make sense? Explain. What do I mean there? This is in chapter 20, if you're looking.
What it says in this text, but I can just...
Go for it, yeah.
Like, God created the existence of these things, but we created them by...
Something like that. Elaborate more? You're on the right track.
Sort of, like, these things were not created until they were actually... I don't know, maybe I can say, like God knows the future, he knows everything that's going on.
Kind of. We have to get there, because that's the next chapter is when he says that's not quite the case, but it seems like that's the case. So it's kind of the case, but it's kind of not. And time is really complicated. So wait a minute, we'll get there. But sorry, go on. I didn't take you off there.
I'm not really sure. Honestly, I'm just saying that maybe we create them by doing that.
Yeah, you're on the right track, right? So God creates the will, and God creates the choice, right? The thing that we are choosing. We are only capable of choosing it because, bless you, because as we've outlined, you need several things in order to choose something. You need the inclination, you need the will itself, the capacity for choice, you need the thing you're choosing, and you need something to not get in the way, right? So God is responsible for all of those things. We are responsible for not doing that. Because if we don't exercise it, we just don't. Right? And what that means is if we don't choose the right thing, we are responsible for choosing the wrong thing, for turning ourselves away from what we should be choosing. God is there, causally and even morally responsible for our capacity for choice, the choice we can choose, all of that. But we are the ones responsible for turning it away. So God is responsible for the evil will. In other words, the will that makes the wrong choice. But we are responsible for the wrong choice, because it's our choice, because it's our will, because it is spontaneous. In other words, it is not caused by anything outside of the self. Good so far? Time to get into the whole time thing? Do we want to go for that? Because it's complicated. Okay. I think I've mentioned, philosophy of time gives me a headache in general, so it's wildly complicated. I don't know if anyone can make sense of it. Probably someone. Not necessarily me. I can try. I have, if you are interested in this topic and the issue of time and philosophy of time, and what does it mean for things to be in or out of time, and how does time relate to causality and stuff like that. I did a lecture about, this was a little while ago, about didn't see Marvel's Loki, the series. Oh, I did. Great. I hated it. I'm sorry. I hated it for professional reasons, though, because it does a very bad job of portraying time and timelines and how causality works there within and all of that. I try my damnedest to explain why in I think it's like a 50-minute lecture or something. So there's that. I'll probably put it in supplemental material if I remember, if you're interested and want to take a look or notes or whatever. This, thankfully, is more complicated, but probably makes more sense. Okay, so first of all, the question here is about foreknowledge. Foreknowledge here in the sense of reliable and or even necessarily correct prediction. Right? To say that you have foreknowledge of something is to say that you know the truth value of a future proposition. In other words, if I were to say that I know what I will have for lunch today, is to say that I know what I will have for lunch in the same sense that I know what I'm looking at right now, right? Or I know what's in my cup, right? Things that I know with ordinary kind of certainty. This becomes a problem for temporal creatures in general, us, because we experience temporal progression, and that means that things can change, and sometimes unpredictable things can change, or things can change unpredictably. So prediction for knowledge, for finite creatures such as ourselves, is difficult if not impossible. Aristotle thought it was impossible, for example. Aristotle thought that future propositions have no truth value until they occur. So if I were to say, for example, Aristotle's example is, there will be a sea battle tomorrow. There will be a battle at sea somewhere tomorrow. Okay, is that true or is that false? Yeah. Right. Epistemologically, we don't know. Right, that much is probably pretty clear. Stands to reason there's probably a truth value to that statement. Aristotle disagreed. Aristotle said that there is no truth value to that statement until it either happens or doesn't happen. Because the truth maker, in other words, what makes it true or false, just hasn't occurred yet. Now, there are other views of this, right? That the causality of the event in the future can sort of reach into the past in the same way that that final causality can. For example, if I go get lunch today, when I'm on my way there, we can ask, why am I going there? What is causing me to go wherever it is that I go for lunch? Right? Well, it's the food that is there that does not exist yet. So something that doesn't exist yet is causing my actions now. So it could be similar to that, right? Something like that. Hello, Professor McCoy here from the editing room. I'm realizing that I might need to explain this concept a bit more in detail. This is a little bit complicated, so I should take a little bit of time, or what time I need, to explain this a little bit more fully, more completely. So, what I'm talking about here is causality that doesn't flow in the ordinary direction that we would expect, given time passing from past to present into the future. This is rather a sequence of causality where future events cause things in the present and in the past, in their perspective past. This is what we might call counter-temporal causality, or causality that goes against the ordinary flow of time. This might seem very strange, but this is in fact very ordinary, at least in accordance with our ordinary experiences. We experience this sort of thing all the time, whether it's the going to lunch example or whatever else. If you make a plan to do something in the future, then the goal of that plan is causing you to do what you need to do to prepare for it. So the events in the future are actually causing the events and the actions in the present. This is what any kind of final causality is, as I mentioned. And so here we can see the example I gave of getting something to use for something in the future. If I were to ask you, for example, with the what am I going to have for lunch example, if I were to ask you, why did you buy that sandwich? And you were to respond with efficient causes. You bought the sandwich because you felt hungry, or you bought the sandwich because you had money in your pocket, which is what allowed you to be able to buy it, or something like that. You would think that was a very strange answer. Rather, the ordinary kind of answer to why did you buy that sandwich is so I can have it for lunch, or something along those lines. The entire point of most of our actions that are directed towards ends, which are anything that we can properly call an action, is for the purpose of an end goal, which is in the future. And so those end goals that exist in the future are causing our actions right now. So if I'm having a sandwich for lunch today, that means that I, say, yesterday, bought it. I put it in my shopping cart and I purchased the thing, and then I put it in my refrigerator last night, and then this morning I put it in my bag to take with me, all because I'm planning on eating it for lunch today. So my lunch today is causing all of these events to have happened in the past. So we can see that this seems sort of intuitively strange to say that causality goes that future events can cause events in the present or in the past. But this aligns perfectly well with our ordinary experience of how we do things, why we do things, how we make choices, how we do actions. All right, let's get back to it. Foreknowledge can also be something like knowledge of the necessary outcomes of what we know will occur, or what we know will be the consequences of what we do, or the consequences of what we know will happen, or something like that. That's another way that foreknowledge is possible for temporal beings, things that experience temporal progression, or experience, linear causality, or call it what you want. That is something like, yes, I can foreknow the outcome of what will happen if I turn my coffee cup upside down. Right? I can know with certainty that if I turn this upside down, coffee will spill out onto the ground, right? If I do that. There's a cup down there. Interesting. I didn't know that. I'll clean that up afterwards. Anyway. But I can foreknow that because I know the intricacies of the causalities involved. I know how gravity works. I know that there was coffee in here, it still is. I know that, if I tip it over, that the top of it's open, the bottom of it's closed. I know all of these things, and so I can reliably predict the outcome. I can know what the outcome will be. Okay. Couple of things that he goes into here. First of all, it has to be necessarily the case that Satan did not foreknow the consequences of this initial choice between justice and advantage. Because let's think of it this way. What was he seeking to choose? What was he pursuing? To be like God, to have everything that he could possibly have. Advantage, right? Choosing his own will over that of God. Okay? If he was seeking advantage, if he was seeking to have everything he could possibly have, and he knew the outcome of this choice would be to have nothing, how could he have possibly chosen it? He couldn't have, right? Similarly, the good angels, if they were willing for justice, in other words, they were willing to forsake this additional something, this additional beneficial something that they could have had, if they were willing to forsake that, they could not have done so if they had foreknowledge that God was going to give it to them afterwards as a reward. They could not have willed to reject it if they knew they were going to get it anyway. So in both cases, it relies on on a lack of absolute foreknowledge in order to make the choice. Now, this isn't a problem because the choice is what's morally relevant, right? The what is being chosen in that particular moment, in that particular circumstance. Right? That's what's morally relevant, and the only way that it can be made morally relevant is by obscuring the possibility of foreknowledge. That they can't know what the outcomes will ultimately be. The outcomes have to be unexpected. They are the natural consequences in both cases. They're the natural consequences of the choice, but in order for the choice to exist as a choice, especially as a morally significant choice, those outcomes can't be known in advance. My favorite analogy for this, for this whole setup of choice, is something like a cosmic marshmallow test. You know what I'm talking about? What is the marshmallow test?
It's well, it was like a research project, and you know, they put like toddlers in a room, and they put marshmallows in front of them, and they said, we're going to be back in 15 minutes, and do not eat the marshmallow. When we get back, you can eat the marshmallow. And so it was to test to see if the children would eat the marshmallow as soon as the researcher left the room, or if they would be patient and wait for them to get back. I think they got like 2 marshmallows or something like that if they didn't eat it.
There's a bunch of different versions of it, yeah. So it's to test something like delayed gratification, right? The ability to put one's future advantage over one's current advantage. We can also think of this in terms of our ability to follow instructions, right? That's another thing that this can test, right? Or it could be used to test something like, here's an example. If you let's edit the marshmallow test to make it more analogous to Satan's choice. Let's say toddlers in a room, there's a marshmallow in front of them, they can eat it, or if they wait for however long, they can have both them and their friend can each get 2 if they wait 15 minutes. Okay, so they gain advantage and they gain advantage for someone they care about, right? Something outside of oneself, kind of empathetic reward, if you want to put it that way. This isn't a perfect analogy, but let's just go with it. So something like that, the good angel, the good toddler, waits for the 15 minutes or the 10 minutes, or because 10 minutes is a very long time for a 3 or 4 year old. So I know, trust me. I have a 3 or 4 year old. She's not good at this. I'm sad to say. She needs practice. Anyway, if they wait, then not only do they wind up benefiting, but somebody else does too. It is for the sake of not just oneself, but for the sake of something beyond oneself. Okay, cool. By contrast, the child who reaches out and grabs the marshmallow, like as soon as the supervisor experimenter leaves, and goes into the other room to watch, that's Satan. That's Satan toddler. Satan toddler, upon finding that taking this marshmallow and trying to eat it, finds out that it is not a marshmallow. It is a ball of wax. And after taking a massive bite out of this ball of wax, or whatever, something that's not appetizing, finds out that they have lost the initial treat, as well as the future treat, as well as the future treat for others through their bad choice, through their not doing the thing that was going to be caring for others, and therefore suffering a consequence for themselves as well. Now, if the kid knew that the marshmallow in front of them was not a marshmallow, it was not really a marshmallow, it was not actually something that they could achieve and delight in and all of that, it would not have been nearly as tempting. I say not nearly as tempting because, toddlers might eat wax, that happens. But crayons are wax. You know how kids are. But in general, that would be far less tempting. But if they think that it's something delicious that they could have right now, even at the expense of having more later, and at the expense of others getting something, that can be quite tempting. All right. So the other issue here, so we get the the foreknowledge of the angels here. The other issue here is divine foreknowledge. Now, this is a huge problem in philosophy and in theology, where the problem goes something like this. God knows what I'm going to do tomorrow, right? Presumably. If God knows everything, and there is a truth of the matter as to what I will do tomorrow, God knows. Okay? Can I choose to do something different?
Like, choose to do something different without him already knowing what you're going to do?
Well, we're already stipulating that suppose God knows that I'm going to be, that tomorrow, because I don't have class tomorrow, I will wake up at approximately 10 a.m. It's reasonable. Let's assume that that is the case. If God knows that, can I possibly wake up earlier or later?
I feel like that's a trick question.
It is, yes.
Thank you. Because
But why? Why it's a trick is the fascinating part, because
if you think about it in
a lot of people
religious way, it's like, oh, it doesn't matter what happens, God already has your plan made for you, so your day is already like, you just don't know it. But whatever happens through the day was meant to happen because God already wrote it.
yeah, but here's the problem. That means I don't have free choice.
Exactly. That's where I'm like, well, I mean, I guess, because like if you say you're going to wake up at 10 a.m., but then suddenly you wake up at 8 a.m. because your body naturally wakes up at that hour instead of 10, that's kind of like...
Maybe a better example is something that I have voluntary choice over, like what I choose to have for breakfast when I wake up at 10 a.m. Right? Yeah.
Just because God knows that you're going to do something doesn't necessarily mean that, like, he's willing you to do it.
There we go. That's a big part of it. All right. Let me give you an example. What did you have for breakfast this morning? Those of you who had a sandwich for breakfast. Great example. That'll work. Okay. No problem. You know that you had a sandwich for breakfast this morning. You're fairly certain of that. Could you have had something else?
Nothing, usually. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, right, you didn't have to. There was nothing necessitating you having a sandwich this morning. But you know with certainty that you had a sandwich this morning, right? Are those two things contradictory? You can't be wrong. You know with absolute certainty you had a sandwich for breakfast this morning. However, it is entirely possible for you to have not had a sandwich this morning for breakfast. Are those contradictory? They seem like it. When I say it that way, it seems like it. You see why? How are they not contradictory?
The two things can exist at the same time. Like, two truths can exist at the same time.
Not if they're contradictory, though. So we have to figure out how they can fit together, how they work together. Why not? You're right, they're not.
It's
Why
not a
not?
decision of, like, one or the other. It's more by chance than by choice. Like, I had one of the, like, protein packs this morning, but I was thinking about getting a cheese Danish instead. Either choice isn't really, like, of moral significance or even just significance of the choice itself.
But it is a genuine choice, right? It was because you chose. And you could have gone the other way, right? There's nothing contradictory about going the other way with it, right? However, you now know what you chose. So your knowledge, in one sense, dictates what you had, but it didn't cause it. Right? You know what you had for breakfast because you chose to have it for breakfast. You didn't choose to have it for breakfast because you now know you had it for breakfast. The causality goes the other direction. Same applies with God's knowledge. Because as he says, Anselm points out, he says, for the time being, I will reply briefly, God's foreknowledge is not properly called foreknowledge. To him, everything is always present. So he does not have foreknowledge of what is future, but simply knowledge of what is present. So since the argument regarding foreknowledge of a future thing differs from that regarding knowledge of a present thing, divine foreknowledge need not have the same implications as the foreknowledge we're asking about now. So divine foreknowledge is not knowledge of what will happen. It is knowledge of what happens. And it's caused by what happens. So, God knows what you will choose tomorrow because that's what you will choose. You're the one who will choose it tomorrow. Why this is in the time section is because of God's relationship to time. God, if we're to understand God properly in terms of understanding how God could know future propositions in this way, God cannot be in time. In other words, God cannot experience temporal sequence in the way that we do, right? This moment happening and then that moment happening. God observes creation like an author observes a text. Think of it this way as well. Think of it like you're writing a story and you know what the character will choose in a later chapter. Yes, in a sense, you're causally responsible for what they choose, but also the events in the story and the character are responsible for what that choice is. In other words, you as the author could perfectly well write a character incorrectly in a way that doesn't make sense. In other words, what that means is that you would be artificially changing something about the character from outside. God doesn't ordinarily do that, like shy of a miracle, right? That's what a miracle means. Hence the Deus ex machina kind of thing for the fictional application of this kind of problem. Right? So the causal regularities are consistent within the world, even if God is ultimately causally responsible for the world as a whole. It's just that internally we still have a reasonable and point A to point B causal sequence that makes sense internally. And that is the actual cause of God's knowing what will occur. It's not that God knows what will occur, and therefore it happens. Right? It happens. It will happen, and therefore God knows that it will occur. Causality goes in the other direction. Question? Or just movement? Okay. I assume movement is inquisitive. That's a teacher thing. I apologize. All right. Any other time questions? Or can we move on? What do you think? Yeah, maybe? Speaking of, what time is it? Okay. We got a few minutes. Maybe? No?
It's kind of stupid.
Go for it.
Have you seen The Good Place?
Some of it.
Do you know the Jeremy Bearimy thing? Like the time in the afterlife?
Yeah.
It's like Jeremy Bearimy.
Yeah.
In cursive, kind of, and it's just by chance, but that's how it works, and so everything is kind of overlapping, or it's separate. And, the
right.
eye is sometimes Thursdays.
I don't remember the specifics, but I know what you're talking about. And yeah, it's that it's where we encounter the problem of what the hell can it possibly be like to be outside of time, and we as temporal creatures have trouble understanding this. Right. This is, I think, something that The Good Place and a few other things handle a lot better than, say, Loki, the thing that I was wildly criticizing for this purpose, for this reason almost exclusively. There's some characterization stuff that I don't really love, but Loki's development was way rushed, that kind of thing. But that aside, that's not my expertise. My expertise is philosophy, metaphysics stuff. To use this example, there is a sequence of events in the TVA, the Time Variance Authority place, the office, which is supposed to be outside of the flow of time. Huh? That has to mean that it is its own timeline, so to speak, but it's outside of time, so it's its own sort of timeline sitting above the sacred timeline and all of the other branches and variances and stuff. It doesn't quite make sense. And I go in, again, in that lecture, I go into some possibilities, into how it can make sense, and I wind up kind of, maybe a spoiler, I kind of wind up settling on the Austin Powers explanation of stop worrying it and just have a good time. Because that's really the only explanation that can make sense. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Suffice it to say, it's very difficult for us temporal creatures to understand time from a sort of God's eye view. Incredibly difficult. Which is why philosophy of time tends to make my head hurt. Okay, so I kind of went through a lot. There's a little bit left that I really want to focus on, and it is in the second to last chapter in 27. This is the part we haven't really covered before, and I want to just sort of read some from the very end of chapter 27. This dialogue between the student and teacher. So the student is asking once again, because again we've already covered this, yes, but we're covering it in a little more detail. He says, "Why did justice depart from the good angel?" The teacher responds, "If you want to speak properly, justice did not depart from the angel. Rather, the angel abandoned justice by willing what he ought not to will." So again, it was the angel choosing it. It was not justice that poofed and went away. Okay, why did he abandon justice? The teacher says, in saying that he abandoned it by willing what he ought not, I indicate clearly both why and how he abandoned it. He abandoned justice because he willed what he ought not to will, and he abandoned it by willing what he ought not to will. In other words, it was the choice, because he made the choice. It was the choice. That's it. It was the choice. He made the choice. Then the student asks again, why did he will what he ought not? The teacher says, no cause preceded this will, except that he was able to will. So the ability to will was why he willed. But wait, the student says, wait, did he will it because he was able to will it? So was that the cause of it? And then the teacher, of course, responds, no. Because the good angel was likewise able to will it, was able to abandon justice, abandon rectitude. But he didn't. No one wills what he can will simply because he can, with no other cause, although no one ever wills anything unless he can will it. So it's a precondition, right? The capacity is a precondition, but it's not a determinate cause. This could go the other way. The student asks, then why did he will it? And the teacher, of course, responds, ultimately, simply because he willed it. In other words, stop asking the stupid question. For there was no other cause by which his will was in any way incited or attracted. Instead, this will was its own efficient cause, if I may put the matter that way, and its own effect. So, thinking back to Aquinas again, the will and the will's choice is an initiator of a new causal sequence. It is something like an unmoved mover. I say something like because it is created. It doesn't exist through its own right. It came into being, it'll pass out of being, and it is contingent and all of that. But the actual motion of the will is caused simply by the will. That's it. It is a self-cause. Now, how does this work? Well, part of this, and I'm drawing on a later philosopher, Duns Scotus, who comments on this extensively, talks about a technical term, superabundant sufficiency. What this basically means is we have the capability of choosing A, and we have the capability of choosing B, and we have the capability of choosing not A, and we have the capability of choosing not B. The causal factors that lead to our choice are fully explanatory of whatever choice we might make. Take, for example, I made coffee this morning. This coffee in particular is wait. Okay, yes, I was just confirming. This is a pecan praline coffee. It's a Winn-Dixie brand. It's actually pretty good. I recommend it. But I chose to make this particular flavored coffee instead of something else, instead of a different kind of coffee. Right? I have a couple of other grinds and roasts. I have a couple of flavors and things I could put in here, but I chose this one. Why? Because it's a nice autumn morning. This is very fitting with it. It's nice and soothing on the last bits of my sinusy problems from Tuesday, right? All kinds of stuff like that, right? This was a good choice that I made for certain reasons. However, I could have chosen, say, the French roast that was sitting right next to it, for equally good reasons. Because it's a darker roast, it is particularly suited to a cold, humid morning. Because it is more caffeinated, so I'll have more energy for the day. Because maybe this morning I might have felt like French roast instead of pecan praline. My choice would have been equally comprehensible if I had made the other choice. So, if all of the causal factors involved can fully explain this choice and the alternative, what could possibly explain me choosing this one over the alternative? I do. That's it. It's my choice. I chose this one. It makes sense. There are reasons for choosing it.
The pros are the same. Say like they choose,
Yeah.
like the pros are gonna be the same. There's no cons in there.
Yep.
It's just
Right. And so just like the devil's choice between justice and advantage, it made perfect sense for the devil to choose advantage from his own internal perspective because he had an inclination for advantage over justice. Similarly, it makes perfect sense for the unfallen angels to have chosen justice over advantage because they had an inclination for justice. Both of them had exactly the same inclinations, all of the same wills, all of the same circumstances. Everything was absolutely identical. Some of them made one choice, some of them made the other because they made the choice. That's it. Discuss. And now, it makes perfect sense that they made the choice that they made, but it also would have made perfect sense for them to make the opposite choice. And that's it. If they wanted to. And that's it.